Ignar doesn't have a flash to get away now. He re-engages with a Magnet Storm onto 3. Vickla's dead, and FBI got the kill. FlyQuest are trying to fight, but they're already slammed back down into the river. Energy, well fought. And now they're the ones with priority over the river. Impact finding an immediate burst of damage on the Contracts, but taking a lot back himself. Contracts is over the wall into the pit. Energy ready to go. Impact disengaging once more. Contracts is so low, and Vickla's already got him. FlyQuest kill off the enemy jungler and secure themselves an Ocean Soul. You would have to think. Vickla going into the stopwatch. Drake Soul secured. FlyQuest is crushing Energy in the back. Ignore and FBI and Palafox are all killed. That's it. GG. FlyQuest are going to get their second win.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Spica. Spica, after the 0-6 start, how much did you feel like you needed to start this week 2-0?
Yeah, we kind of need to go 3-0, I think, this week in order to have a chance at even at playoffs. So, you know, it was pretty relieved that we managed to come back.
Yeah, you were telling me that you saw the graphic we had on broadcast yesterday.
It was like 45% chance to be in 10th place?
Yeah.
10th place, yeah.
Yeah, because of the 0-6 start.
Yeah.
Just if every game is a 50-50, it's hard to come back.
It's not 50-50.
Yeah, but not anymore,
yeah,
right?
Not anymore.
Tell me a little bit about the momentum you've built here in the 2 games so far this week.
I mean, I think after we went 0-6, we realized, oh shit, we're in trouble, you know? So we really went back and just micro-analyzed, you know, what made us lose games. And I think one of the biggest things was that we were just too rushed. In game, it was really chaotic. We didn't know what to do, and everybody was just doing their own thing, right? So this week, we were just like, you know, we're just going to play something really easy, you know? Very straightforward front-to-back team fight to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And, you know, I think this week's game felt a lot better than last week's.
It's really interesting because whenever you're struggling, like so many things can be wrong at once.
Yeah.
Was there anything else that you identified or changed in your practice between weeks 1 and 2? Because I'd been hearing that scrims were decent or strong, or was that not the case?
We were winning, like, leading up to LCS, we were winning like 90% of our scrims.
90?
We had 90% win rate. I mean, we still have pretty good win rate. I think right now, even after excluding before LCS, our win rate right now is probably like 60 to like 70 something.
Okay.
Above that. So yeah, I don't know, just unlucky, I guess.
Wow. Also, player of the game. Congratulations. I just received word that you got it.
I just stole Barrett.
It's pretty important. Pretty important. Have you changed anything about your own play, you feel like, between the first 2 weeks and these first 2 games of this week?
I think it's just more transition to playing like a facilitator. I think just, you know, playing Sejuani, you're a front line, you just, you know, you have the trigger to go. So I think that's, you know, makes my teammates like easier to play. So I think that's the adjustment I made.
All right, well, good to see you back on the stage. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Yeah, best of luck tomorrow, and we're going to send it to break where Cloud9 will take on Team Liquid when we come back.
Sven has got to be careful on this one. They wanted to shove this wave up so they could try to make the dive happen there. Handshake. Oh, and they have Pioshik waiting. Nimbus strike for the first blood.
And now Berserker's probably in trouble as well. At the very least, he's going to have to run. We'll be able to survive.
But C9 is ready to potentially reinforce for a challenge here. Nope, Smite's ready to go. Oh, look. Perry jumps in, forces the flash out of Blabber, but the chain is still attached. Chain number 2, Blabber. You didn't want to be there, buddy. Zeri TP are ready to fire here, so the next fight could be very hectic. Oh, for JJ, he flashes back underneath the turret to bring the Vi with him. This is one of the problems with Vi. You're in, and you're all in. And now Blabber's all out. Pioshik looking for another attack now with a Cyclone 2 getting cast. The Orn Horde from downtown as Pioshik chases after Berserker and gets another one. Team Liquid exfiltrate the hot zone, losing only 1.
Cloud9 are aware now that they know something is going on. They have to.
This is a YOLO play from Team Liquid. Sven and Blabber are coming around trying to check and see what's going on. The Baron's down to 3,000 HP. Hostile takeover over the wall. It finds Blabber. He's locked down, but they ain't bursting it hard enough just yet. No. They slay the Baron. Blabber goes back over the wall. What's he doing with the Vi ulti? He just killed himself. What on earth was the timing there? Team Liquid get the cake with a cherry on top.
And now the game, I feel like, is blown open. That was the last-ditch effort for Blabber. They were too slow to that. They're still pushing for more.
Ornhorn finds Berserker. Pioshik bonks him over the wall there with a crushing blow. Sven ready for a counterattack with a grand entrance, but the quickness only finds him a quick demise. Fudge now trying to pick something up, but Summit's so tanky here on the front line. Yon can follow up with a little bit more fire, and Team Liquid won't lose a man. They'll pick up another kill for free.
There's a path backwards that isn't desperation.
I mean, the funny thing is, we'll see if they can actually catch Harry.
Oh, no.
Yeah, all right. Team Liquid just Gives a free one away there. Cloud9, nice job on the pick, but now they got to get away afterwards. Blabber killed in response. Fudge locked up with a hostile takeover into the Cyclone. Pioshik still looking to push this one forward. Sven goes into the back and finds the targets, but Fudge cannot complete the kill on Yawn. He's only re-engaged into another death and a double kill for the Aphelios.
Looking like they're about to close this one out. Going to be able to break the loss streak here. Has been a good game. Sven going to go in.
Ben's ready, but he's already gone berserk. They're finding plenty of damage on him. Pioshik kills Berserker, and that should be the end of the game right there. Blabber gets focused. No dice on the ulti. Yawn survives, fires off the Moonlight Vigil as Summit just runs over Fudge and turns him into Alligator Roadkill. M&S dashes right back into the base, and he and Sven can do nothing but look on as Cloud9 are handed their second loss of the split.
Welcome. We are joined by the victorious Harry and Pioshik. Woo! Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Obviously, you were on a bit of a loss streak, and now you beat, one of the top teams in the league. So just talk to me about what your prep went going into this game.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny because today, Rainover, our head coach, told us for some reason he thinks we're going to smash C9 today. And then it kind of happened. So I thought that was pretty funny. And I think our champions, we're just super comfortable on. Like, I'm very comfortable on LeBlanc. Pioshik's really good on Wukong. I guess Summit not on Ornn, but also Yon's like special champions like Aphelios, I think. So, yeah, we were super comfortable and super confident today for some reason.
Okay.
His Ornn looked pretty good. You might get him on Ornn some more now.
Yeah, we think the same.
So I'm going to have you explain this to Pioshik because we feel like we don't know you two that well, right? So we're going to veer into a little bit of a fun interview.
Okay.
And we're going to ask you guys some weird questions.
Okay.
And we'll see what your answers are. We have a questionnaire that you two filled out previously. So I don't know if you want to tell Pioshik what's going on so he knows.
우리 알아가는 겸 약간 재밌는 질문들 몇 개 준비했다고.
오케이, 오케이.
근데 그 스프링 때 이미 그 형이 대답한 건데 그걸 다시 이제.
Okay.
First question is going to go to Pioshik, actually.
Okay.
The question was, do you have any pets? What are their names? And you wrote Harry. Can you explain to Harry? You might want to just explain to Harry anyways.
그 형한테 그 펫이 있냐고 물어봤는데 형이 그 답글로 이제 제 이름을 적었다고. 그 이유가 있냐?
이제 해리가 되게 캥거루를 닮았어요. 그래서 저만의 캥거루 펫이에요.
So because I'm Australian, he likes to call me kangaroo, and then because I'm a kangaroo, he views me as his pet, I guess. So.
Okay, I thought it was like a gameplay thing.
Yeah.
Not about the jungle. All right. Question for you. You said favorite anime, Attack on Titan.
Oh yes.
Have you read the manga ending?
I know how it ended, but I didn't read the manga. I like saw a YouTube video about.
Spoiled it?
Yeah, I spoiled it myself. But I think the biggest impact was when I watched the first season. I think the first season had like the biggest impact of an anime I watched. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Follow up for Pioshik. You said One Piece favorite anime. Why is it better than Attack on Titan?
원피스가 왜 진격의 거인보다 더 재밌냐?
One Piece is 낭만이 있다.
낭만. It's like 낭만이. I don't know the translation. 낭만.
남자들의 그 로망을 자극한다. 그 꿈을 자극한다.
It's like hope and dreams for like.
Oh,
men.
yeah. Okay.
All right. Mine's going to be really weird.
Okay.
If you punch yourself in the face and it hurts,
Yeah.
are you really strong or really weak?
Okay, I'll ask him.
Yeah.
만약에 이해했어? 오케이.
그 뭐 내 스스로 때리면 아플 것 같냐 안 아플
그게 아니라 스스로 때리면 내가 강한 건가 아니면 내가 약한 건가?
I think 두 개 다인 것 같다.
I'm going to go with I'm the strong one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like you
All
beat
right.
yourself up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
because I'm strong.
You have any other follow-up?
I guess a final quick one is that there was a question, would you rather fight 100 duck-sized Tyler 1s or one Tyler 1-sized duck?
Okay.
You guys actually disagreed. You would rather fight 100 duck-sized Tyler 1s, whereas Pioshik would rather fight one Tyler 1-sized duck.
Okay.
Why?
그러니까 질문 그 타일러1 누군지 알아요?
알아.
그 오리 100마리 사이즈 타일러1을 싸울 것이냐 아니면 그 한 마리의 탄력원 사이즈인 그 오리를 싸울 거냐 했는데 형은 그 한 마리의 그 오리를 싸운다 했거든요. 그 이유 있어요?
어차피 그 100개의 개체를 나는 못 이길 것 같으니까 차라리 한 사람한테 맞는 게 100명한테 맞는 것보다 나을
He
것
thinks he can't beat 100 duck talons anyway, so he might as well try to fight the
winning battle.
Yeah, the winning battle.
I got
I
you.
think I changed my answer as well. I don't think I can beat 100.
Yeah,
Little Tyler ones punching your ankles.
I'm
Yeah.
on Pioshik's side because 100 of them would
Yeah.
just be too many.
I think it's too many to take on, so I'll go with the one.
All right, thank you both so much
Thank you.
for enduring this interview. Harry in particular, thank you so much
no
for
problem.
translating. And on the other side of the break, we have Dignitas versus TSM coming up next.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Or is the question to me, or is Chime going to be able to set it up? It looks like they're going to try to go forward. Chime tagging Diamond with the Braum passive, and Diamond going to be in some trouble as he finds out the surprise. Boogie is behind him, and Diamond slated to go down. It's an easy first blood for TSM.
Top side, neither of them have teleports.
Looking like they want to fight this, though. Diamond moving up. He's going to be the target here from Turtle. Jensen coming in from the other side, but it's Boogie throwing down the ulti, and they're going to get the first kill on a Diamond. Turtle with the reset, but in comes Jensen, sweeping him back, and Turtle's in trouble. Turtle's down already as it's Chime on the retreat. In comes the killer instinct, though, and Tomo will claim another kill. Dignitas clean up TSM on the Dragon, get the kills, and going to look to take the Dragon as well.
A nice 2-for-1 on Dignitas, bouncing back there. Initially, so many spells used on Diamond. Hold on.
Not done.
Ruby's looking for more, has the ulti, the unleashed power will claim him, but Jensen sweeping in here, chasing down Ruby as Boogie's fighting Santorin on the other side. Ruby's gonna have to flash, Jensen has his available, won't look for it, but does push him out, and the Dragon's gonna reset, so now, coming out of base here, Turtle is faster. Jensen was in the area, so TSM was a little bit hesitant to move back for it. Diamond potentially fishing. Chime going to connect. There's a hook coming in. It's a flash wall stun there from Santorin. They're looking for Boogie. Tomo trying to join, but Turtle is coming in as well. The TPs are going to arrive, and Diamond's going to go down. Turtle gets the first reset. The Chompers are going to be placed onto Rich there, and Rich is now the target. Nice flash out from Ruby, but they lose the Braum. Boogie's going to be sure to follow. Rich going all out, trying to chase over the wall. The Void Sector will connect, and in goes Jensen, sweeping him back for the double kill. Turtle trying to return fire here, has him low, but Santorin on the chase. It's a flash back from Turtle. Oh, he can't quite get him. Then goes Tomo and gets the shutdown onto Jinx. Santorin escapes with barely any health. Hunter had no TP to answer the play.
A little bit left on the cooldown here for Rich. So they go for a
Jensen
play.
gets a sweep, and Santorin slams him into the wall. He's down already. They're looking for more as Chime trying to get out of there, but he's going to be interrupted on the dash back to Boogie. Chime flashing out, but I don't know if that's going to do anything but delay as in comes the hook, in comes the slam. He goes down, and now they have easy access potentially to the Baron as Turtle's been pushed out as well. Tomo's going to dive in the backline, and Tomo's got Turtle. TSM, will they pull the trigger now, or will Dignitas let them? Boogie's going to go in. He's looking for it, but the ejection comes in on Turtle. Turtle's already out of the fight, and Tomo is shredding through Hansur. Boogie slated to go down. He's going to be going down in the hurry. The Intopo strikes pull him back. Turtle has arrived. Chime survives, but he goes Jensen, the flash, the shuffle, and it's all over but the crying. Turtle can go into the stopwatch, but it will only buy him time to watch the base fall. TSM will be routed by Dignitas in the base, and Dignitas will look to close this one out, move to 4-4.
JoJo's going to teleport right back. The Silas ultimate a few seconds away, and they go.
Treats gets stunned up. The Ornhorn has been drawn. Kenvi is looking for a target with a Heartbreaker. Revenge exhausted, stunned up by Balulu. Pops the Dominus, but Solo in the back of the pit flashes out of it. A big rocket coming from downtown, but Balulu has fallen. A kill onto Kenvi. 2 lost for Immortals. The double kill for JoJo on Evil Geniuses. Garnering enough gold and turning them into victories. And Evil Geniuses have a lead now, seeing if they can follow up. Kenvi knocked up the Glacial Fissure down below to try to get EG to leave them the heck alone. But Armeo, a sliver of health to his name. Tactical finds himself in the crosshairs of Unforgiven. JoJo coming in for the hits again.
They force on this Rift Herald, and it's 4,000 HP. It's going to need another eyeball pop to actually finish.
Teleport from both sides. Revenge gets caught on the Chompers and flashes over the wall before popping the Dominus. Solo, as the tank, is positioning himself between IMT and the rest, but JoJo throws the stolen Ornhorn into the backline, and thus Tactical is eliminated. Solo soon to follow. Immortals have to wallow in their tears as Evil Geniuses kill everybody but Balulu. Evil Geniuses.
JoJo is in there.
Yeah. JoJo here center between Kenvi and Tactical, and Treats and Balulu are coming to the party. JoJo throws out a horn of his own. Rivers following up on him, leading the charge of Immortals as they join Evil Geniuses around the Baron, but it's too late. Armeo secures it, and they want to keep the play going. Solo rushes into the backline after knocking up multiple, and Forgiven creating the space that he can so he can poke on back, but Revenge, look at the angle he's got. Pops the Dominus early, goes for the hit onto Treats, and eliminates him immediately. Tactical, the next to fall. Armeo putting in the work, and Immortals, Solo and Kenvi, they just want to retreat at this point because Evil Geniuses have dominated the fight after drawing purple from the Baron pit. And on the bot side, an Unforgiven can tear through that top turret. Solo's the tank. Solo goes in, knocks up Ayla, but there's not much they can follow up here while Tactical is still down for 16 seconds. It's the opposing Ornhorn now. Ayla knocked up in the backline, can be going into the fountain to heal up as much as possible. Treat's actually flashing into it to do the same exact thing, but IMT are now down their mid laner. EG bring their focus back onto the turrets, because that's how you win the game. EG ain't dumbing down nothing just yet, looking to extend their win streak here in the LCS, and it's just a few members of Immortals standing between them and the Supers. They've got knocking on this door. One more ultimate thrown out from JoJo. Tactical coming back to life just to exit again, and it's an EG win.
All right, welcome everybody, and congratulations on the win, brother.
Thank you.
Egg, we haven't been able to talk to you whatsoever, and you were able to actually get into the U.S. beginning of the year, but you played in academy, something that no one would expect for someone who was first team All-Pro in the LEC. So just tell me about the journey. You came in, you played in academy for 100 Thieves. Like, what has been going on in your life, and like, how has that experience been?
Well, I had a really unlucky off-season, and I decided to go to academy and just praying that double-lift is bad, so I'm replacing him. And that was pretty much the plan, and I'm so happy playing on stage again.
So tell me about that, like your expectation joining this team, because not a lot of people had great expectations for it. But you guys came in, you're on a 5-game win streak, you nearly flame Horizon Tactical in that last game, and it seemed like you guys are doing everything correctly, like playing objectives properly, playing team fights. You guys are on the same page, which is something you don't see from teams that just came together and seemingly unproven. Like, what was your expectation in? And also, what do you think made you such a great team so far?
Well, I kind of knew that we could win, because I think we were like 5 really good players on the team, and we really like playing each other. We have a very fun when we play, so I think that really helps.
That makes sense. And tell me a little bit about the bot lane dynamic that you and Ayla have had. Like, was it easy, seamless working with him? And also, like, just tell me kind of any story that you had and the short amount of time that you were able to have with Ayla.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, we're just playing and it works really well. Like, it's not that much more, we're just playing well.
Okay. And I would say, seems like a short interview, but like any message that you would have to your fans here, fans in Europe, just that you want to be able to let them know, because you guys clearly have that faith in your team. But what message do you want to send, and what goal do you have for yourself?
Well, the goal for myself is proving that I'm not boosted at the game. I'm pretty good.
Feel like you nailed that early.
I mean, I kind of knew it, but like, I guess other people thought I was bad or something. I don't know. And I'm just really grateful like for everyone that's like cheering for us. And yeah.
All right, appreciate you, brother. Thanks a lot, and once again, congratulations on the win. I know you guys are gonna get a lot more wins into the future, so let's keep that streak going. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And after the break, it's going to be Golden Guardians going up against 100 Thieves. And we have Revenge actually joining the cast right after this. So you don't want to miss it. Thank you, guys.
This could be pretty good for 100 Thieves.
Maokai's here. Can he flash in?
Prepared for the play. Someday gets knocked up, flashes to the opposite side, and first blood drawn by Licorice using the Ignite, but a good trade as the top laner falls for 100 Thieves. No action has been taken on the Rift Herald to completion by Golden Guardians because 100 Thieves made their way into the fray. The Nature's Grasp gets the grab onto River. Equalizer thrown on down. Gory's trying to get the slices onto Someday, pops the Dominus, but Closer has been pinned on out of it. Golden Guardians coming up in favor of the kills.
Should be really safe in this one.
Gory teleporting to try to find the angle, and Busio getting burned fairly low by Licorice, but Licorice is in some trouble. That's 100 Thieves securing the Baron here, but River giving his life on the exit. Double If Featherstorm already activated and throwing more autos into Gory. Look at that damage raining through, and Closer here for the lockdown. Unfortunately for 100, Gory throws back the aggro.
Should be really safe in this one.
Gory teleporting to try to find the angle, and Busio getting burned fairly low by Licorice, but Licorice is in some trouble. That's 100 Thieves securing the Baron here, but River giving his life on the exit. Double If Featherstorm already activated and throwing more autos into Gory. Look at that damage raining through, and Closer here for the lockdown. Unfortunately for 100, Gory throws back the aggro.
The timing they're looking for. The Baron, like the Baron siege power now. They're not done.
Oh, still going for it. Quid pops the watch. Who he has fallen. Double If executing with the autos to the best he can. And multiple members down on both sides. Licorice picks up the double kill. 4 down for 100 Thieves. Someday is the only one standing.
Something's going to be late. Something is going to be late.
Oh, equalizer already used. Gory Soul unbound to slink back. The teleports directly into the pit on the 100 Thieves side. Who he goes golden. A big blast of damage onto multiple members of 100 Thieves. GA has been popped in the pit by one. Make that 2. Make that multiple. Busio on the opposite side of the pit already fallen. 100 Thieves, where'd you go? Golden Guardians eradicating the squad. Taking the ace. Taking the Elder. Taking everything.
I can think of no more ringing endorsement than I'm glad I got to cast a banger from Revenge. If you had to describe that game in a sentence, what would it be?
Stixay.
Okay, that was a word, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It came down to that. So you think, obviously, we talked about a lot of breakpoints in this game backstage while we were watching the River Baron steal and then that final fight. I guess first take us through that final fight. What was going on from your perspective?
I mean, the final fight is it's just scary at that point of the game. Like they have Cloud Soul, so the team fight is always just like a little bit harder. And then our only real advantage we had coming in there was Stixay on Aphelios, where he is going to be able to do more damage than Xayah at that point of the game. So it was really just all up to him, and like he did a really good job. I didn't really see what he did, but they all died, so you know, I'm sure he did great.
Yeah, everyone's kind of on top of each other at that point. In terms of as a Rumble, right? Because we talked about the team comps kind of going in terms of ease of execution, especially this late in the game. I think it's a little bit trickier for you guys. So as the Rumble on the team, obviously you're not frontlining, but talk to me about like what your role is in some of these team fights, or even poking out, right, to set up for that Baron steal, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, really, I'm just trying to use my Rumble ult to zone carries and do as much damage as possible. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
And then generally just like flash on someone with an overheat. Like that's like really it. It's really one-dimensional. It's like draw a line with your ultimate and then like flash on someone else and hope it goes well.
Nice. You are obviously a Rumble enjoyer. I know they already brought up in cast about Shanji, who also plays it. In terms of looking at your career as a whole, one thing that's super interesting to me is that people might not know is that you were the original like C9 lost the off-season thing, and then you came in and absolutely smashed people. Now you're kind of back to that carry potential, especially on these red side drafts. So just talk me through like your role on this team and where you see yourself as a player now compared to when you first took to the LCS stage.
I mean, I think I'm just a lot smarter than I used to be. Like, I think as a rookie coming in, the way I looked at it is I just wanted to fight everyone all the time and like hope it went well. And I mean, I think it's a really good rookie mindset, but I think like as the years have gone on, it's more like trying to take like calculated fights and that kind of thing. But it is, I think I've always been more of a carry player, and it's fun to play more of those.
Nice. Well, congratulations on the breathtaking win, I guess I'll say.
Summit's first split in the LCS was dominant. He was the best player in the league.
He's ready to go, and he will just eviscerate.
He would routinely win games by himself. He'd solo killed multiple times. He'd kill their turret.
Flashes for it, throws him into the wall.
But then, in playoffs, when that didn't happen, he went 0-8, and he was out of league.
And again, here, Summit gonna get knocked out. Impact with the combo.
After he smashed everyone, all teams start playing tank champion versus Summit to survive. When enemy teams are trying to just only survive, like, it's not easy to beat them unless you're actually really good.
He often gets massive advantages and then can kind of do whatever he wants in the game. If he doesn't have an advantage, he still kind of tries to do whatever he wants in the game.
Even with the healing, another chase out. EG find Summit for the 6th time.
Me and Blabber both saw a lot of problems with Summit and felt like he wasn't really changing his playstyle. So we decided to put me back top lane and look for a new mid laner.
I actually think he was like one of our best players on that team. He was like the one creating consistent leads, but he was also one of the players that was like throwing his leads, you know, or like dying a ton when he probably couldn't have because he was the carry of that team. So I think that iteration of our roster just wasn't gonna work.
In Houston for the spring finals of Summit's first split, his team Cloud9 had already been eliminated. They were 4th place, but he had won the MVP. So he needs to go to Houston to accept the award. And it was strange because despite such a dominant regular season, their performance in playoffs was so bad that you were already hearing rumors that he might not even be back on the team, which for an MVP had never happened before.
그 파이널 자리에서 받으면서 그 소식 들었을 때 아무래도 나쁜 게 먼저 생각이 났고 그래도 팬들 앞에서는 웃어야 되니까 그래도 최대한 빨리 잊어보자 했고 감정을 좀 숨긴 것 같아요.
His performance impressed me, and then he left the NA. I heard he was the free agent, and I remember when we met in Champions Queue, solo queue, we had a good performance together. Off season was always, you don't know what's gonna happen, but there was one fact stays that we want to play each other if it's possible, and then one day it was possible.
한국에 있을 때 그때 이제 코장전 선수가 코제이 선수가 저한테 연락을 했고 그때 이제 디스코드로 연락을 받았을 땐 이게 되게 기대되고 다시 돌아가는 게 기쁘고 좋은 감정들이 많이 들었어요. 왜 코제이 선수 있는 팀에 가고 싶었냐면 이제 코제이 선수가 탑 로밍을 잘 다녀요. 그래가지고 그게 단순히 좋았고 그리고 원래 잘하는 선수인 걸 아니까.
This guy, I swear, sometimes I feel like the only thing he cares about is winning lane. So I feel like moving to China, going from Cloud9, winning MVP, being back on Team Liquid, he just really, really loves to beat people in lane. So I hope that he's able to simplify it, get rid of all the negative noise, and just focus on what he's good at.
네, 그 말이 맞고, 네, 서밋 있는 곳에서는 이제 탑으로 윈 컨디션 만드는 게 좀 맞고, 되게 저도 나름 강점이 있다 생각하고, 저도 그런 걸 원하는 플레이 방향성을 많이 합니다.
300 HP, 100 HP, already dead. Summit just smacks him.
I think Summit is an incomplete player. I think his laning phase is the very best, and I think his team fighting is probably below LCS average. The way he synergizes with his team, the way he can play from a deficit, the way he can frontline. But his strength is so big. It's like Shaquille O'Neal. You wouldn't ask him to shoot threes and guard point guards and make free throws. And I think that's, if Summit's going to succeed, that's how he's going to succeed. He's going to be so incredibly unbeatable in laning phase that you won't be able to stop him.
Their highest chance of beating us would probably be Summit popping off, because that seems to be the way they win a lot of their games. You know, there's some pressure on me to perform. It's fun. I enjoy playing against a player that I feel like I could lose to, and I could just get exposed.
Everyone are excited to watch him like carrying extremely hard, right? It's not like I'm gonna just farm for late game, hope my team carry. it's also really exciting for me to play with those style. I want to create the team that even though he's on some bad time, we can carry. I would like to help him proving that replacing him from the Cloud9 last year was the mistake.
Hello and welcome to the MasterCard Player of the Week interview. I'm joined by Armeo. Congratulations on week 2 Player of the Week for LCS.
Thank you.
Look at your little statue, man.
It's pretty sick.
You can grab it, take a look.
Oh, I can just hold it, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't like
We'll
fall
put it
apart?
back, but I just want to see what you think of it.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. How unexpected was it to win Player of the Week in week 2? Like even, let's say like 3 months ago when you were coaching C9.
I mean, if it's 3 months ago, I would obviously not have thought I was playing LCS at all, so it would be impossible to get this.
Yeah.
Like literally impossible. So I mean, obviously I didn't expect to play LCS because
Let's talk about that, right? Because you're so fascinating to me as a player because you've had, I mean, your first LCS game we just talked about was 2017 on Echo Fox when you were in high school, not even scrimming.
Yeah.
TSM 2018, TSM Academy 2019. Then Team Liquid Academy won multiple proving grounds. Had like a really brief stint in LCS. You and me almost won 2021 summer, like with the crazy sub situation against Blabber. But then you couldn't find an LCS team. So like, how have you stayed motivated, committed to pursuing LCS to eventually get back here?
Team Liquid was like a pretty good experience. So if I wasn't on Team Liquid, it might have been different because the team was good, the Academy team, the whole org is good. If I wasn't on TL, I don't know if I would have continued playing. Like if I had joined another team playing Academy because yeah, I think it was just a uniquely good experience.
So how did EGLCS happen?
So like I was doing off season and I was gonna just play on an Academy team.
Yeah.
Near the very end, the EG situation with the roster happened.
Yeah.
And then they reached out to me. When I heard the roster options, I personally thought the roster sounded good.
Yeah.
So like it would be like the main roster was like this one basically that we have now.
Also, at the time of this conversation, you are 6-1 in LCS, which is actually much better than spring EG was with, you know, Inspired, Someday, FBI, all these big names. How does it feel to be on this team of a lot of players with something to prove that don't necessarily have the big names, but be having so much success?
I mean, obviously feels great. Just the players are just good. Like regardless of, I guess like the narrative, I don't know what the word is, but like the
narrative, perception,
around them, perception, whatever.
Reddit, Twitter.
It's not surprising, I guess, we're doing well. I mean, it's surprising how well we're doing. But like I thought we would be like middle to top.
I do want to talk a little bit about what you feel like the impact of having a negative perception on Reddit has impacted you.
I mean, I think when I was like on TSM, I had like a bad relationship where like I would actually like read it and get like upset.
Yeah.
And like even if I knew I was playing bad and like agreed, I would still get more upset from reading it. Nowadays, like I'm better. So I can already know when I'm playing bad easier. Like I don't need, well, already I didn't need them to tell me.
Do you still check social media?
I'll check other people's games, but usually not ours. But yeah, I think the negative perception is obviously really bad, especially if you're like a lower level player. The teams won't be interested in you based on management seeing your perception on Reddit, basically.
Yeah.
Regardless of your actual skill. For me, I knew I had to go to Korea, get challenger in Korea, do stuff like that. Otherwise, it's just absolutely hopeless. I mean, if anyone has bad perception, that's my recommendation. Just go to Korea and get challenger, and you can probably find some sort of team situation. That'll be good.
Yeah, that's like the source of truth. You play Cloud9 this Friday.
Yeah.
You'll both be towards the top of the standings. You're also jungle positional coach to Blabber last split. What was that experience like, and what do you expect playing against Cloud9 on Friday?
I mean, I learned a lot about his strengths, which is like generally just confidence and observing other regions. I think those are the two things that Bod was really good at. From his actual skill level, I don't think it's beyond what I can do, like basically. Like I can play at that level easily, so I don't really feel concerned about playing against him.
All right, man. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations once again on your MasterCard Player of the Week trophy. And that's going to do it here for the MasterCard Player of the Week interview.
Oh, well, we're going to see him die.
There it is, Ruthless Predator. They're going to stack up the stun. They aren't even using the Sejuani ulti because they know they don't need it. Impact commits the Dominus to guarantee no potential one-for-one trade, and it's FlyQuest first on the board.
Let's see. Are they going to go for something here?
It looks like they just might. All right, Speak is going to lead the way. Flash into the Ruthless Predator, and there it is. They get the immediate kill on Dokla. Contracts wants to pick one back up on an Impact. Cyclone 2, he finds it. Now Speak is being a little bit cautious here. Does not want to overcommit because he's not sure if help is going to be coming for the other side. To try to make something happen, Ignar has to flash away trying to disengage. Contract's going in after Vikla, but now he's all alone. Chains of Corruption fly out, but they only find Vulcan. Contract with a flash to dodge away from the Glacial Prison as Impact slices and dices back over the wall. Ignar doesn't have a flash to get away now. He re-engages with a Magnet Storm onto 3. Vikla's dead and FBI got the kill. FlyQuest are trying to fight, but they're already slammed back down into the river. Energy, well fought. And now they're the ones with priority over the river. Impact finding an immediate burst of damage on the Contracts, but taking a lot back himself. Contracts is over the wall into the pit. Energy ready to go. Impact disengaging once more. Contracts is so low and Vikla's already got him. FlyQuest kill off the enemy jungler and secure themselves an Ocean Soul, you would have to think. Vikla going in the stopwatch. Drake Soul secured. FlyQuest is crushing Energy in the back. Ignar and FBI and Palafox are all killed. That's it. GG. FlyQuest are going to get their second win.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Spica. Spica, after the 0-6 start, how much did you feel like you needed to start this week 2-0?
Yeah, we kind of need to go 3-0, I think, this week in order to have a chance at even at playoffs. So, you know, it was pretty relieved that we managed to come back.
Yeah, you were telling me that you saw the graphic we had on broadcast yesterday.
It was like 45% chance to be in 10th place?
Yeah.
10th place, yeah.
Yeah, because of the 0-6 start.
Yeah.
Just if every game is a 50-50, it's hard to come back.
It's not 50-50.
Yeah, but not anymore,
Yeah,
right?
not anymore.
Tell me a little bit about the momentum you've built here in the 2 games so far this week.
I mean, I think after we went 0-6, we realized, oh shit, we're in trouble, you know? So we really went back and just micro-analyzed, what made us lose games. And I think one of the biggest things was that we were just too rushed. In game, it was really chaotic. We didn't know what to do, and everybody was just doing their own thing, right? So this week, we were just like, we're just gonna play something really easy, very straightforward front to back team fight to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And I think this week's game felt a lot better than last week's.
It's really interesting because whenever you're struggling, like so many things can be wrong at once.
Yeah.
Was there anything else that you identified or changed in your practice between weeks 1 and 2? Because I'd been hearing that scrims were decent or strong, or was that not the case?
We were winning, leading up to LCS, we were winning 90% of our scrims.
90?
We had 90% win rate. I mean, we still have pretty good win rate. I think right now, even excluding before LCS, our win rate right now is probably 60 to 70 something.
Okay.
Above that. So yeah, I don't know, just unlucky, I guess.
Wow. Also, player of the game. Congratulations. I just received word that you got it.
I just stole Barrett.
It's pretty important. Pretty important. Have you changed anything about your own play, you feel like, between the first 2 weeks and these first 2 games of this week?
I think it's just more transition to playing like a facilitator. I think just, playing Sejuani, you're front line, you just, you have the trigger to go. So I think that's, makes my teammates easier to play. So I think that's the adjustment I made.
All right, well, good to see you back on the stage. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Yeah, best of luck tomorrow, and we're going to send it to break where Cloud9 will take on Team Liquid when we come back.
Sven has got to be careful on this one. They wanted to shove this wave up so they could try to make the dive happen there. Handshake. Oh, and they have Pyosik waiting. Nimbus strike for the first blood.
And now Berserker's probably in trouble as well. At the very least, he's going to have to run. We'll be able to survive.
But C9 is ready to potentially reinforce for a challenge here. Nope, Smite's ready to go.
Oh, look.
Harry jumps in, forces the flash out of Blabber, but the chain is still attached. Chain number 2, Blabber. You didn't want to be there, buddy. Zeri TP are ready to fire here, so the next fight could be very hectic.
Oh.
Or JJ, he flashes back underneath the turret to bring the Vi with him. This is one of the problems with Vi. You're in, and you're all in. And now Blabber's all out. Pyosik looking for another attack now with a Cyclone 2 getting cast. The Horn from downtown as Pyosik chases after Berserker and gets another one. Team Liquid exfiltrate the hot zone, losing only 1.
Cloud9 are aware now that they know something is going on. They have to.
This is a YOLO play from Team Liquid. Sven and Blabber are coming around trying to check and see what's going on. The Baron's down to 3,000 HP. Hostile takeover over the wall. It finds Blabber. He's locked down, but they ain't bursting it hard enough just yet.
No.
They slay the Baron. Blabber goes back over the wall. What's he doing with the Vi ulti? He just killed himself. What on earth was the timing there? Team Liquid get the cake with a cherry on top.
And now the game, I feel like, is blown open. That was the last-ditch effort for Blabber. They were too slow to that.
Uh-oh.
They're still pushing for more.
Ornhorn finds Berserker. Pyosik bonks him over the wall there with the crushing blows. Sven ready for a counterattack with a grand entrance, but the quickness only finds him a quick demise. Fudge now trying to pick something up, but Summit's so tanky here on the front line. Yon can follow up with a little bit more fire, and Team Liquid won't lose a man. They'll pick up another kill for Freak.
There's a path backwards that isn't desperation.
I mean, the funny thing is, we'll see if they can actually catch Harry.
Oh, no.
Yeah, all right. Team Liquid just gives a free one away there. Cloud9, nice job on the pick, but now they got to get away afterwards. Blabber killed in response. Fudge locked up with a hostile takeover into the Cyclone. Pyosik still looking to push this one forward. Sven goes into the back and finds the targets, but Fudge cannot complete the kill on Yon. He's only re-engaged into another death and a double kill for the Aphelios.
Looking like they're about to close this one out. Going to be able to break the loss streak here. Has been a good game. Sven going to go in.
Sven's ready, but he's already gone berserk. They're finding plenty of damage on him. Pyosik kills Berserker, and that should be the end of the game right there. Blabber gets focused. No dice on the ulti. Yon survives, fires off the Moonlight Vigil as Summit just runs over Fudge and turns him into Alligator Roadkill. M&S dashes right back into the base, and he and Sven can do nothing but look on as Cloud9 are handed their second loss of the split.
Welcome. We are joined by the victorious Harry and Pyosik. Woo! Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Obviously, you were on a bit of a loss streak, and now you beat, one of the top teams in the league. So just talk to me about what your prep went going into this game.
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny because today, Rainover, our head coach, told us for some reason he thinks we're going to smash C9 today. And then it kind of happened. So I thought that was pretty funny. And I think our champions, we're just super comfortable on. Like, I'm very comfortable on LeBlanc. Pyosic's really good on Wukong. I guess Summit not on Ornn, but also Yon's like special champions like Aphelios, I think. So, yeah, we were super comfortable and super confident today for some reason.
Okay.
His Ornn looked pretty good. You might get him on Ornn some more now.
Yeah, we think the same.
So I'm going to have you explain this to Pyosik because we feel like we don't know you two that well, right? So we're going to veer into a little bit of a fun interview.
Okay.
And we're going to ask you guys some weird questions.
Okay.
And we'll see what your answers are. We have a questionnaire that you two filled out previously. So I don't know if you want to tell Pyosik what's going on so he knows.
우리 알아가는 겸 약간 재밌는 질문들 몇 개 준비했다고.
오케이.
근데 그 스프링 때 이미 그 형이 대답한 건데 그걸 다시 이제.
오케이.
First question is going to go to Pyosik, actually.
Okay.
The question was, do you have any pets? What are their names? And you wrote Harry. Can you explain to Harry? You might want to just explain to Harry anyways.
형한테 그 펫이 있냐고 물어봤는데 형이 그 답글로 이제 제 이름을 적었다고. 그 이유가 있냐?
이제 해리가 되게 캥거루를 닮았어요. 그래서 저 안에 캥거루 펫이에요.
So because I'm Australian, he likes to call me kangaroo, and then because I'm a kangaroo, he views me as his pet, I guess. So.
Okay, I thought it was like a gameplay thing. Not about the jungle. All right. Question for you. You said favorite anime, Attack on Titan.
Oh, yes.
Have you read the manga ending?
I know how it ended, but I didn't read the manga. I saw a YouTube video about.
Spoiled it?
Yeah, I spoiled it myself, but. I think the biggest impact was when I watched the first season. I think the first season had the biggest impact of an anime I watched. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Follow up for Pyosik. You said One Piece favorite anime. Why is it better than Attack on Titan?
원피스가 왜 진격의 거인보다 더 재밌냐?
One Piece is 낭만이 있다.
낭만. It's like 낭만이. I don't know the translation.
남자들의 그 로망을 자극한다. 그 꿈을 자극한다.
It's like hope and dreams for men.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Mine's going to be really weird.
Okay.
If you punch yourself in the face and it hurts,
are
you really strong or really weak?
Okay, I'll ask him.
Yeah.
만약에 이해했어? 오케이.
그 뭐 내 스스로 때리면 아플 것 같냐 안 아플 것 같냐?
그게 아니라 스스로 때리면 내가 강한 건가 아니면 내가 약한 건가?
I think 두 개 다인 것 같다.
I'm going to go with I'm the strong one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like you
All
beat
right.
yourself up.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I'm strong.
You have any other follow-ups?
I guess a final quick one is that there was a question: would you rather fight 100 duck-sized Tyler 1s or one Tyler 1-sized duck?
Okay.
You guys actually disagreed. You would rather fight 100 duck-sized Tyler 1s, whereas Pioshik would rather fight one Tyler 1-sized duck.
예.
Why?
그러니까 지금 그 타일러 원 누군지 알아요?
알아.
그 오리 100마리 사이즈 타일러 원을 싸울 것이냐 아니면 그 한 마리의 타일러 원 사이즈인 그 오리를 싸울 거냐 했는데 형은 그 한 마리의 그 오리를 싸운다 했거든요. 그 이유 있어요?
어차피 그 100개 개체를 나는 못 이길 것 같으니까 차라리 한 사람한테 맞는 게 100명한테 맞는 것보다 나을 것
He thinks he can't beat 100 duck talons anyway, so he might as well try to fight the
winning battle?
Yeah, the winning battle.
I got you.
I think I changed my answer as well. I don't think I can beat 100.
Yeah,
little Tyler ones punching your ankles.
I'm on Pioshik's side because 100 of them would just be too many.
I think it's too many to take on, so I'll go with the one.
All right. Thank you both so much
Thank you.
for enduring this interview. Harry in particular, thank you so much
no
for
problem.
translating. And on the other side of the break, we have Dignitas versus TSM coming up next.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Or is the question to me, or is Chime going to be able to set it up? It looks like they're going to try to go forward. Chime tagging Diamond with the Braum passive, and Diamond going to be in some trouble as he finds out the surprise. Boogie is behind him, and Diamond slated to go down. It's an easy first blood for TSM.
Top side, neither of them have teleports.
Looking like they want to fight this, though. Diamond moving up. He's going to be the target here from Turtle. Jensen coming in from the other side, but it's Boogie throwing down the ulti, and they're going to get the first kill on a Diamond. Turtle with the reset, but in comes Jensen, sweeping him back, and Turtle's in trouble. Turtle's down already as it's Chime on the retreat. In comes the killer instinct, though, and Tomo will claim another kill. Dignitas clean up TSM on the Dragon. Get the kills and gonna look to take the Dragon as well.
A nice 2-for-1 on Dignitas, bouncing back there. Initially, so many spells used on Diamond. Hold on.
Not done.
Ruby's looking for more, has the ulti, the unleashed power, will claim him, but Jensen sweeping in here, chasing down Ruby as Boogie's fighting Santorin on the other side. Ruby's gonna have to flash, Jensen has his available, won't look for it, but does push him out, and the Dragon's gonna reset, so now, coming out of base here, Turtle is faster. Jensen was in the area, so TSM was a little bit hesitant to move back for it. Diamond potentially fishing. Chime going to connect. There's a hook coming in. It's a flash wall stun there from Santorin. They're looking for Boogie. Tomo trying to join, but Turtle is coming in as well. The TPs are going to arrive, and Diamond's going to go down. Turtle gets the first reset. The Chompers are going to be placed onto Rich there, and Rich is now the target. Nice flash out from Ruby, but they lose the Braum. Boogie's going to be sure to follow. Rich going all out, trying to chase over the wall. The Void Sector will connect, and in goes Jensen, sweeping him back for the double kill. Turtle trying to return fire here, has him low, but Santorin on the chase. It's a flash back from Turtle. Oh, he can't quite get him. Then goes Tomo and gets the shutdown onto Jinx. Santorin escapes with barely any health. Hunter had no TP to answer the play.
A little bit left on the cooldown here for Rich. They go for a play.
Jensen gets a sweep, and Santorin slams him into the wall. He's down already. They're looking for more as Chime trying to get out of there, but he's going to be interrupted on the dash back to Boogie. Chime flashing out, but I don't know if that's going to do anything but delay as in comes the hook, in comes the slam. He goes down, and now they have easy access potentially to the Baron as Turtle's been pushed out as well. Tomo's going to dive into the backline, and Tomo's got Turtle. TSM, will they pull the trigger now, or will Dignitas let them? Boogie's gonna go in, he's looking for it, but the ejection comes in on Turtle. Turtle's already out of the fight, and Tomo is shredding through Haunter. Boogie slated to go down. He's gonna be going down in the hurry. The Intopo strikes pull him back. Turtle has arrived, Chime survives, but in goes Jensen, the flash, the shuffle, and it's all over but the crying. Turtle can go into the stopwatch, but it will only buy him time to watch the base fall. TSM will be routed by Dignitas in the base, and Dignitas will look to close this one out, move to 4-4.
JoJo's gonna teleport right back. The Silas ultimate a few seconds away, and they go.
Treats gets stunned up. The Ornhorn has been drawn. Kenvi is looking for a target with a Heartbreaker. Revenge exhausted, stunned up by Balulu. Pops the Dominus, but Solo in the back of the pit flashes out of it. A big rocket coming from down, but Balulu has fallen. A kill onto Kenvi. 2 lost for Immortals. The double kill for JoJo on Evil Geniuses, garnering enough gold and turning them into victories. And Evil Geniuses have a lead now, seeing if they can follow up. Kenvi knocked up the Glacial Fissure down below to try to get EG to leave them the heck alone. But Armeo, a sliver of health to his name. Tactical finds himself in the crosshairs of Unforgiven. JoJo coming in for the hits again.
They force on this Rift Herald, and it's 4,000 HP. It's going to need another eyeball pop to actually finish.
Teleport from both sides. Revenge gets caught on the chompers and flashes over the wall before popping the Dominus. Solo, as the tank, is positioning himself between IMT and the rest, but Jojo throws the stolen Ornhorn into the backline, and thus Tactical is eliminated. Solo soon to follow. Immortals have to wallow in their tears as evil geniuses kill everybody but Balulu. Evil geniuses.
Jojo is in there.
Yeah. Jojo here center between Kenvi and Tactical, and Treats and Balulu are coming to the party. Jojo throws out a horn of his own. Shiver is following up on him, leading the charge of Immortals as they join evil geniuses around the Baron, but it's too late. Armeo secures it, and they want to keep the play going. Solo rushes into the backline after knocking up multiple and Forgiven, creating the space that he can so he can poke on back, but Revenge, look at the angle he's got. Pops the Dominus early, goes for the hit onto Treats, and eliminates him immediately. Tactical, the next to fall. Armeo putting in the work, and Immortals, Solo and Kenvi, they just want to retreat at this point because evil geniuses have dominated the fight after drawing purple from the Baron pit. And on the bot side, an Unforgiven can tear through that top turret. Solo's the tank. Solo goes in, knocks up Ayla, but there's not much they can follow up here while Tactical is still down for 16 seconds. It's the opposing Ornhorn now. Ayla knocked up in the backline, can be going into the fountain to heal up as much as possible. Treat's actually flashing into it to do the same exact thing, but IMT are now down their mid laner. EG bring their focus back onto the turrets, because that's how you win the game. EG ain't dumbing down nothing just yet, looking to extend their win streak here in the LCS, and it's just a few members of Immortals standing between them and the Supers. They've got knocking on this door. One more ultimate thrown out from Jojo. Tactical coming back to life just to exit again, and it's an EG win.
All right, welcome everybody, and congratulations on the win, brother.
Thank you.
Egg, we haven't been able to talk to you whatsoever, and you were able to actually get into the US beginning of the year, but you played in Academy, something that no one would expect for someone who was first team All-Pro in the LEC. So just tell me about the journey. You came in, you played in Academy for 100 Thieves. Like, what has been going on in your life, and like, how has that experience been?
Well, I had a really unlucky off-season, and I decided to go to Academy and just praying that double-elimination is bad, so I'm replacing him. And that was pretty much the plan, and I'm so happy playing on stage again.
So tell me about that, like your expectation joining this team, because not a lot of people had great expectations for it. But you guys came in, you're on a 5-game win streak, you nearly flame Horizon Tactical in that last game, and it seemed like you guys are doing everything correctly, like playing objectives properly, playing team fights. You guys are on the same page, which is something you don't see from teams that just came together and seemingly unproven. Like, what was your expectation in? And also, what do you think made you such a great team so far?
Well, I kind of knew that we could win, because I think we were like 5 really good players on the team, and we really like playing each other. We have a very fun when we play, so I think that really helps.
That makes sense. And tell me a little bit about the bot lane dynamic that you and Ayla have had. Like, was it easy, seamless working with him? And also, like, just tell me kind of any story that you had and the short amount of time that you were able to have with Ayla.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. We're just playing, and it works really well. Like, it's not that much more. We're just playing well.
Okay, okay. And I would say, seems like a short interview, but like any message that you would have to your fans here, fans in Europe, just that you want to be able to let them know, because you guys clearly have that faith in your team. But what message do you want to send, and what goal do you have for yourself?
Well, the goal for myself is proving that I'm not boosted at the game. I'm pretty good.
Feel like you nailed that early.
I mean, I kind of knew it, but like, I guess other people thought I was bad or something. I don't know. And I'm just really grateful like for everyone that's like cheering for us. And yeah.
All right, appreciate you, brother. Thanks a lot, and once again, congratulations on the win. I know you guys are gonna get a lot more wins into the future, so let's keep that streak going. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And after the break, it's going to be Golden Guardians going up against 100 Thieves, and we have Revenge actually joining the cast right after this. You don't want to miss it. Thank you, guys.
This could be pretty good for 100 Thieves.
Maokai's here. Can he flash in?
Prepared for the play. Someday gets knocked up, flashes to the opposite side, and first blood drawn by Licorice using the Ignite, but a good trade as the top laner falls for 100 Thieves. No action has been taken on the Rift Herald to completion by Golden Guardians because 100 Thieves made their way into the fray. The Nature's Grasp gets the grab onto River. Equalizer thrown on down. Gory's trying to get the slices onto Someday, pops the Dominus, but Closer has been pinned on out of it. Golden Guardians coming up in favor of the kills.
Should be really safe in this one.
Gory teleporting to try to find the angle, and Busio getting burned fairly low by Licorice, but Licorice is in some trouble. That's 100 Thieves securing the Baron here, but River giving his life on the exit. Double If Featherstorm already activated and throwing more autos into Gory. Look at that damage raining through, and Closer here for the lockdown. Unfortunately for 100, Gory throws back the aggro.
Should be really safe in this one.
Gory teleporting to try to find the angle, and Busio getting burned fairly low by Licorice, but Licorice is in some trouble. That's 100 Thieves securing the Baron here, but River giving his life on the exit. Double If Featherstorm already activated and throwing more autos into Gory. Look at that damage raining through, and Closer here for the lockdown. Unfortunately for 100, Gory throws back the aggro.
The timing they're looking for. The Baron, like the Baron siege power now. They're not done.
Oh, still going for it. Quid pops the watch. Who he has fallen. Double Lift executing with the autos to the best he can. And multiple members down on both sides. Licorice picks up the double kill. 4 down for 100 Thieves. Someday is the only one standing.
Someday's going to be late. Someday is going to be late.
Oh, equalizer already used. Gory's Soul Unbound to slink back. The teleports directly into the pit on the 100 Thieves side. Who he goes golden. A big blast of damage onto multiple members of 100 Thieves. GA has been popped in the pit by one. Make that 2. Make that multiple. Busio on the opposite side of the pit already fallen. 100 Thieves, where'd you go? Golden Guardians eradicating the squad. Taking the ace. Taking the Elder. Taking everything.
I can think of no more ringing endorsement than I'm glad I got to cast a banger from Revenge. If you had to describe that game in a sentence, what would it be?
Stixay.
Okay, that was a word, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It came down to that. So you think, obviously, we talked about a lot of breakpoints in this game backstage while we were watching the River Baron steal and then that final fight. I guess first take us through that final fight. What was going on from your perspective?
I mean, the final fight is just scary at that point of the game. Like they have Cloud Soul, so the team fight is always just like a little bit harder. And then our only real advantage we had coming in there was Stixay on Aphelios, where he is going to be able to do more damage than Xayah at that point in the game. So it was really just all up to him, and like he did a really good job. I didn't really see what he did, but they all died, so you know, I'm sure he did great.
Yeah, everyone's kind of on top of each other at that point. In terms of as a Rumble, right? Because we talked about the team comps kind of going in terms of ease of execution, especially this late in the game. I think it's a little bit trickier for you guys. So as the Rumble on the team, obviously you're not frontlining, but talk to me about like what your role is in some of these team fights, or even poking out, right, to set up for that Baron steal, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, really, I'm just trying to use my Rumble ult to zone carries and do as much damage as possible. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
And then generally just like flash on someone with an overheat. Like that's like really it. It's really one-dimensional. It's like draw a line with your ultimate and then like flash on someone else and hope it goes well.
Nice. You are obviously a Rumble enjoyer. I know they already brought up in cast about Shanji, who also plays it. In terms of looking at your career as a whole, one thing that's super interesting to me is that people might not know is that you were the original like C9 lost the offseason thing, and then you came in and absolutely smashed people. Now you're kind of back to that carry potential, especially on these red side drafts. So just talk me through like your role on this team and where you see yourself as a player now compared to when you first took to the LCS stage.
I I mean, I think I'm just a lot smarter than I used to be. Like, I think as a rookie coming in, the way I looked at it is I just wanted to fight everyone all the time and like hope it went well. And I mean, I think it's a really good rookie mindset, but I think like as the years have gone on, it's more like trying to take like calculated fights and that kind of thing. But it is, I think I've always been more of a carry player, and it's fun to play more of those.
Nice. Well, congratulations on the breathtaking win, I guess I'll say.
Contract with a flash to dodge away from the glacial prison as Impact slices and dices back over the wall. Ignar doesn't have a flash to get away now. He re-engages with a magnet. Storm onto 3. Vic was dead and FBI got the kill. FlyQuest are trying to fight, but they're already slammed back down into the river. Vic going in the stopwatch. Drake's still secured. FlyQuest is crushing energy in the back. Ignar and FBI and Palafox are all killed. That's it. GG. FlyQuest are going to get their second win.
Oh, no.
Yeah, all right. Team Liquid just gives a free one away there. Cloud9, nice job on the pick, but now they got to get away afterwards. Blabber killed in response. Fudge locked up with a hostile takeover into the Cyclone. Pioshik still looking to push this one forward. Sven goes into the back and finds the targets, but Fudge cannot complete the kill on Yawn. He's only re-engaged into another death and a double kill for the Aphelios.
So Diamond moving up. He's going to be the target here from Turtle. Jensen coming in from the other side, but it's Spooky throwing down the ulti, and they're going to get the first kill on a Diamond. Turtle with the reset, but in comes Jensen sweeping it back, and Turtle's in trouble. Turtle's down already as it's Chime on the retreat. In comes the Killer Instinct, though, and Toma will claim another kill.
You okay? Okay. Look shot, Johnny. That's not. Go side. That's not. No flash. Anymore. Back up. Yeah. This kind of it. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Woo! Big Benson. I know you love that money. It's good money.
Solo, as the tank, is positioning himself between IMT and the rest, but Jojo throws the stolen Oranhorn into the back line, and thus Tactical is eliminated. Solo soon to follow. Immortals have to wallow in their tears, but Revenge, look at the angle he's got. Pops the Dominus early, goes for the hit onto Treats, and eliminates him immediately. Tactical, the next to fall. Armeo putting in the work. Oh, still going for it. Quid pops the watch. Who he has fallen. Double lift executing with the autos to the best he can. And multiple members down on both sides. A big blast of damage onto multiple members of 100 Thieves. GA has been popped in the pit by one. Make that do. Make that multiple Lucio on the opposite side of the pit. Already fallen. 100 Thieves. Where'd you go? Golden Guardians eradicating the squad. Taking the ace. Taking the Elder, taking everything.
Dive birthday cast. It is for Mark's my birthday. It's Kobe's birthday. For my birthday present, I also want Raz to twerk. I thought he was gonna do it when he brought it up a second time.
Welcome back to the LCS. Raz, what?
I didn't see that.
Happy birthday.
I didn't. That's not my birthday.
That was you.
You killed it.
That was you.
Crushed
Happy
it.
birthday yesterday to Kobe and Mark.
Yeah, that's what I did for them. Yes, I gave you a different gift, but just in case you didn't appreciate
I deserved it after your first gift, which was rather rude. I did see. I was doom scrolling just on
Tony Snell
on YouTube.
Yes.
And I saw that they posted it, and it actually got a lot of interactions. Just you crapping on me. It was very successful. It won the poll.
What's funny is the LCS tweet that was just you doing nothing had no context.
You could just be scrolling. You're like, why is the LCS bullying Mark?
Yeah, there was something about Raz.
It wasn't part of the drop segment.
Yeah.
With drops being back.
It didn't really tie in. I dropped some stats.
That was a screw Mark tweet. I loved it.
It was really good.
Yeah. Anyway, today is going to be the completion of our first round robin of the summer split regular season. So let's pull up the standings and the schedule for today. EG in first place is 7-1. Shocking first place, but they could be tied by Cloud9 today in that match if Cloud9 is able to come out on top. We got Golden Guardians and TL tied for third. Dig alone in fifth, much like we expected them to be in spring, not necessarily summer. 100 Thieves, Energy, TSM tied for sixth, and FlyQuest and Immortals tied for ninth.
Yeah, I mean, you already mentioned the EG point, but then you get a bit of distance between them and Cloud9. A 2-game piece of difference is probably the biggest one you can ask for. And then you are forced as a fan to recognize Evil Genius's strengths as a team. A lot of times you'd be like, no, it's just gonna be the start of split. No, they are just legitimately the best team. That starts today.
Well, and then tracking the bottom, because FlyQuest, as you see, take on Immortals Progressive in a game that now has a lot of weight behind it as FlyQuest attempt to kind of crawl their way back into making our 8-team playoffs. That's actually a really important game for both teams in that regard.
Today's actually huge. Every single matchup is within 1 game apart.
True.
So every single one is a position battle with someone that you're competing for that exact same spot.
And look, it's not a mistake that I'm pointing out, though I like the way the graphic moved away.
Okay.
But both FlyQuest and IMT facing, it shows that they're facing each other.
Yeah.
Hey, it is a battle of facing your own demons. Both these teams, basically, their failures throughout the split. Now, FlyQuest is different. They're actually finding some success recently, and it feels like they talking about how they have improved personally throughout their scrims. That matters.
Yeah.
And it's just finding themselves. That seems to be the point that I wanted to make there.
Yeah. So what we're going to show you next may shock you.
Uh-oh.
It was our power rankings from the start of the split.
Hey, where you going with that camera? Hey!
Let's not spend too long
Now
on
listen, these could still be right. Eventually. Because this is from the start of summer. This was before any games was played. Let me make that abundantly clear. It is just a check-in to see where we're at now.
And mathematically, as we saw when looking at the FlyQuest thing, they're not eliminated from second place or third place, which most of us put them in.
Mathematically, anything could happen in the first half. Anything could happen in the first place.
What are they
Could also
up
be
to?
undone.
1%?
They're going to be up there. Anyway, so now let's go to just the analysts and then also what the current standings are. So if for some reason the season were to end today,
I feel pretty good.
This is how far off it would be.
Mark gets.
I believed in EG the most out of any of us.
You did.
That's about the only dub I
Golden
had.
Guardians,
Golden
though,
Guardians,
bang
so
on.
stable.
We're really good at
So stable.
I recognize
You know,
Golden Guardians.
what's crazy is their games have been bananas, too. That game versus 100 Thieves yesterday, they easily could have lost, but somehow they win, and they are the most stable at third.
I would say I was the closest with Team Liquid, so I'll pat myself on the back for that one. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you get the TL.
Yeah,
TL win.
Yeah.
Dig, overperforming, I think, is maybe the biggest positive surprise other than EG was I think a lot of people were pessimistic on this roster after spring, but in spring split, everyone had them at 5th, 6th-ish.
Yeah.
When you saw Santorin and Jensen sign, it just took a little bit longer to get there, but this is actually what kind of their expectations were at the start of the year. It was just such an awful spring that lost all the faith.
Well, that and TL, right? Because I feel like most of us rated TL compared to where we thought they ended in spring, and initially we had rated them super highly at the beginning of spring. And I think they've been a really pleasant surprise in terms of a team that did decide to stay with their roster, decided to stay with their game plan, and has visibly improved as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, we're going to play a game as well that I really enjoyed playing last split. It's expectations versus reality.
Hey-o.
So we just saw what the expectations and the reality have been, but each of us is taking a matchup today because also all the matchups are from teams that are very close together in the standings.
True. Yep.
But the way they got there was a little different. So we're going to represent using Twitch emotes what the expectations of the team was versus what the reality of the team is.
There it is.
Yeah.
As a Twitch gremlin.
You were up first.
As a Twitch gremlin, this is my bread and butter.
You better nail this.
Oh, here we go. This one's easy for me. For 100 Thieves, it's Wokage. And the reason for that one is simple. They made so many changes, I didn't know where to start. You're bringing in your Hall of Famer back, but you're losing tenacity. It was like a big thing. It's like, okay, so the long-term goals are kind of, they're shifting quite heavily. Oh, but Bjergsen is also retiring, but now you have Quid. Okay, I don't know how I feel about that one. But you're keeping Busio and double to the bot side of the map. I like that. But it had me thinking. It had me not able to sleep.
Okay.
All right? So I think that one, my expectation was that, generally speaking, like, I didn't know what to think.
You were just
and I would
kind
be
of
thinking about
concerned and up at night thinking about what happened.
Concerned. For TSM, I was praying. Like, just generally.
Praying on their downfall?
Praying on the fact that they would do well.
Praying on their downfall, got it.
And praying for the fact that they stay in the league. But also praying the fact that they do well. So, like, this is my understanding. Is like, okay, please do well. And also, what the hell? But then here comes the reality.
Okay, what is it?
Boom. If we just
magic.
I shouldn't hit. I should not hit our TV.
You just broke it.
I should not hit our TV. Maybe I broke it. Who knows?
All right, roll the reality.
If we could roll the reality, because for me, the reality quite. Oh! 100 Thieves have arrived! Coach Kane is now in the country. Quid is playing well. You don't have to play with your coach. Hey, they just started playing the game in week 3.
What does Troll Despair do?
Yeah.
Why are you Troll Despairing for TSM?
Because you're just in despair. Like, what else is there to say? Like,
Insanity was great.
And he was a Twitter troll.
He's also not there.
And now he's not there anymore, so I'm in despair. And I thought, if I had a little bit of faith, a little bit of copium, so maybe the copium should have been there. Just about the fact that, okay, now Ruby's here, maybe with the intended roster, you guys can play. No, and now everyone is not performing. So it's not, I was praying, the prayers did not succeed. I was awake for a little bit of while, but now the team has arrived, so that was a fair point.
I like it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Who's next?
It says Emily's next.
Emily's up next. I gotta say, I would think the prayers have been answered. TSM has won more games than people were expecting.
Yeah.
But
through so far. I mean, Ruby's come in now.
Yeah,
it's a different story, but
if this ended in week 2, I would have been happy.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like the Prage emote is going to get a lot of mileage here. So I also chose it for Immortals in terms of like, we're praying this roster works out.
Yeah.
Please give it to us.
Begging.
And for FlyQuest, I did Nodders. It's like, we're bringing the roster back. We're good.
They're vibing.
We
They have
didn't.
Vulcan?
Yeah, we didn't finish. We didn't finish where we wanted to, but we added one of the most highly rated supports in the LCS. We're gonna be going great, right? Not great. So obviously they're playing.
You know what?
They're trying to playoffs run. Monkasteer, they maybe might not have control of the car, but they're trying. This, I actually wanted, it's why people sad, but I really wanted Feels Rain Man. And we can't use it, but it would have been perfect, because obviously, even after a kind of unexpected good start in week 1, things haven't worked out for Immortals thus far. So, again, this is a super important matchup. Both teams are kind of like,
I
what are
feel
we
like
doing?
it is raining, though, right? Those aren't tears.
I mean, I wanted Feels Rain Man, but we can't use it in the LCS chat. So maybe just spam LCS chat so we can use Feels Rain Man.
I was also gonna say that Monkasteer, if they didn't 2-0 this week so far, they would be in a ditch. That would have already crashed. But they saved it at the last second, and that's why it's.
That's fair.
Yeah. Again, all these are matchups today, so that's going to be game 5. I'm going to preview match 1. So expectations were varied for these two teams coming in. I think people definitely expected C9 as the defending champions, bringing back their whole roster to just be Giga Chad, and EG had a little bit of conversation. So a lot of people thought that they were going to be a little Omegalol.
Yeah.
With the offseason, with the Twitter trolling between themselves and Vulcan, the expectations were not that high. I'm proud of these two. The realities, though, for these two, C9 has been a little bit too dank. Like, way too dank. They're playing Zeri mid. They're running it down in a lot of their games.
Yumi.
They're playing way too loose. But everything that happened with EG is definitely 5-head. They have completely blown up what people thought was an amazing roster. They've sent the Summer Split 2022 MVP to Narnia. He doesn't even have a team right now, yet they're in first place. How 5-head are you, really? They take a bunch of players who, like, Revenge went from Immortals to first place.
Yeah.
Unforgiven went to Academy to first place. Armeo went from not even Academy to first place.
Coach to first place jungler.
Unbelievable.
There's amazing that head.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I like that one.
I like the C9 one a lot.
That's
That's a pretty good one. All right. Time for my turn.
It's gonna be off. Just kidding.
All right, so the first one is Aware for Team Liquid.
Oh no!
Because coming in, we all had them rated low, and I think we were actually spring, the start of Aware. People believed in this team. Then you just watch them throw game after game after game. That's the end of your spring expectation heading into summer was
8th place, no changes.
8th place, no changes, just the coach change. You're like, we're terrible. Golden Guardians, you're vibing to the point about the no changes, kind of like Nodders. You know, it's like, hey, we're bringing back the same guys. We went to MSI. We actually did pretty good. You think things are going to go great, and that's what you would expect out of them. Everyone put them third.
True. They had such a good run.
Yeah.
Let's see the realities. Wide Boris for Team Liquid. They're just coming through the standings, just moving up the pack.
I almost used that as well.
Wide Boris, yeah,
That's a good one.
I love Wide
great
Boris.
one.
Yeah, so they are just unexpectedly great, just moving up the standings, smashing people in the early game, blowing up C9's bot lane. Golden Guardians. It's kind of like, are you guys okay? Because they are in 3rd place. You're kind of checking in on them, though, plinking, like, are you okay, sir? Like, checking, like, you did win that game, but it was hideous. And a lot of their games, like, even the Team Liquid one, I think it was, where they had the Yone top for Licorice, they had the split push. Or that was Dig, maybe. Anyways, all their games are very close to losses that they have to, like, clutch out in weird ways. They also lost that one where they tried to go for the Elder Dragon. They're still in 3rd, but it's like, sir? Sir?
Yeah.
Anyways, those are mine.
Yeah, they've been having a lot of Elder Dragon games. I love it. Their last 2 games. The one that they won versus 100 Thieves, where they lost their huge lead, but still ended up winning the game.
All the smites that got stolen away.
Anero tweeted yesterday that I ruined his life.
You did, actually. That
but
was
he won
great.
yesterday.
But his mental health.
The stress levels that you've
That
imparted.
was a lot of stress. They've given up Cloud Soul in back-to-back games.
Yeah.
Should have won them both. Maybe. I feel like actually 1-1 in the last 2 games, giving up Cloud Soul is pretty accurate for Golden Guardians.
But that's why you're looking at them like, huh?
You okay?
The residue of your apology is starting to wear off. So.
I'm surprised no one used huh. Huh is like one of the most popular emotes.
Yeah.
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah.
Han didn't fit any of mine.
We'll be able to do it again, right?
Yeah.
That was good. So that was 4 of the matchups today. But looking back, as we're about to conclude our first round robin, a lot has happened already. So we're going to be going to the second half, but we're going to take a moment to talk about maybe favorite, most exciting, interesting moments, kind of in case you missed it from the first half. Raz, I know you brought something for us.
That's true. I know you were talking about the Field Rain Man, because they did start actually really well at the beginning of the split, and they had one of the best moments where they were down so much, but they still had the willpower to bring it back. So this is their comeback win that they had, and the comms attached to it.
Okay, our win condition now is farm this without losing the game, and then hope that we get 4 items.
Yeah.
He's dead, I think.
That is dead.
He's dead. Help Eddie.
We gotta go base. We gotta go base.
Everyone base. Leave Annie if you have to. Leave Annie. It doesn't matter.
I think it's go base. Go base. Just run.
Go defend.
That is really good for us. Defend, boys.
I'm out. Oh, that was you? Or that was them.
I've lost mine. Oh, he has no smite. It's fine. Kill. Oh, shit. Bro. Should have told me that before.
Yeah, we need to know. Okay, now it's probably GG.
Flip it. Yeah, let's kill him.
Hitting it. Nice, good job. Out. Give him.
Kill him, Jax, guys. Come top for Jax.
Okay, this is winnable.
Yeah, guys. We honestly, they're fucking sweating right now, guys. Just one more good fight on mid wave and we win the game, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe look at Zeri, though.
Yeah. Zeri.
No flash.
Front line. Zeri after.
Help Lady carry, guys. Help Lady carry. Go mid. Get the brand wave.
Yeah. We're fine. Use this.
I have stun here.
I'm walking out, running down. Look Jax only, okay?
Look at Jax. Oh, go, man.
Holy
goal.
Raz, that was awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it makes me sad.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the last time they won.
Oh, no!
They haven't won since. They're on a 5-6 game losing streak since that moment.
Oh my God.
Raz!
It was supposed to be a feels good.
Yeah.
Now it's just.
Well, you were
it's a
thinking too
feels
much.
rain, man.
You were thinking too much. You should have just left it at the good vibes and not thought about what's happening.
Turn your brain
currently.
off, Jet. Turn your brain
Now
off.
Emily's going to talk about it in the Insanity Quadra. I see it right now. Go,
Yeah.
Emily.
Okay, you know what? You might not believe
sad.
in NA mids. Teams might not
I
believe in NA mids, but I do.
I love NA mids.
This is Insanity's Quadra kill. I think a lot of people didn't really know what to expect when Insanity was substituting in while Ruby was trying to get his visa to come to the country and play for TSM. I think he performed not only just like well, but was an instrumental part of so many of their wins. this is obviously the quadra kill they got to take this game against FlyQuest. And I think, again, in a world where people denigrate NA players and NA mids, I wanted to highlight a really good play from Insanity.
Yeah, especially since the Graves mid became so much of the talking point through the second week that people forget that he was actually playing well in week 1 as well.
Absolutely.
So it's really cool to see him get his good shine in before the substitution happened. We'll see what happens.
Praise that we see more of them. Let's check out today's schedule for the LCS. Game 1, Cloud9 versus EG. Game 2, TL versus Golden Guardians. Game 3, Dignitas versus NRG. 100 Thieves and TSM. And closing out the day with Immortals versus FlyQuest. But before we get into our match of the week, C9 versus EG, let's take a minute.
I'm taking a minute.
Let's take a minute to take stock
of the two teams and how they stack up against each other.
That wasn't
teamwork.
a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was just checking. So first off, I do have something about C9 bottom lane getting slammed, I believe.
Yeah, this is something I was alluding to a little bit with the TLY Boris time, is that they absolutely clap early games. They have still, I think, not really won a very close game. That's the whole time that feels like those get away from them. But if they play well, they can blow out anyone in the entire league, and that included C9 yesterday, where just off bot lane trades, Pioshik playing around that, they just dominate this game. This is 4 minutes in that they've already killed them just based off 2v2 and one jungle will show up.
Yeah, a lot of credit to Core JJ and Jan. I think they did a lot of good work here within the lane. And it's not just this game, they do this constantly. And calling in Pioshik at the perfect time so they can make this a reality, the dive a reality. Didn't even need much of a help in the first one, but yes, it was continuous.
Yeah, I think the big thing to me, an improvement, because like not only did Core and Jan stomp this lane, but also bringing in Pioshik, like you said, like that's been the main improvement of this TL team is when they do get advantages, they know to call their jungler, they know to call their mid laner to help them, especially bot lane where they can accelerate it.
And the small thing to note is that this was against Cloud9, and this is something that Sven has had some struggles a couple of games now. Blabber was on Vi, got taken advantage of, and it speaks to some of the potential weaknesses that exist within this roster.
I agree. That was a bad game for Cloud9, but I do want to talk about the good game that Unforgiven had.
Yeah.
I did a little bit of a deep dive here. I saw a tweet from LS that Unforgiven had close to perfect CS in this game, and it made me go back and watch his entire laning phase. It's not perfect CS, but I do want to show some of the things that he did to keep his CS really well based on recall timings. So he actually did miss about 10 CS throughout this laning phase, but he only ever missed 1 CS anytime he'd go back to base because of the way he'd crash a wave and immediately go back. So this is his first recall at 5 minutes and 15 seconds. He resets, and if you look at the way this wave is now coming into his tower, the turret obviously hits the first melee and then is going to switch to the cannon, and he's already back. So he's missed literally 1 minion for that first reset where he's able to pick up his BF sword. We can go to his next reset at 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, instead of doing any type of harassment, escorting exactly to the turret, as his support is roaming mid, he goes back to base. And if we just pay attention, Tactical tries to shove it in as quickly as possible, but again, only 1 minion is dropped in this entire exchange, and then he gets basically the God reset here as he finishes killing a wave. A fight breaks out in River. He's able to help clean up the fight. He can just literally walk back into the wave, clean up the whole wave. Again, instead of trying to greed for plates, he goes back to base once again. And if you watch the amount of time that he's gone for, literally just 1 minion drops, and he's back.
There it is.
So, all told, by 14 minutes, he had 151 CS. And from the 15th wave on that reset to 14 minutes, he did not miss a minion. It was perfect CS, aside from the 1 minion he missed when he recalled. And it made me look up some stats. So, across the 4 major regions, Unforgiven has the highest CS per minute in the world so far in the 8 games he's been able to play. He has been CSing at an absolutely unbelievable pace, and then the 151 CS at 14 minutes seemed high because it was. So this is every game from the LCS, this split, and Unforgiven actually has the top 2. So he hasn't had the highest DPM because JoJo's always fighting without him in these mid jungles.
Yeah.
But in terms of his ability to just get gold, he has been the best player in the LCS and one of the best players in the world.
I think this is really cool stuff considering he's been, like you said, flying under the radar
Yeah.
and how much attention we've been giving to JoJo. But it does in the matchup after we just watched C9's bot lane get pooped on yesterday, start raising some potential questions. I think we've all assumed C9's bot lane is the best for a long period of time. I think we have to ask that question now.
Yep, so what we're doing is we're going roll by roll, C9 versus EG. This is the match of the week. We're looking at what we think is the matchup. And, okay,
Ooh.
I was very close to giving this to Unforgiven after watching his laning stats, but for me, this is not just laning, this is also team fighting, and it's also giving Berserker the benefit of the doubt because he was the MVP.
Yes.
He was literally the MVP of the last split.
Yes. You have to give him that respect. And another thing as well, if you remember the team fights, I love the fact that you mentioned team fights.
Yep.
I remember the Dignitas loss, and there were earlier games in week 1 in which it's like, oh yeah, Unforgiven's team fighting at times. There's only 1 or 2 times where you can make a mistake. But Berserker, for the most part, has been great. So I think they're extremely close. That's why I put them fairly close, like 50-50, like 55. So I thought it was going to be a contested matchup.
Yeah, and we're on to support as well on the screen here because bot lane is obviously more than just a 1v1.
Right, and to factor that in, I think as a whole, JoJo absorbs so much pressure mid. There's not many times that people like really gank bot lane or can focus on Forgiving. He does such a good job farming up, and then he's a late game beast. I do feel like people target Berserker a lot more, and I do feel like this split Sven has struggled a little bit more. That Rakan game was not it. He had a Yuumi game where I don't just like that champion being picked. There's a couple of things like that where if we're isolating to just this split, I actually think Ayla has been amazing. This is not a career rating. This is this split for me. I am not including the fact that Sven has won titles as a support. So I want to be clear when I say when you see this ranking with me on the Ayla side, it is based off the first 8 games. Ayla has been incredible.
And I think the champion points into consideration. The Rakan game was a tough one just because he's going into Renata and Ornn. I think it's really difficult for Rakan to actually do well in that situation. And Yuumi, what can you do? But for the most part,
pick it. You can pick a real champ.
What can you really do? But I think the games that we've seen that I've judged him on, I think that he's really good at being able to rotate on the map and work alongside Blabber and find timings for M&S. So I think he has the game knowledge past laning phase to make an impact. So I really love the Emilio game too. I think it was the first game of the split. So had him, really highly regarded.
Yeah, bot lane, very close.
Very close.
Let's move on to jungle.
Oh.
I don't think many people are going to put Armeo above Blabber. I was close because of how well Armeo has played. Mark, you're the closest at 55-50.
Show me a game like the one that Blabber just played out of Armeo. You can't do it. That's my game. This split. Again, remember my things. I do think Blabber has had higher highs. I do think that there are times where he has made like absolutely insane game-winning plays. I feel like, it's not like all bad for him. I don't want to make it sound like that, but Armeo has been extremely clean. He has been maybe like flawless in a sense, even if he doesn't have as many pop-off moments as Blabber, and that's why it's still Blabber-sided for me, but it is very close.
I actually think, I favor Blabber here. I think that Blabber is a lot more versatile. I also think that Armeo, like when you think about what is driving EG right now, right? We're going to be complementary across the board, but what is absolutely driving this team is mid-jungle and how much pressure they're able to soak and also how much pressure JoJo creates with his forward percentage that allows Armeo to kind of be wherever he wants in relation to his lanes. Obviously, we're all siding on the JoJo Pion mid, and I think the weirdest kind of hot take coming out of this is that I value Blabber and M&S as individuals so highly, and I have so much respect for them. But in terms of the mid-jungle duo with the most impact together as a duo, I actually think it's definitely JoJo and Armeo right now.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting how with bot lane, generally speaking, we were saying we favor Berserker, but we favor Ayla. In the mid-jungle, we're saying we favor Blabber, but we favor JoJo. And they end up being 2v2s so much of the time, so we should be having a really close game. Let's pull up predictions really quickly before we get to top lane in this one. Did everyone pick Cloud9? Yeah. The fan vote very on the track of EG.
I definitely trolled.
According to this, you did not.
No, I definitely trolled what I sent. I'm an idiot.
Okay, so you predict EG.
I will change it. I know I sent C9 because I'm an idiot, but I meant to say EG.
Okay. So we're putting you as an EG.
Yes. Yeah.
I will say this about C9. I think, obviously, in the expectations versus reality, we covered how sometimes, as you said, they can get a little too dank with their compositions and how loosely they play. I think this is a game that they are going to take super seriously, and they're going to come in and want to establish that they are the best team in the league.
Oh, they've done it very quickly, too.
Yeah, wow.
Let's go, graphics.
There we go. Awesome stuff. And we haven't covered top lane yet, but that's also because Revenge and Fudge met up just before this game to do a little bit of trash talk with each other.
Ooh.
First of all, I have something to say about today's matchup. We are playing against each other today.
Yes.
The fight for first.
That's actually crazy. We'll tie for it.
We'll tie for first, but we'll have head-to-head so far.
Yes.
1-0.
Yes.
If we win.
This is
But
the
then
end
if
of the
you
round
guys
robin.
win, you guys are too good.
Yeah, if we win, we're too good. Because we're 7-1, they're 6-2. And this will be our first time versing each other because it's the end of the first round robin.
Yep.
And it's pretty exciting. I've never been in this position before in my career, actually, where
That's
I'm
so
battling
nice.
for. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
I'm going to sleep at night like, damn. So this is what it feels like not to be stressed
Yeah,
out.
like you're not
crazy.
stressed.
Okay, you guys don't understand. There's like a massive ego battle in the jungle happening today.
And the mid lane.
And the mid lane.
And the mid lane.
But mainly, okay, jungle is like crazy.
Jungle is the biggest ego battle I've seen in a while.
Like, Blabber was being coached by Armal last split. The coach is now taking on the player. This is like if Nuke Duck subbed in to verse Quid on 100 T's. This is literally the equivalent. Like, it's that based. It's literally that based, by the way.
So you know, Mike Asante is my best champion.
Same, yeah, same. I'm sure the scouting, bro. I'm sure the scouting showed it. The C9 scouting. I don't know.
Ain't nobody scouted you, bro. I'll be honest. Right now, we're all looking at JoJo Field. That's the only scouting we're looking
How many
at.
mid bans? How many mid bans today, guys?
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us here on the LCS to close out June with our Pride celebration, where we're kicking off the day with Cloud9 and Evil Genius's LG battling head-to-head here for that first place spot.
Best matchup so far in summer. I'm so excited for this one. At the top, Cloud9, EG. Everybody expected Cloud9 to be here, but not Evil Geniuses.
Yep, they brought Kobe and I back to cast this banger, but this is the birthday hangover version because it was our birthday yesterday. We went out for dinner afterwards. That's why the sunglasses are
You had
on.
drinks, I didn't.
Yeah, Kobe was responsible.
Yeah, Kobe's not even wearing the sunglasses.
No, that's why he's ready for the day.
Yeah,
I'm hiding from it.
I was drinking water.
Was that and all them teas that you always drink? Kobe drinks a lot of those. What is it, matcha teas?
Yeah. He's a big matcha boy.
Yeah. Big healthy tea drinker. But man, today's matchup: C9 versus Evil Geniuses. This is one everybody's been looking forward to. Match of the week for a reason. It's the one I'm most excited about here for today. Yesterday, Cloud9's bottom lane got smacked around a little bit, and I think all the C9 fans are hoping that they've got that fixed up for today.
And that's one of the biggest matchups I'm looking at in this game here is Berserker versus Unforgiven. And we're already seeing some early focus here with the ban on the Blitzcrank. So maybe Cloud9 do want to play like an Enchanter lane, then they don't want Blitzcrank kill potential versus Berserker and Sven. I mean, yesterday, you cannot afford to have bottom lane inting, or especially that early in the game like yesterday, against this caliber of team.
And C9 makes the best possible choice. They ban Vi away from both Evil Geniuses and themselves. So now Armeo can't pick it, and neither can Blabber.
Truly five head coach right there.
Yeah, definitely had some struggles in that last game, and I think that, as Ja was saying on the desk, sets up a very interesting 2v2, both in the bot lane as Kobe was just talking about, but also in the mid jungle, where JoJo Pune, I feel like every single game he has played, he has been the best player in that game. Every single game through 8 games, he has been the best. I think that's why he's a lot of people's early season MVP candidate, and it puts a lot of pressure on Blabber, a former MVP, and Eminez, a lot of people who thought should have been last season's All-Pro.
Are Evil Geniuses setting up a Nico trade right now? Nico, okay, they're not setting up. It's everybody's always waiting, you know, for one of these like counters to come up and trade it through and have something surprising in store, but not so far. Okay, there's what I was thinking. After the Blitzcrank ban, you think they're going to go Enchanter support. They lock in the Milio first. You can do, you know, a Phelios pairing, but Milio is so versatile. You can pair it with anything down there. We could see a lot of other stuff from Berserker, Lucian, Draven even, as he definitely has been the Draven player for LCS as of recent times.
Yeah, we've seen Emilio priority drop a little bit, talking to some people. I know they feel like it's not quite as strong as it was before. I really like this 1-2 out of EG, setting up a very aggressive top half of the map there for whatever JoJo wants to slam as a potential melee in the mid lane.
And Emilio is not just about, bottom lane matchup, which we expect to be double range, pretty strong, favorable for Cloud9, but Blabber has talked about it over and over. He's like, every time we get Emilio, why not pick Kindred? It's just such a good jungle support combination. Gives Kindred so much extra safety, and they get it yet again. In the state that Kindred's in right now, and the state that Triforce is in right now for rushing, and adding Milio onto that, even with the slight nerfs that they gave to it, I feel like this is a power duo for Cloud9.
And it's not just the state of the champion, the state of the items, it's the state of Cloud9 and how they're willing to play around their jungler in a way that other teams might not be willing to invest in. Blabber is such a leader on this team. He's the guy that they can trust to get it done, and we've seen him do it even earlier in this split. C9 also going to lock in that famous Cassante there, one of the teams that really likes flexing it to mid lane.
Yeah, we'll see where that ends up going. Coach Moser on stage, getting another great draft. I think the Varus taken up last. It's one of Unforgiven's best champions this split, playing the AP version and securing the fact that they don't need AP out of the mid lane here. For whatever JoJo wants to play for his counter matchup, ranged, melee, whatever it's going to be, this pick is such a crutch in the bot side to make sure that you have set up with your CC, range damage, and AP.
Yeah, definitely one of the better static Shiv users. And there's the Aphelios that we were looking for, so EG banning that one out. Following it up, we'll see if they want to ban out some of the more aggressive ones, like the Lucian the Draven that we mentioned. Azir finds his way here, not going to let the blind go through. But JoJo's really preferred the more aggressive matchups for mid lane. Staring down the Cassante, Fudge said, it's my favorite champion, and obviously MNS has been one of our mid laners to play the most of it, so you still have to worry about the flexibility there, but R is still available for JoJo if Evil Geniuses still want to go that route and blind.
Well, they did not focus those aggressive marksmen like you were talking about with Lucian and Draven. Instead, Aphelios and Xayah, two of the more scaling options, two of the options that traditionally don't have to go as crazy during the laning phase. They just don't want to allow Berserker to have that state of being where he can just play passively, farm up, beat you in terms of the economy game, and then show up, one-shot a team fight and win the game.
Well, the other thing too is for EG, they actually don't mind playing that way either. You saw talking at the top of the day that Unforgiven has some of the best CSing stats in the entire world almost right now. And so if you're going to go for an uninteractive lane phase, like he's actually kind of fine with that. And oftentimes Ayla starts moving around the map. He's done a good job of comboing with Armeo, bringing that Team Liquid Academy experience to go make things happen around JoJo and Revenge.
All right, what do we want here from EG in the support role?
Okay, that's not as much roaming.
Locked in. So this lines up perfectly with what I've said so many times. Whenever I see Kindred in the game, I want to see both sides pick Yeet champions. I want to see you be able to knock the other guys out of Lamb's Rest, but it can change the fight so dramatically, and EG locks in the Janna.
I still want to see the Draven. Come on, baby. Come on. All right.
Lay down the gauntlet. The takeaway here, not surprised if the Ahri gets locked in, put the Cassante into Renekton, a very common matchup you see both sides of it. And Ahri being one of JoJo's best champions, no surprise that MNS is going to take that one away. He plays it quite well himself. We'll have a lot of shove to buy space for Blabber to run around the map, try and grab these Kindred marks early on.
All right, what's the AD carry choice here? I'm not expecting it to be a bot lane AP carry Heimerdinger. Ashe has been one that has not been incredibly successful so far here in the LCS as a marksman with the new age Trinity Force builds. It's been coming up kind of short in the damage department.
Yeah, I mean, I still really wanted the Draven.
The collective groan.
It's annoying into the Janna, so we'll see how well Ayla does play that Janna. And so they go with the Ashe, the supportive role instead. Probably going to be double Trinity Forces on the side of Cloud9, but having that Ashe arrow for the engage definitely will help out. Create some structure for the Kindred Milio here to be a real power carry. And then we round it out with the Jace mid for JoJo into the RA for MNS. That one definitely could get spicy pretty early.
Yeah, very interesting. Explosive matchup in the mid lane. Has a lot of poke that you can combo the Varus with. Also, going hammer form, having the opportunity to combo with Sejuani. I think this is the second Jace game for JoJo. I think the time he played before was into Nico. Is one of the things I was going to say that we've seen both these teams actually try. But this time into the Ahri instead. You can expect a lot of attention around mid lane. Both these guys are very aggressive players.
So who do we think won the draft, boys?
I mean, I just always love when you see Blabber with some sort of support from the rest of the team, and they've already successfully used the Kindred Milio combination so far, even with some slight taps onto Milio. I feel like that is going to be some good setup. Although the other duo that I'm most in love with is Sejuani Renekton at the moment, so it's hard. Which duo do I go with?
You can't sit on the fence, Kobe. I'm picking EG. I love the AP Varus for Unforgiven. I love the Sejuani for Armeo. Like you said, Renekton for Revenge. Like, I think this is a lot of really strong comfort stuff. And the Ashe, for me, just put me down as Ashe hater. I had not been super impressed by the Triforce Ashes, whether they go Shiv or Kraken or whatever next. It just feels like it's sometimes hard to punch through front lines.
I'm just ready to see what this Janna can get done. This is a support pick that we're really not seeing much, if any, of. So EG, man, if they can take down Cloud9 here, they will be comfortably in first place. A couple wins ahead of them, but C9 would love to tie the standings up there, go back to that even spot there for that first place. Let's see if we've got anything out of the ordinary here. Spellbook there for M&S on the Ahri. Everybody having the teleports in solo lanes. Cleanse only on Unforgiven. Berserker choosing to run the Ghost instead. Heal on both supports.
Not too many shenanigans yet.
C9's looking to get some vision down here on the enemy blue buff. M&S, nice fancy feet there, stepping away from both the Tornado and the Shock Blast.
M&S living in their head rent-free, dodges the first 2 skill shots. He's feeling himself.
And they got the ward down on blue buff, so mission accomplished for Cloud9 early. Kindred trying to get some early scouting here. Blabber always loves to get aggressive with it. And let's see, can they make the jungle the star of the show? Definitely has been the case previously for Cloud9. And when you've got Hawkshot to complement the early wards as well, makes it pretty easy for Cloud9 and Berserker to continue tracking.
It is a important matchup here. The fact that Armeo was the jungle coach last split for Cloud9, actually. He talked about learning a lot from Blabber, and now it's can the pupil defeat the master kind of scenario here, where Armeo is trying to get revenge on him, but like you said, with the Hawkshot and these kinds of things, lots of tools to keep track of.
Yeah, I love how the headline is, how much did the coach learn from the jungler when he was coaching the jungler? But also, you know, it's a two-way street, and of course, they did talk about the value that Armeo brought as a coach, trying to help with Blabber as we get a pretty good early trade on the bottom side. Definitely very beneficial with the early Milio aggression.
Exactly. Berserker popped the Ghost as soon as the Cozy Campfire dropped on him to guarantee he'd get as many autos as humanly possible there, just trying to get that early lane control, make sure that Ayla and Unforgiven are going to be on the back foot, farming up underneath the turret. Volley tags 2 there again. Nicely done. Cloud9 not having the very early difficulties that they had in the 2v2 yesterday.
No, looking a lot better. The Glacial Augment tried to keep the Berserker slowed, but did force the heal out, so down that summoner for the bot lane. And I think you can expect this to be Ashe Milio favorite early on with the volley spam and the range advantage that you're going to have. Janna and Varus much more focused on just farming up, surviving this lane phase, and then being able to contribute a lot of utility later in the game.
They could even dive on this wave, building up a big wave here for Cloud9. If they take down that cannon, Blabber, they can go for the dive. They scout it for Evil Geniuses, so good awareness to know. In the stacked wave, they see this coming, they preemptively ward, and they try and stay under turret. They try and rush their level 2s. They do get them.
C9's ready to make the dive here. Unforgiving gonna take the damage. Sven trying to flash away. First blood back over to Blabber. Ayla wants to try to get one back, but he won't do it. C9 juggles the aggro, and they get the play.
And Fudge, all-star there, interrupts the teleport on top lane. You didn't get to see it on your screen, but Cassante going in, he knocks Revenge, stops the teleport from coming in, allows Cloud9 to complete their dive on bottom side as JoJo trades flashes. Barely living there. M&S almost had him. The level up as well, giving the extra health as he's running away from it. No Foxfires touch him. And they get out scot-free.
We knew this was going to be an explosive game. Flashes being blown there just for fighting over the mid wave. You love to see it. And here, this dive just very well executed by both teams. Actually, I think they did a good job of trying to focus down Sven a little bit. He almost dies to that. The fact that that gets stopped is probably why there was no cleanup kill, because you could have double E dash. Hold on!
Hold on, boys! EG's making a play. They're trying to find the mid lane dive. They'll get it, but Blabber farming up the chickens nearby was in the immediate response position. He'll make it a 1-for-1 trade. Gets Armeo.
Yeah, and could he go up topside to get the other mark as well? He got one off of killing enemy jungle there, handed right to him. Even though you get the dive onto M&S, you give Blabber a mark and some extra gold into the real carry of the team, which is jungle. guess what? Cloud9, all according to plan, they've got 2 kills on Blabber. Revenge wants to stop the topside scuttle mark here.
Lots of EG pings went down. You saw them all saying that this is the priority for them. Armeo on respawn, charging through his own jungle to try and get there. Looks like Blabber realizes he can't get it.
Yeah, Blabber going to choose discretion as the better part of Valor here. Does not want to run it down for the Scuttle Crab. Just keeping this one nice and easy. Picks up his own Gromp instead. Of course, EG can see that he's on that camp. So Armeo has all the freedom in the world to secure the Crab himself. But does he want to get into anything else here?
Even though they have mid push for Armeo, it is a little deep here.
Oh, he's ready to keep going. Forces Blabber to jump back over the wall with a dance of arrows. The Wolf still being whittled away. Smite is up for Armeo, not for Blabber. If this gets a little bit lower, Armeo could try to steal it away, but he doesn't want to overcommit because M&S is here. All right, so Blabber still gets it.
Yeah, he can go back for his first base now, too. He's a very, very rich Kindred. I think Evil Geniuses really need to be aware of the next timing for Blabber. He's got 31 CS here, plus the 2 kills is enough for the Hearthstone Axe as well as the Sheen. Very accelerated Trinity Force timing for this Kindred, so EG, the members without Flash, especially mid lane and jungle, do need to be ready for some of these 2v2s.
You could see that they wanted them too. The fact that they were hunting Blabber so aggressively on his side of the map. They had shove in mid. It was just Fudge with the teleport that probably stopped that fight from escalating further. But you know that EG is aware Blabber's the guy we got to start focusing and shutting down if we can.
And where you want to take that priority for Blabber is to the bottom lane. Berserker has a massive CS difference on bottom side. They've got the roam in from M&S, and they're going to prep another bot side dive.
Well, Revenge also having to get away from topside there as he knows what Cassante can do if you're too close to the turret. It costs the Dominus, but now C9 looking for the dive. Here in the bottom lane. They find a lot of burst on the Unforgiven. They'll get him first. Ayla's now down below 100. C9 juggling the aggro beautifully again. Armeo also pops. Blabber gets traded for it, but it's a 3-for-1 here in the bottom lane, and C9 throttles him.
C9 is reminding everyone who are the kings of the LCS. There was a lot of hype around EG. People were starting to believe in them, but they are destroying the bot lane here. The 4-man overload. C9 going in, M&S landing this first charm, setting them up to find all this follow-up, and they did such a good job juggling this aggro with the mobility of Ari tanking as many turret shots as he can before finally ulting out the last second.
Yeah, even with Armeo on the tanky Sejuani trying to get in front and tank the charm, they still blast right through all of them. The Q through all from M&S, tanks up the last turret shot, still saves the extra time there, has the Spirit Rush, knows he's going to be able to get out, and they drop 1 for 3 plus a massive minion wave of difference. The one thing that EG have been able to deny is the Scuttle Crab Mark spawns. So Armeo's able to deny 1. You got to give him a little crumb, Flowers.
Man, that's a microscopic crumb. You just might be hallucinating that one. I don't know, man. Plus 2,000 gold, 7.5 minutes into the game. 100% KP for that hard carry Kindred that we're talking about. C9 loving to play around. That Trinity Force, you already mentioned it's going to be accelerated, man. That thing is going absolutely nuclear.
Yeah, the game plan from Cloud9 playing out so well here with all the focus down towards their Milio Ash lane, having Blabber repeatedly clear to that area, and M&S a full chase.
M&S coming in, waits the charm, forces the flash out of JoJo, chases after with the Orb of Deception for the kill. M&S finds himself his first kill of the game, and Armeo is a level 5 Sejuani, and M&S has his team. It's a double kill for the mid laner, and he tosses a charm back over to Revenge to top it all off. Fudge is ready to go all out. Revenge wants to go all in. He picks one up, but he still gets traded back, and M&S lives for the piercing arrow.
M&S popping off there, just chasing JoJo down, forcing that fight to happen. Armeo not dinging 6 yet, had no way to throw an ultimate to get the Ahri off Jace, and then the rest of C9 coming in to back him up. Huge roam out of Sven.
Yeah, I mean, the Milio, it just provides so much. The confidence for the chase down here. M&S uses the Spirit Rush right in JoJo's face. He hit the charm. He follows with the flash as the Q, and there's no way he's going to go down either with the Milio here for defense. Sven gets him with the extra kick there back on Armeo just to make sure. And then M&S is going to get the reset. One more charge for his Spirit Rush. Lands the charm onto Revenge as well.
Revenge does find the one cleanup kill, but it costs him everything in the... Oh, we don't have time to talk about it.
JoJo's bottom lane trying to pick up the kill on Berserker here, but he might just drop first. Berserker puts an arrow in his heart, and Ayla's just a lonely Janna trying to survive in a mean, mean world. It's mean as hell. Double kill for Berserker.
After yesterday, I was so hyped for EG. You know, what they did to Immortals is now reversed, and it's being done to them by Cloud9. This lead, massive in the early game. Absolute domination here. 10 kills already before 10 minutes.
Feel Berserker playing angry after that game yesterday where him and Sven kind of got embarrassed on the side of TL, and here they are just absolutely clapping the side of EG. Even EG having to roam up mid lane, not getting anything in return. Berserker just farming up. There's no way. They fighting this?
Armeo is sniffing around like they want to, but Ashe is going to be first. Ashe is coming from base, so they'll have Berserker early.
Man, whatever he's sniffing, he needs to plug his nose. They are down 4,000 gold, looking to fight a neutral objective at 10 minutes. Hell no, get out, go home. C9, get it.
Calm down, little Poro rider there, yeah. And it's gonna be a top-down clear. Then it should be easy for Cloud9 now to turn their sights to play around bottom half of the map yet again. They take Rift Herald off of the map and should just transition over towards the Dragon side. Here's another look at that attempt from JoJo, but Berserker does have the flash ready.
Such a good job just kiting this one out, able to kill JoJo, last second flashing, and then just making this Ashe pick work, dominating from basically level 1 onwards, something that is one of the things Ashe can do, and I think maybe that's what some of the other Ashes haven't done historically.
Oh, another nice charm coming out from M&S. Blabber's right there, ready to follow it up, and C9 find kill number 11 before it even hits that on the clock. Now Armeo gets locked down a little bit further, gets away thanks to an ulti buffered through the stun so he can stun Cloud9 back. M&S with a TP in, but now he might be in a bit of trouble. The Chains of Corruption locked him down. Berserker still looking to chase this a little further. Heal comes out from EG and Ayla. They don't drop anybody else here in the bottom lane, but C9 tried hard. Blabber, meanwhile, takes the Drake, drops the Herald back in the mid lane. C9 are just keeping this pace up.
They're multitasking, Flowers. They get mid-turret plates with the Herald charge that's dropped while taking the Dragon, while pressuring bottom side and shoving them back out of their own territory here. Sven getting some deeper wards through the blue quadrant so that they continue this aggressive game plan. The invades here towards the bottom half of the map can continue, and Cloud9 just keeping up the pace so effectively here.
And it's hard to find a route back into this game when everything seems to be going their way. M&S playing incredible, landing another charm to set up this initial kill onto JoJo. And then because JoJo's dead, when they start having this fight in the bot side, M&S can just take his teleport and just follow up as soon as it looks like it might be dicey because they land this ultimate. They trade these out. Unforgiven's down there. They want to get another interrupt on the teleport. Wow. Fudge has been ruining Revenge's attempts to get involved in the game. He says, this is an island, you're not let off of it.
Tackled him again, yeah. Every time he tries to get on the boat off the island, tackles him right back down. Nope, you're gonna stay here with me. Renekton in lane, not even getting any CS lead or anything up there versus Cassante, so everything going the way of Cloud9. And by the way, Blabber has had the 4 marks here, so has the extra range for the Kindred and fully operational. All you have to do now is continue to force the plays on the bottom half of the map, or even visit mid lane to repeat these pickups towards JoJo and keep him down. He has not been able to get any leverage for Evil Geniuses.
The crazy thing is too, 5,000 gold lead, they only actually have 6 plates total, which when you look at some of these monstrous early game leads through the first 14 minutes of the game, a lot of the time it includes a lot of objectives going your way, but it's a lot of CS leads and it's just a lot of kills that C9 has been dominating with, which means it can get even worse once they actually start breaking turrets.
Nice use of the arrow there to force the flash out of Ayla, but I want to go back to something that Emily was talking about on the desk before we got into this game, and that's the individual skill of Blabber and M&S both being so high, but looking at JoJo and Armeo as this playmaking duo, this absolute core in the machinery of EG, and between the two of them, they're 1 and 6. They have not been able to find that mid-jungle duo success in this game, and it's been Blabber and M&S running the show as Armeo is forced back, the cozy campfire giving Kindred that extra arrow range. M&S comes over the wall, the charm is cleansed, but the Everfrost forces the flash immediately after too. Ayla disengaging with the ulti. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Cassante versus Renekton's going Cassante's way. Who would have guessed? As Armeo tries to get away from Blabber, who will not let him have anything in his own jungle.
Yeah, the only thing allowed to Evil Geniuses is some alone time for JoJo onto the turret to get some turret plates, but that's in trade for continued massive pressure. Bottom side of the map, it's a 40+ CS lead here for Berserker, depending on the recall timers, and Berserker's about to collect another mid-wave as well.
Yeah, 4 kills as well. 2,500 gold lead basically over the side of Unforgiven. And that's going to be the problem that EG are going to have to solve if they want to come back into this game. How do you get on top of Berserker and kill him when there's also Amelia, when there's also a Kindred who's another marksman threat effectively? It does feel like a borderline impossible task. We've seen some crazy comebacks in the LCS. We've seen 10K gold leads coming back, but this is not feeling like one of them so far.
Yeah, especially because a lot of comeback scenarios depend on either Sejuani or Varus ultimates picking someone off. But when you have Amelia ultimate denial ready and we get another combo, this Crocodile's toast.
Yeah, Revenge is going to try to fight it out. He'll heal up a little bit thanks to Coldamik and the Gore Drinker, but he still drops. Blabber, not afraid to take a 1v2. He knows he's got backup coming. Sven makes his way up to give the Cozy Campfire buff again. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses, and Armeo survives with just 100 HP.
Wow, I love this duo so much. Oh my goodness, you get speed, healing, range, damage, and a free cleanse. What more can Kindred want?
Hard CC setup.
Okay.
If you land the Q, you have it on Amelia. There you go.
Meanwhile, oh, never mind. I thought we were going to get a Casante moment. Never mind. Okay, go back to your analysis.
To go back to some of the analysis, EG has looked incredible so far through the season, but I was kind of saying that every game that he's played, it feels like JoJo's been the best player in that game. That is not the case this time around. It shows that some of the potential problems EG might have if JoJo has a worse game. And it wasn't like he was terrible or anything like that. It was just Eminez was going toe-to-toe with him and then was able to spill over to the bot lane with early roams. And now that he's on the back foot, EG look really lost in this game.
Yeah, we had a little piece yesterday where we asked a whole bunch of the players, you know, who's your rival? Who are you looking at in the league? And JoJo was like, well, I guess it would be any of the other good mid laners. So just M&S.
Yeah.
And just pointed him out as a singularity and showing up this time around, really as a team though for Cloud9 as they get another pick.
Unforgiven locked up with the charm into the Everfrost. Blabber gets the killing spree there for free. Cozy Campfire giving him that extra range. They're going to keep on chasing. Revenge is the target. Berserker and Blabber do so much damage together. He's already down. The charm going over the wall, looking to intercept the blast cone, but Armeo can't even make it. He'll get chopped to pieces. Blabber taking another kill. 15-3 for Cloud9. It's normally the point of the game. I'd say, hey, go get the Baron, but it's only 16 minutes in.
Right on cue, Eminez finds another charm onto Unforgiven to set up 3 more kills into the back pockets of Cloud9, just playing so well with Fog of War, baiting them to set forward with this low HP turret. You can see he's not even that far forward. He's well behind where the turret is, but still Eminez knowing that's where he's going to be able to attack from in the Fog of War, finds that initial kill, and then they just keep forcing forward. Blabber playing so confident, just flashing on top of Revenge.
Yeah, because he's got the backup to do it. Berserker adding a little bit of extra there. And we've got, the Casante ult canceling the blast cone, move block afterwards, be able to push him on through.
And you could see the charm from Imanez shot off to the right. That wasn't a misclick. That was anticipating Armeo going over with the blast cone. It was to grab him after he landed. But unfortunately, Casante just said, nope, I'm going to stop him myself. And that just made it that much easier for C9, who now can secure the 3rd Drake of the game and Soul Point.
Casante even by his own teammate. I want to look good too. Meanwhile, they pick up everything on the map pretty effortless here. I wonder if you can even get an objective bounty shutdown, because ideally for Evil Geniuses, you want to make cross-map plays. Cloud9 are obviously way too strong to fight. So send as many resources to the opposite side of the map. They're sending everybody to try and ensure that they can get an objective bounty shutdown. All right, there we go. Comeback mechanics on display, Mark.
All right, let's look at this massive gold swing back in EG's favor. 800. Never mind, they're also losing their bot side at the same time, Kobe. They overloaded to get that objective bounty, but the Rift Herald was still in the back pocket of Cloud9. They're going to break an inhibitor turret before 20 minutes.
Yeah, Revenge might still be pushing that tier 2 in the top lane, but Cloud9 has already broken into the base of EG on the bottom side. JoJo nearly killed, gets away, but just barely. Fudge keeping it going, goes all out, finds one, finds a knockup onto 2. It's Casante, and he ain't taking any sort of answer other than hell yeah. C9 going straight for the base, and they're gonna look for even more kills to pad those stats. Revenge only lives because of the Lamb's Respite, but I don't think he's gonna find a whole lot once it expires. 18-3, 19-3. You would not guess that this was a battle for first place, because Cloud9 have just been making them look silly.
They had one minion with them. Man, we keep on pushing it there, but they're going to retreat, just take all of the spoils of war here, and return to finish the job later.
I was worried it was going to be Dancing Shelly. Armeo smited that one down, and then Revenge on the teleport cleared the wave to make sure they could not end the game before 20 minutes. But that is the only saving grace for EG right now, the fact that it's not more humiliating than it already is, because Cloud9, like you said, kind of putting that debate to bed with how dominant they are over EG right now. Even though they'll be tied in the standings, you heard in the Smack Talk video, Fudge said, hey, if we beat you here, we got the tiebreaker. We're the better team in the LCS.
I mean, I don't think anybody's going to argue which one of them's better when you're looking at a game state like this. We were expecting close game. We were expecting match of the week. Maybe we weren't expecting how pissed off Cloud9 would get losing to Team Liquid yesterday.
Production's already airing the next, like, this game's dead. Let's don't leave yet, though. Mundo dodgeball.
Hold on now. M&S finding a charm onto Ayla. Nobody else is close enough to give him any backup. So he's not going to overcommit just yet, but a TP ready to arrive as Blabber finds Revenge off to the side. Revenge does not want anything to do with this fight. M&S not going to hit the charm on Unforgiven, but Fudge is ready to find him anyway. One more hit from the Intofo strikes, finds a killing spree for the C9 top laner. Flash in for the knockback. Revenge wants to go into the back line. He finds Berserker, but he won't get the kill. They're just too far behind. Blabber is godlike, and he's not going to stop the chase. C9 continues, and the cozy campfire keeps them warm as hell. These guys are not messing around.
They certainly are not. One more minion. Actually, they can just go get Baron now. Armeo, can you work some magic, buddy? Because Evil Geniuses need a whole magic show to come back in this one. He's on a ward, so it's going to be very difficult to get inside. Cloud9 probably just go kill him.
Man, he's gonna need a full-on, like, wizard hat to be able to cast a spell good enough for this one. C9 just controlling this game from start to finish. M&S, Blabber, and Sven. Nope, they're all just looking for that Sejuani. Easy follow-up there. They're gonna secure the Baron. M&S might even be able to find another kill here. Sven coming up, ready to buff him there. It is Orb of Deception. Second half of the damage goes through. Nice predict on the charm there into the Ultra Mega Fire Kick just for a little bit more disrespect. C9 gets the Baron. They don't even need to reset. They're looking to push down top lane.
Here comes the pain train. All right, Cloud9 full steam ahead. They're going to 4-1 split push. Fudge try and get the mid wave up. The rest of the team's not going to wait around, though.
Revenge is on a flank, maybe looking for some sort of miracle here if he can get the angle. EG backing away. They want to fight when Armeo is back alive, but C9's going to knock down the inhib before that even happens. All right, Revenge pops the Dominus for the early Fury generation. Now he's coming around from the side. Blabber's taken low, but not low enough to burst him down before lands Respite. Now he's going to heal. Remember, Revenge already used the flash in the previous fight. They stun up Fudge, but that don't matter. That's not the guy you need. He stays in the front line, forcing back Revenge and JoJo. C9 knows that Blabber is low, but the rest of the players are ready to fight. Berserker is godlike, and Blabber's just putting the damage on the mid lane turret. He's still doing work. He's just working at a different job. It's C9 pushing all the way into the Nexus. Fudge leading the charge. Unforgiven in the dirt once more. M&S goes on a rampage, and C9 goes wild. They'll take down EG.
Cloud9 stumble yesterday, but they climb right back to the top today.
Cloud9 7-2, tied for first place, but with the tiebreaker in their back pocket after absolutely destroying Evil Geniuses. And it all goes back to that level 1, level 2 trading advantage off Berserker and Sven's bot lane play. After getting destroyed yesterday, they bounce back and set up the entire side of C9 for success.
Wasn't close, wasn't kind of close, wasn't sort of close, wasn't even a little close. C9 made easy work out of Evil Geniuses in this head-to-head. I was expecting a much closer matchup, but C9 came ready for this one.
And one of the things that this team has used over so many opponents in the LCS is such a wide diversity in draft. They've really been flexible, and some of the failures have been in when they're experimenting and trying different things. But they said literally in their interview after their multiple Kindred Milio games, this is one of their favorite tools to use. And they certainly showed it today.
I love it. Breaking out the bread and butter in an important match to cement themselves as still the top dog in the LCS. The chirping was starting. I was one of them, starting to chirp, starting to predict against them. I learned my lesson. C9, you are the best team in the LCS, hands down right now.
Hush, little baby.
Yeah.
No more out of you.
Nope, I'm going to be quiet the rest of the day.
Cloud9, though, here's the end of it. Blabber got chunked a little bit low, and the arrow for Unforgiven made it so that he wasn't in the Fallout fight, but Fudge doesn't care. He's got plenty of DPS behind him anyway, so goes the extra Q here, locks in Revenge, and you know the end of the story.
I also appreciate EG looking for this play. They hadn't reset in a while. They're sitting on a lot of gold. They're kind of low on health and resources. You're going to lose the game anyways. Go pull the trigger there and either start coming back or just get out of the game, go next fast.
Yeah, well, it was a fast one indeed, and with it wrapped up, a reminder, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. You can head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. But now it's time to join Jat with Blabber and Sven on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers, Sven, and Blabber. That was fast.
Yep.
Sven, I want to ask you, because yesterday was a rough game against Team Liquid. Did that impact the way you guys played today against GG?
We didn't play yesterday. At least I wasn't playing, but I mean, sometimes it just happens. You just get rolled over, level 1. Happened to EG this game too. It just happens.
Is it as simple as that? Like, or do you feel like you had a different energy today versus the game yesterday?
I mean, we were definitely a little bit pissed off today. I'm not gonna lie. You know, TL got us fired up a little bit, and we took it out on EG. These guys thought they were good, but here we are, right? So after my disaster yesterday on Rakan, I'm back on the range champs. You know, we have like a 1-by-1 kind of thing where, okay, 1 game on Yuumi, free win. 1 game Melee, free win. No, 1 game Rakan, 1 game Nautilus. So we kind of like, you know, we're trying new things here and there, but yeah.
Awesome. It does mean you do move into first place because you won the head-to-head tiebreaker against GG with the same record. You also had the most kills at 14 minutes that any team in the LCS has had this year in that game. So it felt like you were pissed off. And Blabber, I do want to ask, was it a bit of an ego battle between you and Armeo? I saw Fudge and Revenge saying it was going to be an ego battle because I know you talked to Armeo a lot. He was a coach for Cloud9 last split. How are you feeling about that matchup coming in?
For me, it's not like that. Like, Armeo is a good friend of mine. So for me, it's just, you know, go on the ref, do my best. If he wins, I'm glad he did well, but I'm not lying. But I don't feel like it's an ego battle for me. I'm just glad he got a job in the LCS this year. I think he's deserved it for a while. But yeah, it wasn't anything personal for me today.
Yeah, and also this concludes the first round robin for you guys. 3 more weeks of the regular season. My observation has been that you have played a little bit loose in some of your losses. This looked a lot cleaner. How do you feel like you're going to be ramping up for the last half of the split?
Well, we've just been trying different stuff. Like, it might not be what's best for us. Like, we obviously know what we're going to win on. Like Kindred Milio, if we want to win, we're not going to lose on that. But
if you want to win.
If you want to win, yeah. But sometimes my coach, Mithy, he doesn't want to win, and he wants to play champs that we aren't as good at to just, you know, prep for playoffs, which I think is a good thing. So, yeah, I think we're just going to keep trying new stuff going into the second half and hopefully ramp up for playoffs.
And Sven, if EG is not a threat, who is the biggest threat for C9 in the rest of the LCS?
Rakan Nautilus.
It's a champion threat. All right. Thank you, Sven and Blabber, very much for the interview. Congrats on the win and first place. And we're going to send it back to the LCS Lounge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Cloud9, for the win, and it just goes straight into our Grubhub dub for this one. And the best way to beat the summer heat is by getting a refreshing meal on Grubhub. Use your code LCSSummer for $10 off your delivery order of over $15 or more. I should have said that first. For new diners only. Terms apply. So let's just get straight into the play, Emily.
Yeah, so obviously we call out M&S for this because of his entry into this turret dive and the charm he lands right here. However, this was obviously a team play, right? Like, they are revisiting bot lane after the kind of fiasco that the interview already talked about. This, to me, was where the game was like, okay, it's over. Like, we're doomed. It's done. And we talked about this mid-jungle from you know, C9 versus Armeo, Jojo versus Blabber and M&S. And I think Blabber and M&S like vastly outperformed them today. And a lot of it was because of M&S and Blabber going bot side and really taking advantage of that pushing lane.
100%, and I felt like that was the finishing touch to a big setup. There was the first dive, which actually took top lane TP out of it. It was canceled too, so he didn't have TP. Mid lane didn't have TP because both of their lanes were looking really grim. So then suddenly, 4v2 or a 4v3 dive because Sejuani is there, and it just didn't matter at that point. So it felt like Cloud9 completely dismantled them. That being said, I think we covered it properly.
It felt like it because they did.
You're right. But that's it for the matchup. TL versus GG is next. But first, something we're pretty sure is the world's first. You know Mundo Dodgeball. You know Dodgeball. But what about Mundo Dodgeball Dodgeball? Let's check it out.
Hey!
Don't turn your back. You hit your teammate.
Let's get crushed. Welcome to Mundo Dodgeball. It's Mark and Speaker versus Blabber and Raz. They're playing dodgeball. It's a best of 3. The player who actually hits the most cleavers and kills the other Mundo wins. Let's start.
Oh!
I picked the wrong skin.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I got Corporate Mundo.
I wanted to go Mundo, and I went Corporate Mundo.
Speaker, I heard you were talking for this, huh?
No, I wasn't.
I heard though.
I just want to say no.
I got my balls first.
I wanted you.
Oh, don't slip on the balls.
Listen, Raz, I wanted you, okay?
Oh,
you
I
were
didn't
my
hear
first
that.
pick.
I didn't hear that.
You were my first pick until some allegations came through.
Who are the allegations coming from?
Your teammate, Blabberfish.
Blabber, is this true?
Is this true?
Confirm, nor did I
have.
What's being said?
There's no balls yet. We're waiting until the game starts.
Okay.
Run.
How do I walk?
Go Baron.
How do I walk?
Right click, bro.
Oh, left clicking.
No, right click. Bro, what?
Oh, I've been playing too much Diablo.
Yeah, actually though.
Also, Blabber.
Wait. No. Are we ready?
Oh, sorry.
Wait, I have one peek.
Hey, whoa, what the
Hey,
even that helped out.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, that's cheating.
Go, hit him a couple times. Okay, don't get too close to the line. If you get too close to the line, I'm gonna hit you. I don't know how to turn it off. I just healed, by the way. I just healed by accident.
I mean, I'm sorry, buddy. That's your fault.
Yeah, that's heels down.
Blabber's unhinged.
Okay, wait, 140, yeah?
Yeah, 140.
Okay?
Raz is
Yo,
ready.
Raz, don't look at me like that.
I'm looking at you, bro.
All right. Dodgeball's thrown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh! Hey!
What the heck is going on with the cleaver?
Hey, don't turn your back. You hit your teammate. What the?
I need momentum. I need momentum.
Anything.
What are you doing?
Wait.
I'm trying to hit the laptop.
Don't hit my face.
I'm ghosting.
Hey, no headshots.
Yeah, I didn't hear that rule. That rule doesn't exist.
You back off my back.
What the fuck?
Mark.
Wait. Oh.
I walked up all the way.
Blabber slow. Blabber, you gotta throw a cleaver.
I can't.
Yo, Mark, we gotta synchronize,
Oh
okay?
my God.
Mark, hit him now, hit him now.
I have no
Oh,
idea
shit.
what's going on in the game.
There we go.
I hit. Oh my God.
Good luck seeing the screen.
No.
Raz can
It's
do
close.
it.
What the?
He can win by 1 cleaver. Come on. That's it.
We got it.
Stop.
What the heck?
1-0.
1-0 done.
Let's go. Down 1. Team
I
Raz
knew it.
Blabber.
I knew you were the
It's all good.
best,
It's all
Mark.
good.
players were just itching the whole offseason to play games. We played 205 games of scrims. We were just ready to just explode.
Nice. Summit wants to engage. He's found Boost you already.
쉬는 동안 팀원들끼리 다 같이 활동하면서 되게 유대감이 더 깊어졌던 것 같아요.
We've been having a lot of fun. I think this is the team that I've seen laugh the most.
Our team environment was really good. Only thing we need to do was doing well in LCS. So I'm happy that we are doing well.
That was really cool to hear from TL, especially in particular Pioshik as a personality watching over in the LCK and also at Worlds. He's such a fun personality, so it's great to see how well they're getting along, and obviously they've been performing super well. As they take to the stage, I'm going to shift topics onto the Golden Guardians mid laner Gory in another episode of Draw My Life. So draw my LCS and LCK and LPL and PCS life, Gory. Kim Gory Tae began his pro career on Gangwon's KEG team in 2017, which is kind of like an amateur team that played in the Kespa Cup. There, he was actually teammates with TL Summit. Gory was known as an up-and-coming mid laner, while on SK Telecom T1 as a trainee, kind of in a similar position to Scout. After being a sub on Edward Gaming in LPL Spring 2021, Gory actually returned to the LCK, this time on Nongshim Red Force, and actually won Player of the Split for that split. Gory is really into animation and watching it, and his favorite anime, according to him, is Attack on Titan. After another LPL stint on FPX, Fun Plus Phoenix this time, and a short time in the PCS on PSG Talon, Gory now came to Golden Guardians and helped the team make LCS finals for the first time. And I think Gory's performance in the mid lane for Golden Guardians has been a massive factor behind a lot of their wins, him and River working together. And now they have a task set up ahead of them because they're taking on TL. So casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Emily. And here we have
watch out.
The defending champ arriving to the arena. Give it. Hit him. The
one
haymaker.
punch. One punch.
Gory might like Attack on Titan, but Pioshik likes One Punch Man. That's the name, right?
I like that. Yes,
Okay.
you're right there. Hajime and Info, one of the two.
All right.
Hit them both.
Don't give him Kindred or Vi now.
True.
Yeah. All right, boys. Well, anyway, let's get into it. We've got another match coming up here that's with teams very close in the standings, tied in the standings exactly. It's Team Liquid going up against Golden Guardians. Mark has gone back to the Analyst Lounge. Raz, welcome to the caster desk.
Replacing Mark, I think that's a good decision.
We upgraded.
Instant flame. Instant flame.
Not just tied in the standings, tied for third, fourth. We just had first, second play, and now we get another delivery of a top of the table matchup, third and fourth place. Whoever loses this will be the fourth place afterwards. Team Liquid versus Golden Guardians, 5-3 apiece right now. Jungle Beefa brewing as the entrance from Team Liquid and Pioshik given the knockout blow. We will see what they let through here, because typically when you're on red side like Golden Guardians, you have to ban out the OP mid laners. You have to worry about Nico and LeBlanc, and they've already invested one of their bans into Kennen. So you cannot cover Nico, LeBlanc, and the Kindred at this point. Are you going to give the Kindred over to Team Liquid, or are you going to let through the Nico? Because we've already seen the Kindred given over and been defeated. Maybe
the answer is Kindred.
Maybe that is been
not Nico.
Take the Kindred out of there.
banned.
Smart decision already.
They banned it themselves here from TL.
Oh yeah, that's fair. And from Golden Guardian side, a big thing is, yes, River can play it, but also the fact that they're on red side, that Gory, yes, levying mid lane bans might be smart, but he's somebody that is really important to counterpick for if you're Golden Guardian. So I expect that to go in 4-5 for them. So it's going to be difficult for Team Liquid to really do much there.
Well, insta-lock on the Vi. There was no Kindred, but hey, Pioshik's ready with his role play earlier this morning. He was LARPing it, and now he's playing it for real.
Yeah, I think the ego damage was done to TL. Then when they got their Kindred the one time, and then they lose with it, they're like, okay, fine.
Never
I guess
again.
We'll ban it ourselves, and we'll just pick the Vi like everybody else.
Never again. But it is crazy to see that Vi has been now up Now it's been permaban for a good portion of time, and now we're being able to see it get first pick. Teams are a little bit more comfortable playing it into it. It's going to be really especially good for Team Liquid as a team that prioritizes Ahri. That is the strong combination, Ahri and Vi, so they can now roam to both side lanes. So interested to see what happens here, what Golden Guardian's response is going to be, and if they do go for the Ahri.
I love it. Little shout out to his MSI Rengar pop up there from River. If he wants to go for dueling, it would be Viego. If he wants to go for team fighting, it would be Wukong or Sejuani.
All right, we got the Viego locked in for River.
Nice. All right, a little bit more of the dueling power. I love it because everybody on Viego now plays so aggressively. We've seen a lot of these early invades trying to play off lanes. Plus, Golden Guardian's able to pick up a Aphelios off of the back half air and trade for that buy. And so many AD carries. Stixxay in particular yesterday, he actually won them the game.
Yes.
And sometimes you overemphasize it and you're like, oh, single-handedly won this team fight. But no, he single-handedly won the team fight at Dragon. Ult exploding the entire enemy team and then chasing down both backline members of 100 Thieves himself. So they're very happy to get that Aphelios again.
Which is why it's great to see this game. Both teams came off big wins. Team Liquid versus Cloud9. That game was a huge success, not only because they played a clean front-to-back team fight, but it was Summit that was willing to pick the Ornn.
Yes.
After everyone was talking about how he's like, oh, he is the carry top laner, he cares a lot about the lane, he sacrificed the ego to play an Ornn versus an engaged composition. So that's one thing for Golden Guardians. You're right, like Stixxay is just huge these days. And so being able to empower him, play front to back, I think that's important. And it's nice to have him, the Robin, to Gory's Batman.
And I like having Harry on Ahri. It's a pick that he's incredibly comfortable with, incredibly familiar with, super practiced on. It's one of the better picks in the meta anyway. I see no reason not to do it. Golden Guardians, seeing that Ahri locked in, they're going to lock in the Annie for themselves just to make sure that that pool does not get pinched further in the second half of the bans. So we have mirrored picks drafted on both sides so far with jungler plus mid plus AD carry. So tops and supports are going to be the focus in the second half of the bans.
And Licorice is one of the most dangerous counter-picking top laners. Ever since spring playoffs, they have very effectively utilized their counter picks for Licorice, and they're going to force the blind pick out of Summit first. Raz already mentioned that he's now been willing to just play those tank matchups, so maybe they just blind to tank and allow Licorice to pick whatever he wants into it. Golden Guardians feel he needs a little bit more pushing in that direction. so they're gonna be like, yeah, they ban out the Jax. Let's really make sure he wants to blind one of those and let Licorice use his counter picks. Like yesterday, we saw the Rumble pick utilized yet again effectively, and there you go.
Not today, we won't.
They also were watching the game, it looks like.
Yep, that's good. It's a good thing to watch the games of the teams you're going to be playing against.
Smart. Great strategy. But one thing I wanted to point it out for the Golden Guardian side, yes, I think that last game that they had, important to talk about their Drake setup. I'm interested to see how they respond to the Vi, because at least from that perspective, they're going to be getting dove in on. So anything to kite back within the comp that they had and at least provide some protection for Aphelios, I think is important.
Yeah, Vi Ahri is the bread and butter of Team Liquid.
Yes.
This is their most utilized strategy. This combination 3 times in a row, always trying to get it, not only because it's very strong in the meta right now in picking off either mid lane or enemy jungle and winning those 2v2s post level 6, but also because, as Flower said, it is Harry's favorite and most comfortable champion.
Yes.
So I'm definitely looking at that mid lane because I always actually like the Annie side where you're just dropping Tibbers over and over to get the lane push and look to get some extra control yourself. I think a lot of the game is going to hinge on that as we will finally get our reveal here. Between Core JJ and Huhi, these are the 2 most enthusiastic Rel players, and Golden Guardians will be the ones to just grab that first.
Rel was the champion I was thinking about the entire second half of the ban phase, looking at this, expecting either one of these teams to be happy to snatch that one up. It's such a good engage mechanism. It's so powerful right
And since both of them love this champ so much and both of them play so much of it, they both are ready, or I would think are both ready to be able to play around it as well. Alistar is one of the ones that you see very, very prolifically because you can have those combo breakers with your knockups, but he goes for the Renata instead. That kind of counter engage with the ultimate, even though Rel is so good at getting the snap engages, if you're able to ward the Rel out and track her and get that Renata ultimate off as they come in for the engage, that can be the entire turning of a team fight.
I've been loving the Renata picks that Core JJ has been going towards. There's 2 games in a row where he identifies what Golden Guardians, or at least last time it was Cloud9, are trying to do, trying to dive into them. In this case, it's the Rel and Viego that want to be able to do something, and I think he does a great job. So this is going to be a nice look here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, pretty much everybody's been diving recently.
Yes.
Most team comps do have an element.
So, the Cassante was left open despite the fact that we had plenty of top lane focus in the second half of the ban phase. They're going to lock that one in for Summit. But when you didn't focus any of those Cassante-specific counter picks, things like, you know, the Gwen, like the Fiora, things can get a little dicey. But instead, Golden Guardians are just going to take another tank into it. They're picking the Poppy. This can be very good for stopping the dashes of the Cassante, the Vi, the Ahri. It doesn't do anything against Varus and Renata. But the first three, Steadfast Presence, you can get a lot of value.
We're starting to see a lot more Poppy here, Kobe. We saw it just yesterday on Impact. We've seen it for a while in the LPL and LCK. This is a great Poppy pick. There's quite a few dashes. Of course, we see it from Vi, Ahri, if there's ever a roam topside, Ahri, of course, Cassante. I love it. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I've been a big proponent of it as a flex pick. You know, this one is picked last and in counter pick into the Cassante matchup where you had that buff to the percentage health damage of the Q for Poppy, and that's what he's going to try and utilize. But I really do think it is also a very good early pick to be able to flex to jungle and utilize as another one of those, gains you a little bit of extra leverage. In this one too, it also provides you so much around the early Rift Herald fights. And in the current state of the game, early Rift Herald fights sometimes will just win you an entire game.
Yes.
So getting a good Poppy ultimate around one of these and be able to win that and start to snowball money can be super, super effective.
All right, Raz, I'm going to put you on the spot here.
All right.
Who do you think won the draft?
Whew. I'm a Renata fan. I think Team Liquid's got this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kobe, you agree or?
Honestly, I'm going to take the other side of it. I'm going Golden Guardians here. After seeing Stixxay yesterday on the Aphelios, I have confidence in him, and I feel like when you have confidence in Stixxay, he has been probably the weakest performing player on the team, but if he's playing well like he did yesterday, then there's not really going to be a weakness here.
All right, we'll see if he can step up. Everything's pretty much to expectation here as we start off at level 1. No crazy invades, teleports on all of our solo laners. No summoner spellbooks this time around for anybody. There is cleanse on both of the AD carries, respecting the CC available from both sides here. Core JJ going for the heal on the Renata, while Huhi does have the ignite on Rel. Always love to see this champion roaming. Always love to see him bringing that extra little bit of firepower to guarantee they can get those early kills when they try to make those rotations.
Yeah, an eye that I have right now is going to be on Harry. You mentioned it, Kobe, a little earlier. Yes, that Ahri is his favorite pick. Gotta see, though, what the level 1's brewing.
A little bit of trading here. Fortunately for Team Liquid, the trading actually happens at a time where it's not good to go back and try to heal that off, so Gory's going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage there in the lane.
Yeah, I absolutely love these defense plays on red buff to try and clear the Raptor ward for your jungler like that. Not only do you get a little chunk onto Gory as he comes in, but they also get to clear the early ward here for Pyosik, for their Vi, and get the first kill for it onto Yon for bottom side. They get back down to the bottom side, a little bit long on the route, but don't miss out on anything.
So that's a positive for me. The thing that I was going to mention as Stixxay is getting chunked down.
Oof. And you see, it's all about positioning here. Wow, they gave up the brush positioning to Huhi on the bottom side for Rel, so he can always look for that and try and get the snap engages. If you have Core JJ and Yon move both up into range on Stixxay, they got a huge trade, and now they get the early...
Core JJ just flashing forward there past the crash down of Huhi. They're going to trade that flash for that of Stixxay. So 1 for 1 there, but with that enemy AD carry who has no mobility, now also having no flash. Huhi with a flash engage coming out there for that instant over-the-shoulder toss. The Golden Guardians won't get anything else off the back of it.
And guess what? Whose jungler is pathing down here? Whoever's jungler is pathing down to bottom side, spoiler, it's Pyosik, is going to have the advantage when everybody is playing so aggressively here. And into the Rel, they're trying to actually punish the Rel pick, knowing that Huhi wants to keep going for those engages. Vi is going to take a long, long route here into the blue buff while River is going to pass through mid. So they blow the flash on Harry.
Yep, Gory with a follow-up flash, River with a follow-up flash into the Spectral Maw, the stun stack, and Harry falls. Its first blood back over to River.
And now Pyosik is left in here counter jungling, watching as his mid laner gets double flashed on and dies. He's got the ward onto River. Can he Q?
Yes, he can. There it is. Quick burst of damage onto River, who, remember, has no flash. He had to use it to secure the kill, but nobody else from Team Liquid is close by, so he get away.
I give a little credit to Stixxay and Huhi in the bottom lane, trading right back, because I think the initial intention was what they saw in the Cloud9 game. trade heavily, burn flash, look for a dive alongside Pyosik. That angle wasn't there, and I think Stixxay and Huhi were playing well around it. So then, yeah, you go in for the counter jungle and find the next best thing, and immediately gives an opportunity for River to find that mid lane gank.
Yep. All was going according to plan for Team Liquid. Aggressive bottom lane, Yana CoreJJ positioning up on enemy AD carry, getting those chunks and trying to get that early back for themselves. But like you said, River upsets the whole game plan.
Yeah.
The double flash, the confidence here, Gory and River, this duo has done so much for Golden Guardians, and them getting the double flash kill onto the mid laner, and then sniffing out Pyosik there completely puts that TL plan to a halt. And River's back at it again. Hovers up on top side to see how the tanks are doing. Checks in on the kids.
Let's go ahead and see what might be going on. If Licorice could get an angle to maybe slam Summit into the wall, but Summit's not going to give him that angle too easily. Licorice just going to go ahead, throw down another one of those Qs. River doesn't want to waste too much time up here, so he'll go ahead and just channel that first recall, grab his items, head back to base, start pathing through those camps again.
Yeah, bit of a sideline reporter. Seeing if he could do anything top lane just wasn't an option. But I think, yes, focus is still towards bot lane. Because at the end of the day, no flashes on either support makes it easy. The harder one, I would say, is in Golden Guardian side, simply because Stixxay had to burn flash for his own, so that is a bit of a worry point. So if you're Pyosik, you're looking for a point of the map to attack, Dragon's up, you're getting bot lane push, that's where you want to go.
I think Pyosik just go for his base right now, try and get even on items, and then come down to red quadrant. See if they can get any sort of counter plays here, because Rel will constantly be using that Hex Flash to look for those aggressive stuns. Here he gets pushed right back out, and some good chunk damage for JJ, landing the handshake here onto Stixxay. He's got no sustain left.
And remember, it was CoreJJ with those handshakes on the Renata pick that was such a thorn in the side for Cloud9 yesterday. That's how they smacked Berserker and Sven around and made them so mad that they came in today and did what they did to EG.
Oh,
so
man.
CoreJJ has shown he knows how to run the lane here with this champion, and him and Jan are having a great time in bottom lane so far. Pyosik disengaging from where that dragon spawned. He did not want anything to do with the fight against River.
Yeah, because his mid laner had to go all the way back to base, and so the threat of getting trapped in there is a little bit scary. So he has to exit as he's been found and can return now that Harry is back from base. Always make sure your mid laner is there first before you go for an objective, and this is the Annie trade. You drop your Tibbers, you push out the wave. This is right after Harry just got back from base, so Corey's immediately going to retake push on this wave and try and get some sort of movement here for them. TL, though, they return to that dragon after Harry gets back and pick it up eventually, so Pyosik right back on track.
And it is worth pointing out, it's Airy, Annie, so you're not going to also be mining money the whole time that you're dropping these Tibbers down if you're just going to be doing that with like the first strike build. So not quite the min-max version of the drop Tibbers on CD, but you can see right there on your screen how much of a pain in the butt it is to try to clear the thing away. It gives the Annie so much pressure, so much push, so much control.
Yeah, I mean, he just came back from base, and guess what? All your potion charges are gone here, have been burned. Let's see about the trade up here. They've got full control of this quadrant, but Harry's going for it. Misses the charm. Nice little sidestep from Gory, trying to bait him into the fog of war, but Harry's not going to take it.
Yeah, Harry missing the charm there pretty much means the play is over. You know you're not going to be able to chase the guy down very effectively, and he's got to have help nearby if he's running up into the brush like that.
Yeah, and I don't think you lose too much here. All eyes are going to be on the next Rift Herald. Bot lane from TL is going to be pushing first, so it seems actually it's going to be Stixxay, but he does need a base off here, so that's going to be the trade. But for both mid laners, they're going to want to base and come back for Herald, so I expect Team Liquid to try and at least keep their bot lane here and react if they can buy enough time. That's what I'm expecting here.
Stixxay still hanging around, even though Huhi went ahead and recalled. Has the fully constructed Ionian Boots of Lucidity now to give him the extra cooldown and move speed that could be the difference between finding that engage or not. Remember, so many of these fights around Heralds or Drakes or just any of the neutral objectives can really be decided by a proper Rel engage, just finding that perfect moment, finding multiple targets. The champion is so powerful in these skirmishes and team fights, and Huhi's the exact kind of player to be able to identify when that time to go in is.
Oh, and Pyosik going to use the little abuse case for vision here. You hug this wall, you can get in even when Scuttle Crab is there, and your opponents will have a false sense of confidence. Looks like he gets a little scared, wants to pull it further out. It's on the end of its patience range, though. You have to be careful.
And you can see there's even a CoreJJ hanging out there in the pixel brush, just making sure that nobody's approaching, even though they did avoid the vision. So Team Liquid, Heist successful. They will sneak this one away, and Golden Guardians are none the wiser.
Yeah.
It's just been so impressive to see Team Liquid play around objectives the past few games now, weeks now. Even getting pushed off initially off of Dragon, they recognized that they had bot push and that they can continue to play for it. So it's been nice to see the vision play that they had here, how well CoreJJ is rotating alongside Pyosik, something that we didn't see last split. It was pretty hectic, but it's a nice change.
Gory again, just dropping that Tibbers on Harry, taking control over the lane, who he was seeing if maybe there was a chance to try to follow it up, and even if you try to go in, flash into the crash down, the cast time is going to allow Harry to get away with a Spirit Rush, so you don't want to commit those resources. Summit, meanwhile, having push up here in the top side, you can see about a one-wave lead for him once Licorice farms up these minions that are about to crash into the turret, but let's see if we can get a play mid now. Gory's still just fine. Using Tibbers as a mobile ward off to the side to make sure that he will not be ganked as he clears the wave.
That's a weird looking ward skin.
Yeah, that's a big old ward skin. Super control ward Tibbers.
It's got hands.
My ward smacks you around. Get back in the chicken pit.
That's definitely a pay-to-win ward.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Why is this ward burning me?
All right, now that the evil ward is gone, Harry can go back into the mid lane and continue farming against his opponent. But Huhi and River still both hanging around here, just making sure Gory can get this shoved out and get himself a safe reset, or just join up with the rest of these guys as they're roaming potentially somewhere else.
Yeah, and right now, if you're River, he's done a great job of being able to trade on the side of the map that Pyosik is not playing for. The Rift Trail is the only aberration because they didn't have any vision there. I'm still worried about bot side just a little bit. The slow push that's going to be coming towards him. Stixxay does need support here. And a lot of the times when you are this far behind, as an example of last game, like, you just need to hover bot side of the map so they don't get dove. At least this time around, they'll have TP for it. So they don't need to respect it as much as they did the last time when CoreJJ was rounding around their bot lane turret. So look at the setup here.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous for Golden Guardians if they try and force something and bring River down. Renata's so good in counter-engage scenarios here, and they're working up a wave. Pyosik trying to trail here just in case there was a Viego gank coming. And here comes River. Got to be a little careful for this. Team Liquid setting up for it.
Huhi may look over the wall here. Pyosik now going to put himself in position just in case the Golden Guardians go after Yon, but Golden Guardians don't want to go for it. They know that there is a very high possibility that Pyosik is here and Team Liquid is trying to bait this out. So instead, they're just going to play it cool. Allow this wave to continue to crash into the turret. Let Stixxay farm up under there. Not force out a play. Worth pointing out, Pyosik only level 7, River level 8. So there is a +1 advantage there in the jungle for the Golden Guardians. But Team Liquid having plenty of firepower down here. They've got everybody full HP. They've got Harry ready to participate in the fight as well. But Gory's got his cooldown back up on the Tibbers.
Watch Varus ult.
River coming in, but he ain't gonna find anything. Gory with a flash engage. Yon having a flash away, but now a lot of damage on the Pyosik. Instead, the Magnet Storm counterattack comes out, and the Golden Guardians are in some trouble. Over Deception finds the first kill. Pyosik drops. It'll be a 1-for-1 there so far, as River kills off Pyosik, and now looks to see if there's anything else to find. Stixxay, Moonlight Vigil over the wall. It targets Yon, but not enough to grab the damage. Summit's joined the fight, and he's looking for River and Gory both, but now Licorice is here, so he won't be able to get anything. Just a 1-for-1 when the dust settles, but Team Liquid also gets the drink.
Yep, positive for Team Liquid, and they end up forcing teleports too. Summit teleports first, and then as he's about to make the catch, they also channel Licorice teleport. Both top laners coming down to visit, so Team Liquid, they accomplished their goals still.
Yeah, and a lot of it was, even though our eyes were on the bot side of the map, it was waiting on the push from Harry. Both mid laners needed the base. Huhi is looking for an angle mid, though.
Oh, River and Huhi looking for Harry here. They know the Ahri does not have the ult. So by finding that CC, they force out the flash, maybe get themselves an opening here in the next 5 minutes to revisit this Ahri.
Yep, Golden Guardians, they tried to start it out with the flash from Gory to get the combo onto Yon. He stays cool, he cleanses, he walks it out, he turns around, throws the Varus ultimate, allowing them to get the dragon, get the 1-for-1.
Exactly.
And then it's just a full reset.
I thought the setup was great. As I mentioned, the push was perfect. And then your eyes are on Yon here, who cleanse flashes instantly. Had he had been comboed off of that stun, as you'll see very soon, that would have been a problem. That actually would have been a Golden Guardians win off the team fight, but his ability to react as soon as he could won them that fight.
Yep, and then the hostile takeover from CoreJJ, that counter engage there, allows them the space to run. Harry goes in, he makes sure they at least get their 1 kill onto the Rel, evening up that gold. As Pyosik up on the top side was taken down by Golden Guardians, River getting the reset on Viego and threatening the chase.
So speaking of topside, we've got all this craziness going on down here in the bottom half of the map. Absolutely nothing has occurred up here. They both have around the same amount of farm and a Sunfire Cape.
That's why they went to go play at the end of the Dragon Fight. They're like, yo, I heard there's some action going on down here. Meanwhile,
oh, we got some action, all right. Stixay forced to flash away there as Yon catches him out with the Chains of Corruption and nearly kills him off.
They don't want to be here for too long, though, with the whole goon squad here to support Stixay. It's like, you can't touch our man.
Well, all right, they're going to get out. They're away from it. No more worries down there. But Gory has the Tibbers, and if you're Harry, you know what that means. He's about to cast Tibbers. But Pyosik meant to come in instead. They engage with a Vi ulti into the Ahri Charm. A little bit more damage. Follows through with a Spirit Rush, and Harry gets the kill.
Vi Ahri, most played combination on Team Liquid. Pulls it off again from behind the Raptor Pit, the most annoying one. CoreJJ now gets caught by River. Little handshake and walk it back into his own territory here. The waiting arms of Pyosik.
Yep, Pyosik being there for the backup means that CoreJJ will be okay. But River is not willing to just walk away from this one. He wants to try to get something out of this invade.
Pyosik has smite, River does not.
Yeah, that's a freebie.
Unfortunate.
It was a bluff.
Yeah.
Trying to stare at him angrily.
He didn't actually want that red buff anyway.
Okay, he wanted Krugs.
Yeah, he just wanted to see
the real prize.
He just wanted to see how slow Pyosik took it because he knows he takes him faster. Meanwhile, now they're looking for the play. Harry is in a rough spot. He already used the ulti back in mid. However, CoreJJ turns it around. Team Liquid baits him and outsmarts him.
Your Renata looking pretty good, Raz. The Renata looking pretty good. Saves Harry. He's got a 300 gold bounty as well after the kill, after the revival here. And meanwhile, they know the jungler's on bottom side. Pyosik, free take on Rift Herald number 2. All of the neutral objectives this whole game. Team Liquid, Team Liquid, Team Liquid.
Yes, perfect timing. We've talked about perfect timing from Pyosik and how he was able to play out this game, but perfect timing from CoreJJ. Recognizing, yes, even though we're able to take red, we're being pushed out of red side jungle, and Harry's going to be the one that takes the front if he wants to be able to walk back to his lane. Comes in at an excellent time, saves him.
And it's all about communication here. Even though Harry is getting a little bit dangerous poking around, they knew they were here, and they have CoreJJ walking down lane. The timing you're talking about, oh yes. My goodness.
Clutch.
Perfect.
And that's what you expect from CoreJJ, honestly. Anytime people talk about him, it's him being able to rotate at the right time. The summit piece that we saw, the fact that he expected, hey, CoreJJ roams top lane. No, he just, if there's a moment, if he hears top lane dive, he'll be there. If he hears, I'm going to get dove, he's there as well.
And it's such a Renata unique interaction. Most other champions are not just going to be able to save the guy like that from what should be a short thing. You're looking at the entire roster of 160 champions, you think like, okay, maybe Zillion, okay, maybe Kale.
Support Kale,
yeah. Support Kale, sure. People play that, but no, CoreJJ just showing up, turning around what looked like such a good opportunity to get a shutdown, and now Team Liquid, they're up over 1,000 gold, they're up 2 Drakes, they're looking for that soul point here nice and early, just about 17 minutes into the game. River does not want to give it away for free. Licorice and Stixay are not grouped up with the rest of Golden Guardians. Meanwhile, Harry taking a little bit of damage over the wall here. Nice use of the Everfrost to lock down River. They want to make this fight happen. They go all out. A little bit more damage is going to finish off the enemy jungler, but now Harry's going to be picked off instead. Stixay grabbing the kill and River stays alive. Now they're going to turn it right back on Pyosik. Team Liquid is washed away, and the Golden Guardians just flushed them.
That was so nasty from Golden Guardians. Team Liquid, they got dizzy. They didn't even know where they were. They made the call here. You have Summit ulting and keeping River out of the dragon, but Pyosik wasn't even finishing the dragon. So they're fighting down one member. Pyosik is standing in there. The dragon's not getting burned down, so they're not getting the objective, and they're losing the team fight at the same time. Look at this, over the wall, River and Hui are poking around at Harry, and you think, okay, so I guess the call here is have Harry and Summit keep River out while we burn down the rest of this dragon. But Pyosik goes into it while Licorice is dealing with the backline here, the double Annie stun onto them, forcing them out. And then Pyosik comes to join after they've already been outnumbered and lost both sides. of the team fight, leaving the Dragon there with under 2k HP at the end, and the final chase down from Licorice. He wasn't far enough along on the blast cone, and he gets charged.
Big thing in that fight in the bottom half, you saw the red line drawn from Pioshik's Vi to River, interrupted by him waiting and then possessing the body until he knew exactly when he was gonna die. Perfect aggro drop coming out from this Viego that is now 4-0-1. Coming up huge.
It was big. And even just looking at Gory's positioning and the decision that he made, there were two separate fights that were happening. He decided that it was far more valuable to just walk up to Yon and CoreJJ that was isolating Licorice. Licorice was like, okay, I'm being pinned. I can't end up joining the fight. He even used his ulti and missed CoreJJ, but then in comes Gory, ends up pushing Yon out of the fight. He had no ability to impact it.
Yep, both sides of the fight here won by Golden Guardians, while Team Liquid looked a little confused there inside on the Dragon. And that is going to go a long, long way in getting Golden Guardians right back into this one. They stop the Dragon stacking. They get a huge gold lead to work with now. This is Golden Guardians territory.
We talk about swings in League of Legends. Well, that was the whole damn playground, boys.
Yep.
Team Liquid thought that they were running the show, and now Golden Guardians have completely suplexed that game state, and they are just thoroughly in the driver's seat.
And River is the big kid on the playground.
Gory, though, might be in a little bit of trouble here. There's that Vi-Ari Wombo combo, but Gory can walk it off, and River comes over the wall with a Heartbreaker playmaker. Let's see if they can get what they need here onto Harry and Pioshik. Harry with a flashback out. Summit's ready to join. Pathmaker to lead the way, all out to keep it going. But now who he's ready for the counter engage. Magnet Storm won't do it, and Yon picks up the kill. It's a 1-for-0 from Team Liquid. But Licorice is still seeing if there's anything else to find. He won't be able to catch up just yet. Tries to keep closing the gap. There is no turret here for TL, but Stixay can't get anywhere near the fight in time. So just that one kill going TL's way.
One kill, but on the same page. Initially, it was Golden Guardians turning the play on Team Liquid, but being able to see that Summit TP in no man's land, being able to double down and to protect them in that moment, I thought was pivotal. So great TP coming in, and as a Team Liquid, coordinating well.
Yes, sir. Easy to coordinate, a Vi-Ari. They go back to their bread and butter, their combo here. They go into the brush, then they have the rest of the team coming, teleport while CoreJJ as well as Yon are heading down, and with that numbers collapse, now Harry under attack, but he's got the beautiful blast cone there to safety.
Yeah, the Vi-Ari worked out because it can't fail because Vi's ulti is point and click. But they did miss the Vault Breaker, and the charm hit as Vi's ulti was also happening, so the CC wasn't even layered to the max. I have to wonder if they played that a little bit better, if they could have got that initial pick on Gory too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Vi-Ari didn't really win at them. It was bringing the whole team.
Yeah,
and
just bring the boys.
The entire team getting there first is the win.
Golden Guardians looking to push Team Liquid back into their own blue side jungle. We are now 20 minutes into the game. This game feels so much slower than the last one because this is a real game of League of Legends, and the previous one was a speed run any percent. So it doesn't feel nearly as accelerated. Baron is up on the table. 2,000 gold lead still for the Golden Guardians. Second items coming online in a couple of different places here. You can see top lane, the Jack Show completed for Licorice's Poppy. Meanwhile, in the AD carry position, Yon having that Nashor's Tooth for a little bit more of the DPS on the AP Varus. Summit making it so there's 2 turrets collected here for the side of Team Liquid.
There it is. And for me, biggest challenge this stage of the game, when Golden Guardians were facing 100 Thieves, Gory got picked off quite a bit actually on sides in the mid game. That was actually one aberration that I saw. I was like, if you pick up on that, if either Huhi and River actually respond a little earlier so you don't get dove, or you just back away from the turret when they're looking to dive you a little bit better, then of course they would be able to accelerate the lead. They were losing that lead in that game, where in this game it feels like they're a lot more on the same page, and here's a fight.
Yeah, Harry using the Everfrost, locking down River and Stixay both, but he immediately loses 2/3 HP and has to retreat. Not a good way to continue a fight for Team Liquid, so they're going to make sure that they don't have to.
Yeah, Golden Guardians win this Dragon by getting mid-prio first, while the entire team of Team Liquid are going towards Baron. And TL, they return to the Baron to at least get vision while they give up this objective.
And when you have White Gun, Aphelios, the Chakrams just make it so easy to take down that Drake fast and clean just as a solo player. So no need for the rest of the Golden Guardians to be there when they know that Team Liquid is up around that Baron side instead. Drake's tied up 2-2 now.
This is why so many teams have a really high priority. Getting the mid-wave push allows them that extra little chunk of damage as TL are trying to rotate over, and that chunk gives them the priority to move on down to Dragon. Now they even it up 2-2. They've got the extra health regeneration here, stacking up these Ocean Dragons. And we can now turn our sights towards the top half of the map where TL did, in exchange, get full control ward coverage.
Okay,
Not
Harry
enough, though.
could be in some trouble here. Flash engage coming out with the Tibbers from Gory. River's ready to follow it up. Harry already used all 3 charges of the Spirit Rush, so he'll get away.
And good charm from Harry there, right in the face of River, allows him to get out, doesn't allow the follow-up there from Golden Guardian, so he escapes with everything necessary. And Gory invested the flash, that Annie flash, not going to be ready for the big team fight.
So I'm definitely looking forward to that. I remember in an interview with Harry, he was talking about how his role a lot of the time is absorbing pressure. Seeing a lot of that, it's easy to do that when you're playing Ahri, but also just when you know you're on weak side and what you know is expected of you. And that's something that has been important for him thus far this split, and he's been doing a great job at it.
What do we want to see next here from Team Liquid, considering they were ahead by a decent margin, and now Golden Guardians have been in the gold lead for 5 minutes or so? How does TL get back in the driver's seat?
Try and defend a little bit of the positioning here versus Golden Guardians. For one, CoreJJ trying to stand their ground inside their own jungle. Does get the interrupt here.
Also something worth mentioning, poke. Jan's got the build that Stixxay has been really abusing for the last few games now on the Varus pick. It's a lot of poke that you're able to now put down on Annie and Aphelios. So if you're able to get any of that off, great. Otherwise, I'm just letting him farm. We're just basically defending the wards that we know we can defend in our own jungle, being able to contest mid lane and bot lane push, and just waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, trying to use that Fog of War, move around any sort of vision that you have so you can get a Vi Ahri play. This is the investment in draft, all about these 2 champions. The go-to game plan for Team Liquid, try and make a pick. These 2 champs together can definitely make it happen. Currently, they're looking towards the top side, but they know that at least Ahri is here. Pioshik's been waiting in the brush for such a long time.
Oh, there it is, the flash vault breaker. Gory's gonna try to get out, but no, sir. They layer the CC correctly this time, and TL finds their man. Now Licorice wants to swoop in to try to get some sort of a counterplay. He slams the enemy mid laner back into the wall, but he's still 1v3. River and Stixxay nearby, but not in range to help. So TL is gonna get in, get out, and get it done.
Patience pays off. Just keep camping brush with Vi Ahri. They find a pick, another one with the Varus ult.
Oh man, the chains of corruption in the handshake. Get over here! Jan gets the kill, who he dropped, and now Team Liquid has a 5v3 for the next 15 seconds. They're on to the Baron.
Okay, the only thing Golden Guardians have to work around now is the Renata ultimate. At least the big pick potential isn't there. Charm does miss, maybe go.
All right, they knocked Summit out. That's huge. That's the frontliner. Now they're ready to go in. There comes the hostile takeover. It hits River, but he disengages with a Heartbreaker. Golden Guardians' plan here was to stop the Baron, and they've done that. They're going to commit a TP. They throw out the Moonlight Vigil, but it's not going to get much. River after Summit now, who went all out as an escape mechanism. He will get out.
Yeah, good confidence there. They know everything was just used for the turn off of Baron. The Vi and the Ahri just used everything in the top side to get that pick, and then Varus Ultimate got them another pick. So Golden Guardians know the only threat they have to work around in stopping that Baron was Renata ult. They do disengage. Now they're starting up the Baron themselves. Teleport comes out. It's going to be contested.
Okay, Harry's ready to join up. Smite available for both of the junglers here, but the Baron is already pretty low, down to about 3K. Golden Guardians stopping the DPS, turning back onto Harry instead. Spectral Maul's not going to find him. CoreJJ might just be killed first. Licorice goes over as the Baron is taken by the Golden Guardians. They've already killed off CoreJJ. They're about to find a second on Pioshik. Golden Guardians absolutely rock the fight.
Beautiful job playing around cooldowns for the Golden Guardians. And Cassante.
They aren't done just yet. Summit gonna get dived on by 3. They've got the damage of River and Licorice here. It's not quite enough to bring him down just yet. Heartbreaker doesn't find a target, and that means Summit and Harry both stay alive. Nice counterattack! Summit grabs a kill on the enemy support as River and Licorice have to retreat. Stixxay and Gory ready to join up here. Long range Q from the Aphelios, but Summit will not fall.
Yeah, he's back to a tank now. The hunt is done. How many times have we seen attempted picks on Cassante turned around for another kill? Regardless of that aftermath, though, Golden Guardians still such a good job playing around those cooldowns. Not only stopping Baron, but then restarting it themselves, burning it down with the red-white gun from Stixxay to be able to get in, and now trying to get here in time to contest Dragon.
Yeah, Jan wanted to start this up. The Varus does a lot of burst to these things, but Licorice and River have made their way in. Pioshik's here ready to potentially smite fight for this. Both teams already at 2 Drakes. Chains of Corruption fly out, but they ain't gonna find anything. Pioshik goes in, looking for Stixay there in the back line as Gory keeps CoreJJ away. Pioshik and Harry find the kill at a Stixay, but it's already gonna be traded back to the enemy jungler. River is unstoppable. Summon is isolated behind enemy lines. He might be Cassante, but he ain't invincible. Gory picks up the second kill of the fight for the Guardians. They end up coming out on top 2-1, plus the Drake. River's not done yet either. Seeing if he might be able to chase Core, but a nice handshake stops it.
What a high-level game this one is. That Pioshik was sitting in the bush. Really no expectation that he was in there. Can Harry get out?
Harry trying to get out of this one, but the Heartbreaker does not find him, so he escapes the slow. River, I believe, still had the Spectral Maul ready for the point-blank stun on top of it if he was able to slow that Ahri down. The Golden Guardians just continuing the pressure here in the bottom lane now. They still have the Baron.
Yeah, I feel like Golden Guardians have been on point last 10 minutes. Taking a look to see if they can get out of this one. But yes, that Baron play was important because Team Liquid was hard forcing the play. But then it was just Licorice that went in, knew that he can get out of that situation. So he ended up burning Renata ulti, buying enough time, crucially, for Gory to get back into the fight with TP. So if they had made a single mistake, if someone else that wasn't Poppy basically pressured and was walked in to the Renata ulti, then it would have been problematic. But I thought that was great. But of course, we have to talk about the Dragonfly.
All right, so they charge them, they see them, and the damage here is enough. River's able to get the combo, and then he's got a stopwatch as well. So the focus initially from Team Liquid is good onto the Aphelios. They end up getting Aphelios down after Vi ultimate into Renata ultimate, catching him at the very tip. But they've sustained too many losses in the way getting there. You know, Varus, you could see, was on red buff, and everybody was trying to get to the dragon. They were initially trying to scramble for it, didn't have all the members there, and so Golden Guardians will still get the extra kills on top of the dragon, and they've worked themselves all the way up to Soul Point. After the early domination from Team Liquid, Golden Guardians have done such a good job with their comeback.
And you can honestly look at the Drake symbols on the top part of the screen and interpret them as hieroglyphics telling the story of the game. It was controlling the map for the first 2 Drakes worth of time for Team Liquid. They were the ones who had all of the priority, all of the decision-making, but then boom, 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 1, 2, 3 oceans ever since then. Golden Guardians have come back into the game and maintained control since.
Yeah, the 2 dragons and the first 2 Rift Heralds as well. But when the pick comp here expend so many of their cooldowns in trying to actually make that happen and then overreach just a little bit. Golden Guardians chose their moments so wisely and able to snowball a lot off of the Baron stop into Baron take themselves. Now, they've got the stand-up fight and a Pioshik right in front of them.
Oh, no, dude. Pioshik wanted a false break away, but then Poppy just breaks his spine, slams him into the wall.
Go with your hands up.
He was behind enemy lines, all right. Not going to be able to get himself out. And Golden Guardians after that, easy siege for them. They've already got such a good spot in the stand-up fight, the 5-on-5.
Vi Ahri to kill the carry doesn't work if Vi's dead.
Yeah.
That's a problem here for the side of Team Liquid, who have now been knocked away by the Keeper's verdict. But there is no mini wave because the Baron is not active on Golden Guardians any longer. It makes it that much harder to try to push into the base. So unfortunately for them, despite the fact that they got that free kill on Pioshik, it won't lead to much more.
Yep, TL can defend until their jungler is back and alive. Now it does get a little dicey trying to retake. You have to be a little bit cautious when re-entering your own jungle. Try and clear out all the wards here. So TL, they group up during the bases of Golden Guardians and retake their own territory.
It's going to be really tough for Team Liquid to get back into this one. Their playmaking tools, of course, is still Ahri and Vi, but now anytime Vi is trying to go in, you have to get past the Annie stun, you have to get past Renata, and of course Poppy. And Poppy's been nailing him, it feels like, the last few times. So I'm trying to find an angle, and it feels like there is none.
They can get a pick, maybe.
They're looking for it now, but the Golden Guardians have already found the back line. Yon tries to flash away to stay alive. Meanwhile, Pioshik and Harry looking for the kill onto Stixay, who kites him out of the turret. Shut down over to Licorice. Stixay outplays in the 1v2. Summit now isolated. River is dominating. Cassante is gone, and Pioshik's about to be mopped up next. He tries to get out. He's going to walk away. He escapes Stixay, but now CoreJJ stuck in supportal combat against Huhi. He's just going to get poked at that damn thing. Poke, poke. the portal comeback! Oh, and then he flashes over the wall once the crash down goes.
Baron's helping!
Guardians are pushing for the end of the game. Core JJ falls thanks to Huhi and Baron, and Golden Guardians are on the victory march. Pioshik might have escaped the slaughter at the battle, but he'll die right after. It's an ace for Gory. It's a team fight and game win for the Golden Guardians, and they'll take down TL.
And another 2v1 for Stixxay. I told you, man, Stixxay's Aphelios is hot right now. 2v1 yesterday. He 2v1's the attempted dive on him in the game-breaking attempt on a pick there, too. Absolute nasty stuff.
What is this man eating in the morning? What is his routine? What is he drinking? This week has been insane for him. He's been on point, you're right. This 1v2 that he had versus double-elimination just last game in the Elder Dragon. And then this one is huge.
Yeah, he Gale Force dodges. He has a stopwatch. He avoids the Ahri. Oh my goodness. Then chases them down. And the rest of Golden Guardians, if your AD carry is pulling off 2v1s, it's going to be light work to finish up the rest of the team fight. They're chasing him down everywhere else. What a comeback, though, because the early story of this game was very much all Team Liquid favored. They were doing such a good job early stages. They had the Vi Ahri, multiple good picks for them, multiple good completions, turning into objectives. Pioshik was on point with all of the early ones.
Yes.
First 2 Dragons, first 2 Rift Heralds. But Golden Guardians, they win that one fight, they turn it completely around. And here's what I'm talking about with Stixxay, little backline. He stopwatches the Vi ultimate and the Renata, then he Gale Forces to the side. And then the red ultimate heal, then starts chasing both of them down. 2 people diving me. Aphelios laughing, level 16. Even though one gets away, he 2v1s them off, and the rest of the team gets to dismantle TL.
Whew. Man, especially after how rough the early game was, Golden Guardians got to be loving that one.
Yes, that third Dragon fight for me is still playing in my mind. The fact that they were behind in gold, they were behind in 2 Drakes. I liked TL's setup, but Gory making the decision of seeing 2 winning. He saw 1 winning fight. He's like, I'm going to help my brother out. Licorice needs a hand, and he wins them that fight for them.
And I love it, too, when teams make the decision with all of the data they have. Yes, we got 2 people picked off for that Baron.
Yes.
And then TL start the Baron, but they don't have Vi, Ahri, or Varus ultimate. So they work around it, they stop the Baron, start it back up themselves, pulling out the cooldowns, getting that, and actually turning those fights into a win.
All right, with game number 2 wrapped up, Viva la LCS! LCS in Espanol is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. Scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. And now we're joining Emily and Huhi on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, I'm joined by the victorious Huhi on another excellent Rel performance. I did want to start in the bot lane because this is the second time we've seen Core picking Renata, and I wanted to talk to you about the Renata Rel matchup and kind of how that 2v2 goes.
Yeah, I think Renata is kind of like conceptually a good pick into Rel because she usually wants to counter engage with her ulti. Her W is really good, and Rel has only 1 button, which is to go. So it's kind of hard in Rel perspective when we're losing to play, but it can also be the other way around. When we're winning, it should be really hard for Renata perspective as well.
And you guys kind of had to soak up and mitigate a lot of pressure. So how did you end up doing that and kind of hanging on until that 17-minute Drake fight?
I think we were just kind of aware that TL's strength comes from laning phase. I think they're a really scary team when it comes to laning phase and how they're pressuring early game. So with the bot lane matchup, yeah, we were a bit worried, but I think we just kind of held pretty well and kind of chose the right time to fight. Even that dragon fight was a bit spooky. It could have went either way. I think if we lost that, we would have had a really hard game again. But luckily, I think we played pretty well and came back.
Yeah, I was going to say, take me through that, because obviously a bunch of stuff is happening on the top side. River's kind of winning out on the bottom side. So what are comms like in that moment?
I mean, it was really confusing because me and River wanted everyone to be already grouped up and then like kind of like already engaged on them because mid tower was basically gone. But I think we had some miscommunication. That's why like the situation became really chaotic. But after we communicated and there was a lot of chaos, we just stopped talking and just played the game, and then we just somehow won, which is lucky. So I think a lot of those problems is what we have to fix.
Okay, so is that, I mean, in that moment, you kind of let your hands win, I guess. But in terms of this game was a lot cleaner, I guess, than your previous game, which was a little bit of a nail biter, kind of very back and forth. How are you guys trying to shore up those mistakes moving forward?
I think our games, like our macro and mid game is really bad right now. And I think it's just good thing that we're now aware of that and we're actively trying to fix that. Today was the first game that we're actively trying to fix it. I hope that that showed. And I think now that we're aware of it, I think it will be a lot smoother.
Okay. I mean, I think it did show, especially in some of those neutral objective setups. So congratulations. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me. On the other side, we have the second part of Mundo Dodgeball, followed by NRG Dignitas.
Yoshi took it because he knows he takes him faster. Meanwhile, now they're looking for the play. Harry is in a rough spot. He already used the ulti back in mid. However, poor JJ turns it around. They want to make this fight happen. They go all out. A little bit more damage is going to finish off the enemy jungler, but now Harry's going to be picked off instead. Stixay grabs the kill and River stays alive. Now they're going to turn it right back on Bioshik. Team Liquid is washed away, and the Golden Guardians just flushed them.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart 明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいて行こうよ乗り越えて行こうよ
All right, I know the strategy. Okay, we We gotta time the hits. Oh, you up, Raz.
I got this. Okay. I don't think I've played Mundo Dodgeball in my life.
What was the strat? Did you just like not move and just aim
No,
cleavers?
like the moment you're hitting him, he's not gonna be able to move, right? So then I throw the cleaver.
I threw it in between my laptop, so I had to pick up the ball.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I started lobbing them once I saw you could do that.
Yeah. Good strat. So you hit the keyboard.
Hello, I'm Fly Speaker. I'm gonna get myself permabanned on the chat.
I feel like Raz was doing a bad throw.
I would blame Raz.
I don't know if
think Raz was
hold
blame
up.
Raz.
You were doing bad throws the entire game. I don't want to hear that.
Dude, it's so scary. I think I'm gonna get hit in the face all the time when it's coming at me. I'm like, oh, it's coming.
I feel like my eyes are gonna be permanently just like.
All right, welcome back. Round 2 of Mundo Dodgeball. Mark and Raz have the PC. Speak and Blab are throwing. Currently, there is a lead for, I think, Mark and Speaka. If they win again, it's over. Otherwise, we go to game 3. 4, 3, 2, 1. Who cares? Go!
I'm scared. Don't hit my
everyone.
Bam.
God, so
Okay.
My boss got us out of here.
Wait, I gotta put on lock camera.
You gotta throw,
I opened
Mark.
the shop.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Where are you going? That's a penalty. He walked into my zone.
I can't get.
Yeah, but I didn't hit you.
I'm not getting.
Get out of my zone.
I'm just posturing.
I'm trying. This is illegal. Where's the ref?
Hold on. Let me get the ball.
Oh, Raz is getting destroyed.
He went into my zone.
I'm winning. Ouch. I shouldn't have turned my back.
Oh, the comeback.
That's a hit.
Wait, the comeback.
Oh,
back is real.
Raz Blabber. Oh, nice shot by Blabber right into Mark's PC.
God damn it.
Speaka misses.
I'm trolling.
Another hit by Blabber. Another hit by Blabber.
I tried the back step.
Speaka can't hit Raz at all.
Wait, I can do this.
No, you can't. You suck.
I can do
another
this.
hit.
Oh,
Oh.
No.
I'm gonna be the
Raz
winner.
Blabber. One more.
Oh, you got it.
Mundo Dodgeball. 1-1 going to game 3.
I missed too many shots.
no, I choked.
The way round 3 works, you need to decide who's your PC and who's your ball thrower.
You still feeling that hit to your ego?
No, I think we'll see. Stay tuned. Don't want to spoil anything.
Who wins?
Yeah, someone's about to win.
Clearly, we won because your ego is shattered.
We'll see. Coming up next, though, is actually Dignitas.
A League of Legends game.
Yeah, versus NRG.
League of Legends.
And Dignitas just won yesterday off the back of Tomo, who's looking a lot better. He subbed in to a tough situation last split, and it feels like he is stepping up this split along with a lot of the other members of Dignitas to actually start piling up a bunch of wins. This game that they won was more wins than they won in all of spring.
And this, to me, was a confidence-building fight for Tomo. Yes, it's already won, but the play we're going to see at the end of this, you need to really be confident to be willing to make. Because if you fail this W flash execute and say die under the Church of Wild Turtle, you're getting flamed. This is a very close game right there. Then he drops his mouse.
Hey!
He does a mouse drop.
That's a confident mouse drop to your point, though. Did he look panicked, or did he get that thing right back?
No, he did that purposely. That was a mic drop for him after the fight.
Yeah.
Boom.
He's recalling back to base, throws it down. But yeah, it's really cool to see him stepping up. Jensen had a great game. Finally, it felt like again.
Yeah.
Santorin, maybe his best game of the split.
Rich or rock as usual.
Yeah. No, well, okay. But the
Pots faker.
The bot side of the map, I think the team as a whole has really gotten together. The first few weeks, it did feel like Rich had to play, like had to put in an Herculean effort. But right now, Tomo's had some great games. He had a great Affilios performance even before that. So good job to them.
How about the NRG side? What are you guys feeling about them since it has been a bit of a struggle bus?
They need to have strong mental. Because there's a lot of good to take from their games that you can not tilt off of, and then there's a lot of tilt stuff because they've just played the longest games where you're going to be able to nitpick mistakes if that's what you're into.
Yeah, I mean, I think even just now in the interview with Huhi, right, he's like, we figured out we needed to work on our mid-game macro. It's very difficult. I feel like this is the first time we saw improvement in that in today's game. And like a lot of NRG's mistakes are coming from an overarching look at like how they play out their leads. And I think they're well aware of it, but that is a very difficult thing to then course correct.
All right, you see Ignar slamming that headset on. Sounds like we're about to get ready to get into games. So let's head back out to the casters.
Thank you very much, Analyst Lounge. Welcome back, everybody, for game number 3, Energy versus Dignitas. It's just me and Kobe for this one. We kicked Mark and Raz both out this time.
Double KO. We got them both.
Yeah. It's like Kyoshik versus the target dummy at the beginning of the day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
Honestly, though, there's a couple things I'm looking out for in this matchup specifically, and their champion-specific kind of stories in their own.
Okay.
Rich Cassante, boom. That's number one. Don't give that to Dignitas.
Yeah, you got to ban that.
Ban that for sure. Contracts Ivern has become a thing. He's our only jungler that is putting a lot of practice time in on it. And NRG right now, this patch is not going to last forever. If you're going to play Ivern, this is the patch to do it before he gets nerfed on live. And Contracts has been putting in the work here. I want to see if they build another team comp around the Ivern jungle pick for him. And then, of course, Rel for either support.
Yeah, Rel's pretty good,
which is
man.
kind of a story that we can bridge to every team. Interesting.
Yeah, turns out when a champion's really, really, really strong,
You'll
it
get
works for a
engaged.
lot of players and a lot of teams.
And especially for Energy, it has kind of been one of the key factors in turning around their summer split so far, because they had a really rough start, but getting Ignar on the Rel and getting Ignar roaming around, making plays with Contracts, going up to the top side of the map has been a big lift for that squad.
Look, man, you're talking about a guy who I will always associate with fervor of battle, Leona. I want to see him on some
Hell
Chad
yeah.
supports, all right? I don't want to see him on enchanters. I want to see him on those supports that are ready to engage and lead the way for the rest of these guys in the team fight. But let's see how this one goes in the draft. These two teams also very close to one another in the standings.
First of our stories.
But yep, goodbye story about Ivern. That one ain't getting read today. LeBlanc also banned out because Static Shiv XD.
Yeah, generally right now for ban strategy, blue side gets a lot more freedom because red side is kind of pinned down with LeBlanc and Nico bans. It's really difficult to give those over. So it squeezes you down and freezes up blue side to give a lot more target bans. They decide we're going to target Contracts, take away the Ivern here. And NRG with their one kind of free floating ban on that side, they think they're just going to keep layering on to the mid lane and take away the Azir that Jensen and Dignitas have used over and over and over. It's one of his most comfortable champions while simultaneously being very good in the meta right now. So they pinpoint that one. I assume they're going to follow it up with the Nico and not let it through unless they have some sort of crazy plan cooked up.
Which makes the sign very topical because guess who got through the bans? Who was not banned away from
And was
Dignitas
first picked
and
instead,
Rich?
Flowers, huh? Oh, a little twist on the story here. The Sejuani tank frontline here picked up for Santorin, for Dignitas. He certainly is one of the players. That and Trundle, he has put a ton of time into.
Man, if we're describing Sejuani as a twist on a story, it's like the story twists into and then they went to bed. Like this champion is, I don't think Sejuani's much of a twist, but all right, that's what we'll get first. Santorin will be
It's a
piling
bedtime
that
story,
one.
Flowers.
Oh yeah, absolutely, every time. Trust me,
Trying to put you to sleep, buddy.
Yeah. Well, we got the Aphelios on the other side. He's a bit more exciting, at least. We got to see some pop-off plays from Stixay in the last game with it, so maybe FBI will be able to sing us a similar tune here in this one. Scion locked in for Energy and Dokkan.
Ah, the preemptive Scion here already. I wonder if they have a red side invade strategy cooked up for themselves.
Yeah.
Because they invest in it really early, and they are on red side to get the extra value. Towards bottom side red quadrant invade with the sign level 1. You do your suicide action, but that kind of has fallen out of flavor recently. So see if they still go to it. Maybe you let it fall out of favor for a while and then you surprise them after people at least expect it. The Xayah Rakan, though, locked up in answer, and this has been one of the biggest answers into the early Aphelios picks that we've seen across multiple regions now. So jungle support and AD carry locked up for Dig. That is the go-to role filling here. Nice. With the Cassante and the Scion, it probably should be a Contracts jungle Scion here, unless they want to have a dual solo laner tanks and have both Scion and move the Cassante into mid lane for Palafox. I think it would probably be better served having Contracts do the jungle Scion, though. We've seen it a bunch in LCK, and it works fairly effectively here.
Well, let's see how we handle the second half of the draft here, because Gwen is going to get banned out. They want to try to protect that Cassante up there in the top lane. Rich is exactly, holy Shiv, yeah, that's a good sign. I like that. Rich is exactly the kind of player who would not be afraid to take Gwen into Cassante, just try to slam him in that carry matchup. So they're going to keep that away from him. I wonder if they're going to put both bans towards that top lane role.
Renekton and Jax are the other two kind of picks into the Cassante. I would probably say cover the Renekton one if you're going to go with this, because Renekton Sejuani has really, really tough synergies to break. So many stun combos can make things hard for your jungler too. And Dignitas, meanwhile, they think it's going to be double solo lane tanks. So
yeah,
they're going to say, yeah, know what? I think you're going to have the Cassante mid in Palafox hands instead of putting him on a carry like they usually do.
Also, remember that Melio is still available in the draft, and considering they already have a Felios who pairs pretty well with him, can really terrorize the bottom lane 2v2 with the Cozy Campfire range upgrade. Keeping the Kindred away from that composition stops him from trying to put together one of those Cloud9 style comps that can just run over the game with the carry jungle role. The other ban here, the Rel. All right, we were expecting to see it on one side or the other. Unfortunately, it's just on the bans.
All right, they will be missing that critical tool. Let's see what the support role is going to be here into Azaya Rakan. Try and go for the kill. Blitzcrank, Leona, Nautilus, all available. What you got, Who? He has been one of the supports to cook up the most interesting.
Yeah, I love it. Blitzcrank, lock it in. Let's go.
Nice. Get the combo. You use your ultimate for the bit of burst there. Hook, knock up, ultimate. See what they can combo.
I doubt they're going to lock Melio.
Yeah, I think they're like, hey, you guys didn't want this? You sure? Double tanks. Oh, yes!
He locked in Alawi!
Finally,
Flowers plays Quinn. Now he's playing Alawi.
What? I've been asking for Alawi for 2 years, Flowers. Ever since we have had blind tank meta and multiple melee champions, they see 3 tanks already and they slam in Alawi. I love you, Dignitas. Yes, thank you for the Alawi, finally. Plus, this is a perfect time, Flowers. Hullbreaker was turbo buffed. You get to play Alawi into tanks, you get to turbo split push. Now I think for sure Energy should actually pull the swap I was talking about where they do jungle Scion, they have the Cassante mid, and they pick something else, counter pick this Alawi. I know contracts can play jungle Scion. It might not be the most fun. Oh, they're gonna get the Syndra in mid lane instead. I still think it's gonna be painful to deal with Alawi. It's so good at split pushing. Your game plan is so easy, Flowers. You would love this. Basically, you just split push and you try and kill anyone who comes to you, 2v1 them, and you just keep split pushing, you build your Hullbreaker, and you keep on taking 2v1s.
Some guy with a red health bar shows up on your screen. Your job is to remove him. Rich came over to League of Legends from Heroes of the Storm and just said, damn, you guys got a lot of champs. How come you aren't playing all these ones? And just started locking them in.
Yeah, Dignitas, they're bringing that fire to the LCS draft. They picked the Quinn, they played around it. Now they're picking the Alawi. Best strategy is don't play around it.
Yeah,
leave it alone. Get your Hullbreaker online. If you go over to him, he's going to be mad because they're going to take away his stats. Oh, I'm so happy right now. Been asking for it for 2 years on the dive into all these blind tanks, and we get to see it into the Cassante. All right, hopefully he doesn't get knocked into the tower.
I am looking up Alawi's ability names right now because I forgot she was a champion in League of Legends.
I wouldn't have outed you. I would have let you just,
Oh, no,
oh my God, Flowers, you're so good with all of these ability names.
No, I'm owning this one.
Obviously memorized.
I forgot Alawi was in the game, but now I'm all caught up. Okay, we're good. I know the terminology.
You are a master of the tentacles.
Yeah. Oh, man. Let's just say I did my homework. Okay, anyway. Let's see how well this plays out, because like you said, it's so strong in these tanks. It's so difficult to deal with in a Hullbreaker scenario. Remember, every Alawi highlight you've ever seen, everybody out there, think back to the YouTube Alawi clips or whatever that you've come across. They all start with dudes running into Alawi because they don't know what she does. If you underestimate her, you will get tentacle slapped.
Yeah, because it's all about that healing, so much max health scaling here for Alawi. So if you have multiple tanks and you're facing top and jungle tank, I love it. All right, let's see if they can actually pull it off. Dignitas here, currently ahead of Energy in the standings, and Energy, they've thrown in the Ignar Blitzcrank for their little bit of spice to see if they can get any God Hand hook kills for Ignar. And with the sweeper start as well, let's see how spicy do they want to get with it. They just wanted to use it for brush control on the bottom side. Any sort of delayed action here. The defensive ward is up for Dignitas by Raptors to see if they're getting a little bit too greedy with any sort of late invades, and it will be a topside start for Santorin. Love it. You're already going to play away from the Alawi.
Yep.
exactly as intended.
So Sejuani jungling, this is pretty normal. We kind of know what this champion does, what it's looking to do. Sion jungle is something that's sort of appeared more recently. So what do we know about this?
I mean, it's the exact same champion, no different. You're just going to be stacking up in the jungle to be able to farm. He has good AoE with the Q. Start on Raptors, do the red quadrant clear down to the bottom side too, because you're pretty well aware that your opponents are going to try this strategy as well. And Sion can stack up very effectively.
Okay.
Still make use of his health scaling, still be the exact same frontliner. You'll be a little bit less powerful because you are coming from jungle and you are not chaining kills. You are not a jungle carry champion. You are going to be a much more low econ Sion, but you still get extra health from the passive, no problem. So you do get that extra value still and can operate with a little bit less gold, less experience than a top laner normally can.
And I like that in the context of, yes, jungle is a lower economy role. It's typically the second from last economy in a game of League of Legends, and just being able to supplement it with the free stats on the Soul Furnace is going to make him feel a lot better, while Rich is not feeling so hot about this 1v1, has to flash away from Dokla, who hits level 3 first.
Yeah, and because you're a little bit more low econ, a little bit more squishy, Contracts went with the phase rush, so you can have the extra burst of speed to get back out afterwards, or chase him on down, turn into a zombie.
Yeah. Oh, nice interrupt there on the decimating smash. Make sure it does not get the knock-up, but Santorin will just chase Contracts away, and we're not going to get any more PvP. Both the bottom lanes were rotating up to it, so neither side wants to over-index on that early fight.
We'll see how much use Contracts gets out of the zombie passive this game, if he can effectively use the whole kit of the champion.
That's the tricky part. You got to make sure you have them good deaths.
Meanwhile, my other favorite part about Alawi, and I'm always trying to get my top laners to play it, not only do I not ever have to go up there as a jungler and gank, but they do give great leashes. And you see the Sejuani here, Santorin, fully finishing his clear.
Yeah, he's so far ahead.
With the extra little boost of the leash, plus the more efficient route here, whereas Contracts actually walked around to get that deeper ward for himself and is looking bottom. So Santorin will hold on to, for now, the double camp lead. Palafox is trying to yoink away the Scuttle Crab. He's going to hand it to Contracts and scatter the wicket, but it's not quite close enough for the smite before it runs on home.
I always think it's so funny when Syndra does that goofy stuff and just throws the crab or the blue buff somewhere else. Meanwhile, bottom lane 2v2, Ignar gets smacked around a little bit, and FBI can't get enough firepower back to make it an even trade.
Pretty hilarious, but does not work out. A split second there of extra distance, and Contracts would have been in range for the smite, but now he'll just go get the second clear on Raptors Krugs and go for his first base.
Alrighty, everything pretty standard across the lanes here. Nothing out of the ordinary too much. Even farm up there in that top lane matchup that we never get to see. For anybody who missed the little blurb on the side of the screen that popped up a couple of minutes ago, last time we saw Alawi in the LCS was 2018, 5 years ago. Man, 2018 was 5 years ago.
Oh, aware.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't expecting to do that to myself. Anyway, Jensen now going to make sure he's got a little bit of control over the side of the river here, but Ignar finds him. Nice use of the rocket crab there into the scat of the week. Jensen's going to try to walk this one off, and he does not have to flash. Holds the summoner spell, recognizing they don't have the kill threat.
Yep, only level 5 right now for the mid laners, so they don't have the extra burst damage for the ultimate for Syndra coming through. And they just end up sort of delaying the base there for Ignar. It is going to leave a little bit of a mark on Jensen. Lost a decent amount of health, but still has one potion in inventory to work with here. And Palafox lands another stun, though.
Nice, nice, nice. But he is getting pretty low on mana. Jensen doing the same, although he does hit level 6. The Orianna Shockwave, one of the most well-known abilities in all of League of Legends, has turned so many team fights, but we're not really at the point where we're going to get those big fights just yet.
Good ward from Palafox. Knowing the supports are on their recall timers and jungle actually syncing up this time really early. Santorin's only level 5, so there's not tremendous threat. And another hook from Ignar.
Ignar dialing these in. Nicely aimed. Finds Diamond, but he can just instantly disengage it. Doesn't even really take much more than 100, 150 damage.
Okay. So we a couple of little grabby hands, but nobody actually dying just yet.
The claw machine at the fair. He's trying to get somebody, but before he gets them all the way over to the bucket, they drop right back into the pile.
Yeah, it even like gave the false sense of, oh, look, you got it. You're right on target.
Yup.
Ah, too bad.
Slips away.
Slips away.
Put in another quarter and try again.
Yeah.
Up here on the top side, you can see Rich hitting Dokla with those tests of spirit. And remember that if he kills the Spirit all the way, it's going to infect you with these tentacles spawning around you, or if you walk out of the range while it still exists, you're also going to spawn them. So the trick is you stay within range of it, try to make it so he can't kill it in time, and you stick around long enough to not cause the distance break. Otherwise, you're getting those tentacles you have to deal with clear them out.
Yeah. All right, looks like he's going for another base to get further along towards the hull breaker while the rest of the team takes care of the dragon. Contracts doesn't have ult, but he's walking on over.
All right, Dignitas going after the Drake first, but they disengage and go for the fight instead. Ignar's going to be the target, but now they got to be careful because FBI is providing the DPS. Back off to the other side. He disengages back to his team, down to 200 HP. Dignitas win out in terms of health bars. Drake's still at about 2,000. Contracts wants to be able to contest here with a smite fight. Palafox still with the ulti ready to go here on Syndra. That could be a difference maker.
FBI
Santorin's only level 5. He has to dash back out of the pit there with the Arctic Assault. Energy. They're sending FBI home. He does not have any more work to do here. Dignitas trying to keep this Drake pulled off to the side, but it's getting very impatient. The Lizard is not happy with the state of this team fight. It goes back into the pit and goes back to bed.
Yeah, Energy are able to harass them off the dragon, get it to reset, and buy that time for FBI to recall because, like you said, he had to work his way through the opposite side of that team fight to get on over to the team and sustained a lot of damage in doing so. So meanwhile, Ignar delays the minion wave in getting into the tower here, so just one range minion drops before FBI gets back, and they're able to have him catch up a lot. He did not have to flash, though, so in the end, Energy come out with double summoner advantage for their bottom lane after all the craziness of the skirmish down there.
And still no kills, still no Drake. Rift Herald only just spawned 15 seconds ago, so we'll see if the teams want to highly prioritize that nice and early. Camera's just kind of watching these little quick trades back and forth between the top laners. Dokla does have the level 8 advantage there. Rich finally getting that last minion to catch up to him. And Alawi is so deadly in these small corridors, these choke points. If you're looking at something like a river fight, like one of these ramps entering into the jungle, if Alawi can get one of those huge leaps of faith that spawn multiple tentacles, you're hitting multiple targets at the same time, she can crush a fight. And it's up to Energy to make sure they don't put themselves in a spot where she can do that. Big Alawi plays, and I'll say it again, I already said it earlier, start with dudes who don't know what Alawi does, walking straight into her.
They certainly do, and nobody's been walking up there. Yeah, no tanks want a part of it. With the Caulfield's Warhammer, though, isn't going to be rushing for the Hullbreaker, so we'll be along with Rich on this journey and see where he actually goes with it. He's still doing a lot of work here onto Dokla.
Yep.
A lot of harassment, and with the Test of Spirit also landing, it's going to get even more painful.
Yup, you can see him proccing the kills on that Spirit multiple times, constantly causing more of these tentacles to spawn. As long as you're paying attention to it, it's pretty easy to just sidestep them as they spawn and do their initial slam. Remember, on spawn, they'll slam the champion, and then whenever Alawi is nearby and uses the Harsh Lesson, they'll also slam along with her. So Dokla's just got to make sure he's not taking that free damage from those. As Rich steps up again, gets a demolished proc, gets the first plate, point blank, Test of Spirit again, more tentacles, more ghosts, means more ghost tentacles.
And those things are going to be slapping hard with the Caulfield's rush instead. Everyone dodged. You get a big groan out of the audience. Those things hit hard. I mean, yeah. By not rushing for the Hullbreaker, yeah, you're not going to get as crazy of a split push too early, but if you go Black Cleaver rush, then you're going to be able to shred armor of the front line no problem when they come to try and attack you too, and maybe you actually get some more surprise kills. So a little bit less of the durability of the rush for the Hullbreaker, but going Black Cleaver, we'll see if he can make any sorts of chases happen too, because you also can get the move speed.
Very, very effective stuff. And there it is. The item completed 10.5 minutes into the game. The Black Cleaver for the Alawi. Santorin knows that top lane is under control now. Alawi is perfectly happy up there, so he's going to continue focusing on the other side of the map, looking for this first Drake yet again. Only difference is this time, Energy's nowhere to be found. They're not even in the neighborhood. Makes it very easy for Dignitas to secure that one for themselves.
All right. You love to see it for the team that does have such a good split-pushing champion to get a gold lead and a Dragon Flowers. Dignitas in summer, a completely different beast.
They already got more wins than they had in spring.
Yes, sir.
4 versus 3. Look, I'm not a genius, but I can do that math, all right? Dignitas.
What if they double? If they can go for
6. I mean, hey, if they win this one, they're only 1 off. Contracts coming in looking for the angle here on Palafox, on to Jensen. Mind you, Palafox just barely not having the damage to secure the kill. Meanwhile, back in the river now, Tomo's in some trouble. Goes up into the air, the feathers fly, but Tomo won't die. Trying to continue kiting this one out. A little bit more lockdown from FBI, but a nice grand entrance from Diamond again, trying to get Dignitas away, but his first blood back over to Palafox. Jensen drops. Santorin has to try to run, but Diamond's gonna be the target here next. A double kill back over to Syndra. Dignitas just gets slammed. Energy fine through.
I'm loving the phase rush Scion for contracts here, Flower. So many Qs landing. Devastating Dignitas. Energy quickly say, what gold lead? I don't see no gold lead.
Beautifully done, man. They go in. It looked like Jensen was just going to barely get away, surviving the unleashed power. But because everybody from Dig was trying to hang around and bail everybody else out, they still end up getting caught. Nice scatter the weak there from Palafox. Means Jensen can't use the shockwave after he positions the ball to try to pull him back. So no counter kill for Dig.
Yeah, huge stuff for Energy. They even get everyone out alive. Palafox gets the push in before going back, and he's got teleport. So he can teleport right back to it.
Man, oh man. Okay, that was huge for Energy, because Dignitas, you were already talking about, hey man, if we've got the split push champion, we have a lead, we got a Drake, it's all great, but not when the big pink truck of doom has anything to say about it.
Choo choo! Here we go. Direct hits, full combo. Santorin tries to peel, he does get the ultimate, and like you said, for now, Jensen lives. Not enough spheres on the ground to be able to finish the kill, but Tomo gets attacked by Ignar, and inside the river here, last purple gun auto into the root from Aphelios does keep him around, and Palafox flashing over to finish Jensen. Then the chase down here. Phase rush on the Scion, so Contracts gets just enough chase distance here to be able to get another Q off and collect the extra kills.
Beautifully done there from Energy. Now they're liking the game state a lot more than before. Rich, however, still continuing to just love the state of top lane. The power of that Black Cleaver, like you were talking about, it gives him move speed, it gives him the armor shred, it gives him absolute dominance in this 1v1 over Dokla.
And it's just going to be a better teamfight build. By not rushing for the hull breaker and going full like solo Q split push, he actually will be able to teamfight with the rest of the squad later and be a big frontline demolishing those tanks. Jensen, good kill for himself.
Now hold on, Rich is also fighting up against the Cassante here. So many times we have seen Cassante ult somebody underneath his turret and it turns into a Cassante moment. Rich just spawned a tentacle and said, hell no.
Alawi versus tanks. It's painful for the tanks. Even Cassante, yeah, you can't chase him down, but you've been shoved off your tower.
And now he's nearly got that tower down. Plates have fallen. He's got the turret down below 20% before that even happens. Now he's got to try to walk it off. Remember,
he's got no boots.
Yeah,
he's got no boots. He's walking slow, but the slow trudge of Alawi.
He walks with purpose, damn it.
He walks with purpose back to the safety of the tower to get his recall off. And gonna make Palafox take the long walk of shame back to mid lane.
Unlucky for Palafox, that one didn't work out, but hey, he's a 2-0-1 Syndra. He's feeling pretty good about things already. You can see now we've got the brown boots at least, along with that null magic mantle, little extra CC resistance on Merc Treads. And you're talking about CC resistance. Palafox wishes that Merc Treads might have gave him a little more. Even with those, he was not going anywhere when Diamond and Santorin show up and they give the kill over to Jensen.
Yeah. Let's see what they can do about balancing the system now, too, because that should be an easy Rift Herald. They take down Palafox. He's got no teleport to get out back on the map. Santorin starts it up on Vision. Full confidence here. And another one here to grab back for Dig. So nice stuff from them to be able to punish. They say nobody goes and walks up the river towards Rich. No. That is Alawi zone, okay? And they punish Palafox when he gets back to the lane. They pick up their Rift Herald afterwards. That's going to give them more pushing power. Try and take down these outer turrets.
And I always love seeing a champion like Alawi or like Quinn that we don't get to see a whole lot of, because these days League of Legends has been around for over a decade now. There's so many resources available, there's so many stats that people have figured out, there's so many aspects of the game that are solved. But then when you see something like Alawi, you're going through the test and all of a sudden one of the questions is in a different language. And nobody knows what to do about this. Nobody knows how this works. And so Rich is just in a place where he's slamming turrets, running the 1v1.
Yeah.
And Dokla's a sad beat.
It's kind of a calming experience playing Alawi. Just slapping anything on your screen with tentacles. Diamond here also going to get slapped with a Q.
Dashes away to
And an ult.
Santorin, who was thankfully there to provide the escape. Diamond would have been in a lot of trouble if not for that.
Yeah, there's Scion here for Contracts. Getting a lot of small advantages. Palafox tried to follow it up with the ult into Scatter of the Week there, but Contracts, or Diamond's still too slippery, and he does survive for now.
Jensen just trying to get a little bit of chip damage here on Palafox as he re-enters the lane, but Contracts always still looking for plays, looking for chances to maybe find somebody. Obviously, Santorin's not the target you want to look for. Jensen gets stunned up by his Scatter of the Week.
Lowie's joining.
Oh boy, Rich is ready to participate here in the team fight. Jensen still has his flash. Let's see if he can get away. Shockwave, nicely done there! And a leap of faith summons the tentacles. Ignar wants to get away, but they've got the quickness, and Jensen's got another kill. Dignitas keeps that chase alive as FBI has to kite back. A little bit of long-range damage over here on a Diamond, but again, it's Rich using the Test of Spirit, pulling the ghosts out of these guys, forcing them back, and taking control over the river. Contracts thinks it's safe to farm. No, Tentacle.
Just going about your daily business. No, Tentacle. Luckily, in real life, not going to happen. Don't worry, Flowers. Tentacles are going to pop out anywhere, as much as Avali wants that to be the case. I also love how the team set him up. Jensen shockwaved them in so he could get a better ultimate off to spawn more tentacles.
That was great synergy right there. that was beautiful. Oh, okay. All right, hold on. I gotta get my composure back here. All right, I'm good. Yeah. Jensen's combination there with Rich, setting it up to knock it down, man. The Alawi, I'm loving what we're getting here so far. This has been great with this champion. Dignitas, they're up 1,500 gold. They got 2 Drakes to nothing. Only 3-3 there in the kills. But they've got a solid 25 CS advantage in mid. They got a couple of waves advantage in bottom, too. FBI and Ignar coming down here to help Palafox force down this tier 1 turret. Rich is defending, but it's an Alawi by herself. Can she make this work? Tries to get out of range, but no. FBI picks up the kill. Ignar barely survives tanking the turret.
Good little attempts, but nobody actually falls here, and it's just going to be an opposite side play for Dignitas, seeing everybody down there from Energy. They'll push in. They should be able to get the secondary turret worth more than the outer turret to them. Popping the Rift Herald will ensure that they get it in time before they get collapsed upon.
Oh yeah, insta slam, take that turret down. Bonus money because it's the tier 2 and they're worth so much more. Energy at least gets that tier 1 in the bottom lane, but it's still a 2,000 gold lead for Dignitas. 1 minute away from when the Baron spawns. And Baron fights with Alawi. Now Kobe, those get really interesting too.
They certainly do, because inside the Baron pit, small enclosed space.
Yeah.
More area to get hit with those tentacles. And we'll see. You know, I mean, it's just so cool, too. Jensen last time had a good shockwave to group people up for the Alawi. And if Diamond is able to keep them in place with that Rakan, they can do a lot of corralling and grouping up to try and make full use of the champion. Now mid lane under assault, though, and Energy bringing 5. Trying to
Oh, nice engage coming out there from Diamond to lock down multiple targets. Ignar's already dead. Jensen will drop in return, making it a 1-for-1. Rich is here on the front line. Dokle is low. Pathmaker to go unstoppable and continue the disengage. But Santorin's looking for the Arctic Assault on Contracts. The Dignitas still with better health bars overall. They'll call that one a dub, even though it's an even trade, 1-for-1.
Yeah, it started out so Dignitas favored. With the combo, Diamond off screen makes the full use of Rakan's kit. Full combo with the ultimate, dashes forward, gets the flash play, groups them up, they get the kill. Big blade caller, Tomo lays down a bunch of feathers. But then Jensen, I believe he flashed forward. We'll see about the replay. And he's the one who just gets chopped down by Energy.
Yep. Also, at least for Energy, they did pick up the tier 1 turret that they were going for there. Diamond wanted to make that flash snap engage before they were able to get that, just surprise them as they're committing to it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Dig, it's still just an even trade with the objective going the way of their opponents. So let's take one more look.
Yeah, so E into flash play for the Sejuani ult knock-up Rakan combo into the big blade caller. Looks great. Oh, he was pulled. He was pulled.
Okay.
And he tried to flash away. Okay. It was a good hook from Ignar. Jensen was the answer kill. Ignar able to get it off as he was under attack.
Okay, Diamond's got to be a little bit careful here, though. Down to about 1/3 HP. Needs to disengage back to the safety of Santorin and Jensen. Meanwhile, back in mid lane, Tomo versus FBI. The battle of the 80 carries. Still about that plus 20 CS lead there for Tomo, but it's not a meaningful item difference in terms of what that gold's converted into. Both of them at Mythic plus Kraken Slayer plus Berserker's Greaves item spike. Yeah, there's a completed cull for Tomo, but that's not a whole lot of stats here. 21 minutes into the game. Still a 1,000 lead for Dig, and we got 60 seconds until Drake number 3 spawns. And Rich is down here, so you know he's going to want to participate. He's ready.
Yeah, he is. Like you said, he wasn't there at the beginning of the last one. Wants to be a part of these. Black Cleaver plus his Iceborne definitely will be a bit difficult to deal with. The one trying to deal with him, though, FBI here on the Aphelios, also on a 2-item power spike, and playing pretty well off of these first couple of kills that he has gotten. The death cap also being done for Palafox on Syndra is huge.
A lot of damage, yeah.
Rich under attack.
Oh, Dokla goes all out. Rich could be in trouble here. He's chain CC'd, but he gets a kill back anyway. That's Alawi, man. 1 for 1. Top laners are both out of the picture.
Yep, that's what we say, Flowers. Game plan, fight anyone on your screen. Goes down fighting. Rich is good for 1, even with all of energy going for him, and they fully invest in trying to kill the Alawi. It's a 1 for 1 plus a tower for Dignitas.
Exactly. That's the benefit they gain, is the extra objective off the back of it. Nice engage coming out. They lock down the enemy carry, and Jensen pops them. Contracts goes out next. It's 2 for free over to Dig, and they'll win themselves the 3rd Drake of the game as the prize.
Sniped there. Nicely done. Diamond and Santorin getting their engages for Dignitas, stacking up the dragons on time here. Number 3 acquired. Soul point for Dig. They've retaken the gold lead easily, up to 2.7 thousand now. And they're going to transition right over to Baron. 12 seconds left on contracts. He's got no ultimate, so Jungler won't be able to come steal. And I don't think anybody else from Energy should be able to steal unless Palafox pulls out something crazy here. I think it's just go for the minions.
Yeah, there's no way that that's going to happen. That Baron is secured. 23 minutes into the game, 4,000 gold lead, soul point, everything's coming up Dignitas in this one.
It certainly is. This is a new Dig, Flowers. Summer, Dignitas, a new beast. And Alawi here, he sees him coming, so he hits the Test of Spirit. Then when he gets knocked back here, Tentacles both slamming into Dokla to be able to get that kill before all of the rest of the Energy members are alive. So even though he goes down, he buys time for this objective take by Dignitas. Or the rest of Energy were focused on him. And then look at Santorin here. He lands a stun on a contract. He gets pulled in by Ignar, and he sees the angle. Boom.
Beautiful.
Nails the Aphelios. Another Blade Caller follow-up from Tomo. His team has set him up really well, but he's been there with that Blade Caller burst damage both times and earned them the easy stacking now. So see what they can do with the Baron buff. Alawi split pushing becomes even more annoying. FBI here with the blue gun, though, annihilates minion waves.
And Tomo is building the Last Whisper into the Lord Dominic's regards next. Love this. Think it's the right choice. You're going to have to get through both Dokla and Contracts to be able to really participate in these fights. That's 2 massive meatballs. It's what we were talking about earlier with Sion having the extra tank ability, even on the low econ roll in the jungle. Contracts going after Rich. Decimating Smash ain't even going to hit him. Rich just walks away from it. And has those completed treads. But the base, everybody's going after Alawi. That's not an objective. This turret's an objective, and this turret is objectively dead. Dignitas, they're just walking into the enemy base. Okay, TY, question mark ping, whatever it matters. It don't matter. Dignitas just picks it up.
You're spitting facts right now, Flowers. All true. Everything on screen there. Go after the Alawi. That's a difficult pick to make in the first place, but with Baron buff, base wide open, inhibitor instantly killed here by Dig, and they can just transition right on over. Everybody rotating through the jungle.
Rich is such a pressure point for this Dignitas team, whether he's playing Quinn, absolutely terrorizing the split push with the mobility and just the lane oppressiveness of that champion, whether he's playing the Alawi, just being the immovable object there in the side lane that requires 4 or 5 people to be sent after him. I'm loving watching this guy play, man. Dignitas was hyping him up at the beginning of the split, and I was like, okay, we'll see. I'm not fully convinced yet. but
little
man,
face
this guy
check,
has been awesome.
Tank jungle trade, Flowers. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, you love to see it. Well, not particularly if you're Energy, because they're going to need to find a whole lot more. Rich, taken low, taken out. Nicely done from Energy there. Bursting down the Alawi before he's able to use the ulti and get that drain tanking online. Now Dig wants to disengage. Contracts, FBI, and Dokla all at about half HP. Ignar even lower, so they can't really chase anything more after this.
Yeah, the spice that Energy brought to the draft was the Blitzcrank pick, and Ignar again gets another one. Got the counter kill earlier on Jensen with his hook, and gets one here to stall out the rest of that Baron empowered siege, allowing it to just keep one inhibitor down as the cost that you're paying. One inhibitor, again, isn't the end of the world. It is something you can deal with. It just does make it a little bit more difficult when the dragon comes up for soul, because then your bottom lane is constantly going to get pushed in, so it's hard to retake vision leading up to the dragon, and it should mean that Dignitas will get a much better setup, and it will be a situation for Energy that you're then walking into an Alawi, and it should be an Alawi with teammates around too, which is always very, very difficult here. So Dignitas going to get there first, use their positioning, try and set it up and make it difficult for Energy through the corridors.
An Alawi with teammates and a stopwatch. This is going to be a very difficult situation for Energy to navigate. Dignitas still up over 4,000 gold. Rich approaching from the flank. Santorin and Diamond leading the charge here, but Contracts doing a good job being the only real target. They do not want to engage here on the Scion or the Cassante. They want to find the value picks onto the Syndra or that Aphelios.
Yeah, Energy trying to buy some time for FBI to push out on top side there. And so Aphelios does get the push out. We've got 3 item power spike for the Aphelios. They got him enough money for the Lord Dominix, and that's the hope for Energy.
Yeah, we've got 3 completed items on both mid laners and both AD carries. 2 completed items there on the junglers. Jensen and the rest of Dignitas falling back here a little bit. Contracts is engaged, finds nothing there on the Scion. Jensen with a Banshee's Veil, confident to stand in the Decimating Smash, knowing that he won't be CC'd, just continuing to try to force Energy back. Energy now wrapping around the blue buff, trying to see if there's a different way to enter into this river, but it's just not going to happen. Dignitas secure the soul for free.
Well, now it's an Ocean Soul Alawi with even more healing. Flowers, would you like some more healing with your healing? And Rich?
1-800 Grievous Wound. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. Somebody get some heal cut, because this is a drain tank nightmare in the top lane.
Yes, it is, and you can buy more time with the stopwatch you're talking about, so trying to all-in him is very difficult, and we'll see, because Baron coming up is going to be another neutral objective that Dignitas can try and draw Energy into. And if you're forced to be the ones moving forward and playing into all these champions from Dig that actually play so well when your opponents are charging forward, not only Alawi, but also Orianna Shockwaves become a lot easier to hit. The Blade Collar Feathers, everything that you're laying down with all your feathers becomes very dangerous for the positioning for Energy. And Dignitas know it. They're just going to set up their wards behind the Baron. So any small corridor that Energy come walking through is going to be very perilous. The minions on bottom side will get that advantage for them, and Contracts just goes, they force.
Contracts wants Tomo, but Tomo with an easy sidestep just gets himself back away. Now Ignar finds a pull, but it's only on to Rich. Dignitas continuing their chase here. A little bit more CC on Contracts, but again, the Scion's tanky, not tanky enough. Tomo with the armor pen slices and dices right through him as FBI has to escape the Blade Collar, and Palafox will be killed instead. A double kill back over to Tomo as Energy are now down 2 men. Dokla trying to get away from this. The Test of Spirit just absolutely melting through his health bar as Rich, Diamond, and Santorin continue their chase. Dokla with the Intofo strikes, knocking Rich around a little bit, but it won't matter a whole lot. Minion wave crashing into the Nexus turrets. FBI's gonna have to have a miracle here, but I don't know if they believe in miracles on Energy's side right now. FBI kiting back a little bit. The tentacles still trying to slam into the ground, create enough space. Santorin wanted to disengage. Dokla goes in, FBI finds the kill. Dignitas, they have to re-kill the inhibitor here in the bottom lane. It respawns at an unfortunate time if you're Dig, but Energy are wiping the sweat off of their foreheads.
So Palafox, when he gets up, he will have teleport. How risky does Ignar want to get here? If he can keep them interested on the field, possible double teleport play. All right, they're going to go for Baron instead.
Okay, Santorin's dead for 20 seconds. Energy are making the call. We're too far behind. We lost
They
the
could rush
Nexus
the
turret.
base, though. Your base is wide open then. You just used your teleports out onto the field. Dokla's the only one who could get back to defend.
Oh boy, it's the classic base for Baron trade. This could be seriously bad news for Energy. The Baron's burning low, but Dignitas are in the enemy base. Nexus turret number 2. It's going to be focused down. Dokla's trying to buy him some time. Dignitas are now stuck in a 4v5 in the enemy base. They're in a 3v5. Rich trying to fight 1v5. They tear him down. Jensen's on the run. Diamond's on the run. Santorin just came back to life, and the rest of his team's dying as soon as he does. Dignitas do not complete the race. And instead, it's Energy hanging on.
Energy, nerves of steel, Flowers. They call for the rare open base strategy. They get the Baron in time. Baron empowered recalls. Dokla stalls. And they save the game for now. Aphelios is going to be an issue. Dokla walks up. It's just in time. I mean, the Nexus turret goes down. Dokla's trying to push away Tomo because Tomo is all of the DPS. And that push setup into the Sion ult from Fountain is just beautiful from Energy. They've got Dokla getting the Aphelios right into Contract's hands. Boom. Put that Xayah in the dirt.
That could have gone real wrong if Energy were just a little bit slower. But hey, a game that was 4,000 gold apart, man, is now only a plus 1k lead for the side of Dignitas. The Baron buff, you can see in the top left part of your screen right now, nearly at plus 4,000. Remember that thing starts off at plus 1,500 with the value of taking the objective itself. And we've got 2 minutes until the Elder spawns. So despite the fact that previously Energy wouldn't have liked to give over all 4 baby dragons to Dignitas, now the daddy dragon is back, and that's the one that actually matters. Even if you have no dragons whatsoever, this thing can change the game. If Energy grabs an Elder and wins a fight, they could just go straight for the throat. It's anybody's game still.
It certainly is. You love to see it, Flowers. Exciting until the end. Let's see. Especially because super late game scenarios like this can be determined by things as small as a basic ability. A blitzcrank hook in the wrong position at the wrong time. So you have to be so meticulous in moving through here and being cautious when you're entering enemy territory, enemy vision, that you don't get picked off, that you don't be the one in the late game to lose it for your team after you've done so much work all game long. Ignar's showing now, so they at least see the blitzcrank at the moment.
Contracts continuing to constantly be that front line here for Energy. This has been the guy always trying to start off these plays, always trying to create the maximum amount of space here for his team. Diamond is up in the enemy jungle, looking for a potential wraparound here, as you have Rich also pushing up the top lane, but he's going to recall, so that lets me know immediately. Dignitas, they're resetting, they're getting ready for the Elder fight. There is a Gargoyle Stone Plate on both top laners. That is the mega meatball item. The massive shield you get from that thing gives you incredible tankiness if used at the right moment. Only a pickaxe being purchased by Rich from that back.
And it's especially effective on Alawi because that right moment, you know, as you're getting low, being the difference maker and getting off another one of the tentacle slaps, getting that healing could mean the difference. Let's take a look at it. Energy trying to move into the river first. Go say hello to that daddy dragon.
Oh, Ignar wanted to make a play, but instead the engage coming in from Dignitas. Palafox is already found. Ignar's gone too. Dig found their moment, but can they finish the fight? Tomo is free firing, and he fangs Contracts too. Dokla cannot get away. FBI cannot get away. There's no hope left for Energy. And Dignitas get a clean ace to end the game.
GG! Dignitas find them 4-person split away from Dokla. They take care of business quickly.
Nicely done from Dignitas there. They had to be a little nervous going into that one because the game all of a sudden was so close, but they'll do what they came to do. They'll go to a 5-4 record, and they'll take down Energy.
Feels like it is not just the individual performance, but adding Rich to this squad has just been a breath of fresh air into every other member as well.
And he just keeps picking this stuff that's fun to watch. I'm loving having this dude in the lead, man. The Quinn, the Alawi, and he just plays him like a Chad, too. He's not afraid to walk up and just be like, fine, I'll fight you.
Santorin back to his old trusty Sejuani, playing much more up to his own standards. Jensen on his Oriana. The trusty old champions here, Flowers, still delivering for them.
Tried and true. When you're trying to figure out the right way to go about getting it done, sometimes you just got to go with what you know.
And Tomo has just blossomed on this team. You know, yeah, there still are some moments to be able to critique, but so much improvements all the way from Academy.
And I'm being told that we actually have the comms for the last fight along with a replay. Let's go ahead and toss to that.
Go on them here.
Is Syndra?
Yeah, Syndra. Nice.
Careful, guys. Careful. I flashed up you, I get range.
Nice. Look at Phillies and gun him. Yeah.
Good, did it?
Yeah. We win.
Yeah. Okay, we're just making fun, okay?
Good
Oh. Yeah, I was looking for the blitz, but there's a Syndra. I get the Syndra. It's one kill. Good shit, Tomo.
Good job.
Yeah, a little bonus Syndra there.
Yeah,
oh, nice.
just wanted
There's a Syndra right here. All right, boom, full combo. Instantly deleting 2. You could tell, even after they instantly took out 2, they're still like, watch Felios.
Right, yeah.
Everybody be cool. Okay, now we're good. Felios dealt with. That's the only thing that they had left to worry about. And that's the benefit of these super late game scenarios that we're talking about being determined by such small plays. Even though your top laner has teleport, you have to wait the teleport channel for Dokkan to join. If they run face check right into you and they instantly delete 2 people like that, there's no time. You've just lost the game.
The channel's only a few seconds, but a few seconds can be an eternity in a moment where carries are at 4 items, where everybody's gearing up for this final fight right before the Elder. But man, Dignitas got to be happy about that one. And a reminder to all you LCS fans, Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper. It's not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends and crush their dreams with your own LCS super team. You can head on over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. And now we're going to join Tomo and Santorin in the LCS lounge for the Verizon post-game interview.
What? You're host. Don't look at me.
I thought that was you. All right, no problem.
It says Raz in the prompter. You're the host, not me.
Changed it to okay, fine. What's up, everybody? We are here, joined with both Tomo and Santorin. First of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
How did it feel? It was looking good initially, and then the base stuff happens. Tomo, from your perspective, please tell me about it.
Yeah, I think the game should have been ours, like at our initial Nexus siege, but I think we got too high fear or something, and we tried to dive with feelers, and then the game stalled for like, what, 10 more minutes?
Yeah.
Something like that? Yeah, but it should have been like a clean end.
Sounds good. I know you are in a bit of a haze after a game like that, but
5-4 to the first round robin.
True.
Ending with a winning record, I think, is huge for you guys after last split, 3-15 total. A huge bounce back split. I mean, you guys are tied with Team Liquid now. Team Liquid was getting super juiced by everyone through the first week and a half, and now it's like you're in the same spot. So a huge turnaround. How are you guys feeling now?
I mean, I guess I'll go because, I mean, I played the entire last split.
Yeah.
I feel good because now it feels like we're actually a team. It feels like if someone makes mistakes, we're still going to win the game. Like, this kind of feeling is really, really motivating. It's really, really exciting because last split is like, if I make a mistake or someone else makes a mistake, it just feels like we can't win. So it's like, now where there's hope and we feel like an actual team, and I think that's like the big turnaround for us.
Sweet. All right, so now we're going to move into the weirder portion where we have some questions that you guys answered last split. We sent out like a questionnaire. You guys answered some of them. Okay. Notably, neither of you answered favorite anime, which is a shocker to me. Do you guys not watch anime, or is this just you didn't feel like answering?
Wait, you watch?
When was this questionnaire?
It was some bro, you said your favorite song is Hype Boy, your favorite food's Hot Pot. Yeah. But you just left off anime. Do you not watch it?
You watch?
I watch, but...
Okay, what's your favorite anime?
I don't have a particular favorite.
All right, what's your favorite right now?
Not even anything you're nostalgic about?
I think right now, Heavily Delusion's pretty good. They just wrapped up season 1.
I haven't seen it.
Wait,
what about you? Do you not watch?
I don't watch it at all. I mean, I didn't even know it was anime, but like Pokemon and stuff like back in the day, I don't know.
Cringe, man.
And then there are some movies that I thought were really good, like The Moving Castle or something.
Oh,
and I didn't know that was an anime.
Yeah.
You know, I just watched it when I was a kid, and I was like, dude, this movie is great, you know? But
okay, so you do like anime.
Some anime I do like, but I just never knew.
You can get back into it. Tomo will hook you up, apparently.
You just realize you're right next to a normie.
You normies read.
You don't watch?
I do. Actually, my favorite's probably Gintama. I'll just say that.
I don't know anything. So.
Okay, that's fair. Wow, okay. Actually, a question that I had towards you, Santorin.
Oh.
So they asked you, weirdest app you have on your phone, and you said the Oral-B app? The toothbrush app?
Yeah.
You have a toothbrush app? Why do you need an app for a toothbrush?
That's why it's the weirdest thing.
So how do you have it? Explain it. What is on this app? What do you like? Is it vibration settings?
So it tracks where I've been brushing my teeth. So I downloaded it because there's an oral, an app. So like, I'm interested because like, what the hell am I going to use an app for?
Yes.
So I downloaded it, and it pretty much just tracks wherever you brushed already, so you don't miss spots.
Do you have to scan your mouth first, or
no? You don't at all. It just knows, and I don't know how accurate it is. I'm not going to say anything about it. Yes. I don't really use it anymore, but I was just interested. I'm like,
okay.
What's
is it still on your phone?
Yeah, I don't delete apps.
Okay, he's actually a normie. He's
got toothbrush apps. He's not watching anime. What is Santorin doing? What about you, Tomo? You didn't answer that one. Do you have any weird apps on your phone, or we can skip
Not
it?
really.
Okay.
Maybe all his apps are weird.
Yeah,
that makes it normal.
Maybe we don't want to know the answer. What's an anime fan's apps?
Actually, I have something that's great for this one. So when they asked you about a meal, your favorite meal to prepare yourself for, what did you say?
I don't even remember. Maybe it's oatmeal or something?
Oatmeal! It says oatmeal. How old are
Bro,
you?
you're so boring. What is this?
I don't make food,
Actually,
so the only thing...
before our games, like he sometimes eats oatmeal too, like just to.
Oatmeal is good for the stomach, guys.
Toothbrush apps, not watching anime, eats oatmeal.
Oatmeal is really underrated.
You knit? Like, what's your favorite pastime?
Oatmeal is good. Oatmeal is really good, and it can taste good. And
oh, okay, you lost me there.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back onto the cool guy, Tomo. The question is, if you weren't an LCS pro, what would you be doing? Were you in school for anything, or did you have like some dream before you realized you were a god gamer?
I mean, I was gonna take like the normie path, pretty much, like just go through college and then.
Were you gonna be like engineer, lawyer? What?
I was studying comp sci, but.
Comp sci.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's basically what I got. It was game design, but
Yeah.
it's basically just a computer science degree.
Yeah.
They
I was
dressed it
trying to
up.
pivot into computer science, said screw that. The moment I realized you had to take some applied math in the university, I was like, never
What
mind.
do you think programming is? It's
And it was, okay, it's not what I thought I signed up for.
Santorin, did you go to uni at all, or were you were playing since like 17, but Europe's different.
So I did 1 year of university. Wait, no, high school, sorry. Never went to university. I did 1 year high school, and I'm done.
What the?
Okay, so in Denmark, it's like you do 0 to 9 grades in middle school, so you're done when you're usually 15.
Yeah.
And then you join high school when you're 16 or 17 usually. And then a lot of people take a gap year because when you're 18, you get paid to go to school.
What?
Yeah, that's right. So when I was 17, I was like, I really want to play professionally. I want to like try this path. Worst case, I just go back to school the next year and I get paid to go.
And you get money for going? This is absurd.
This sounds like propaganda. I don't believe it.
It really is.
Final question, I guess, for Tomo. You and your teammate are stranded on a desert island. Who is making it out alive? Of all your teammates, you said that you think Santorin would make it out alive.
Oh yeah. I mean, this guy's like the most like athletically like capable, I guess. Like I think he has the most life skills out of everyone on the team. So.
Yeah.
What about
hopefully
you?
he
Are you
can-
just
Oh no,
full
I'm
DJing?
doomed. Yeah, I'm doomed.
You're just
I
doomed?
won't survive like 4 days, honestly.
You sure? I mean, you're tall.
But you can do nothing for 4 days and survive as long as you're not like on fire at the island.
Well, you just answered that. You just answered that question.
Okay, there you go. Somehow Tomo set himself on fire.
All right, well, that was fun. Hopefully I have more of these. There's a lot more I have to ask you afterwards. But still, Santorin, actually, you have a cast after this. So after, you can just head off right now if you want to. You can go straight towards the cast. But right now, we have part 3 of Mundo Dodgeball after the break. See you on the cast, Santorin, and we'll see you guys then.
Joining. Oh boy. Rich is ready to participate here in the team fight. Jensen still has his flash. Let's see if he can get away. Shockwave, nicely done there. And a leap of faith summons the tentacles. Ignar wants to get away, but they've got the quickness, and Jensen's got another kill. Oh, Ignar wanted to make a play, but instead the engage coming in from Dignitas. Palafox is already found. Ignar's gone too. Dig found their moment, but can they finish the fight? Tomo is free firing, and he fangs contracts too. Dokla cannot get away. FBI cannot get away. There's no hope left for Energy. And Dignitas get a clean ace to end the game.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The way round 3 works, you need to decide who's your PC and who's your ball thrower.
We've decided, because I won, I'm back on the PC.
I got it. I got to whoop his ass.
I think Blabber's been putting in work. His throws have been nailing you, so
Let's go, Raz.
let's go.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
I don't know, when I was hitting Mark, he wasn't phased at all, so I just kept aiming for his laptop.
Oh,
I kept
that's
trying to,
smart.
Go right into the laptop.
Yes.
But
I was in the lead by a
No,
lot.
I saw you were up like.
Yeah, that was a big comeback.
Yeah, I was up like 200 health or something.
You're
yeah.
70%.
yeah, Raz.
I hit critical art. That's
Good
what
job,
happened.
Raz.
Huh?
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're a clutch player.
What if I stay here, actually?
Why would you be standing there?
So it doesn't hit me.
No,
Okay,
then
then I'll
should-
block.
If you stand here,
Yes.
it won't block him.
True, it's not possible. You're actually doing good.
I leave this X.
All right, it's tied up 1-1. Round 3 of Mundo Dodgeball. The first Mundo that dies loses Dodgeball. You can still throw the dodgeballs. Every other rule stays the same. Mundo Dodgeball, Dodgeball. Let's go. We're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dodgeball.
Oh, I missed. Oh, damn it.
Oh my God, why am I doing it like that?
Oh, what? That hit my chest.
Oh, where am I
Why are
going?
you throwing that?
I'm trying to hit your laptop.
Wait, I can't. Oh, there's no CD.
Oh, it's close.
Oh, I got you
How are you
anyways.
hitting me?
I got you anyways.
Team
Wait,
Blabber.
you're walking away,
Team
bro.
Blabber's
Hey, you're
next to
in
the
my
green.
side.
I'm not in your
I
side.
need to die.
I had no balls.
Oh, where are the lights going on?
I had no balls.
Sudden death, sudden death.
Got you. Uh-oh. What happens at sudden death?
Light changes, light changes.
Oh.
Light changes.
Oh, what? I'm getting nailed.
Oh, crazy. Oh,
Raz getting crushed.
That is.
It's close. Team Blabber's low.
Oh. Good luck. Oh, you could not touch.
All the balls
oh,
are
you're
in the middle.
cheating.
Looks like one more cleaver. Oh, it's a hit.
Wait,
it's
get
a hit.
that.
Well, one more cleaver. Do it from Team Blabber.
Oh, I need one more.
Oh, and one more for Team Blabber. Speaker's
Trying to
got
hit
a
his
dodge.
nuts.
Speaker's got a dodge.
No.
Strong. What's it gonna be?
Get behind the line.
Okay, I'm done.
Oh God.
Oh!
I'm getting winded. I'm not this athletic.
That's it.
We're the best.
That's it.
Damn.
Team Spica defeats Team
Get out of
Blabber.
my face, man.
We're
Get
done.
out of my face.
We're really done. We're tired.
Let's try, Raz.
All right, we're close. We're close.
Good try, bro. It wasn't even close, but
It
good
was
try.
close, all right? It was close.
Good job.
Ayo, welcome everybody. We are about to get into game number 4 of the day.
Happy birthday, Gabby.
Oh, that's
In case you didn't know, it is Gabby's birthday.
It is. It is my birthday.
So we had the double birthday cast yesterday with the TriCast. Today, you get your own TriCast.
Yeah. This is my special birthday present. I've never gotten to cast with Santorin. You know, Jet, you're all right.
We've cast together before.
Yeah,
This is the special treat. Yeah.
Actually, we didn't get to take the picture in time because we were, like chatting and stuff. Can I get a birthday picture of our TriCast?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, let's do it. Yay, let's go. See, now my birthday is made and we can get into the cast. Santorin, you excited to be up in the booth?
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is my first time ever doing this kind of stuff, so I'm really, really excited.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier how last split you didn't get to do much.
Yeah, it's like you're sometimes like, okay, you're gonna do something if you win. It's like, but I have to win? It's like, oh no.
But now you're able to join us. Sorry, I'm also getting the tweet out with the photo because, that's part of the tradition of it. But
Yeah, can you move your mic a little closer?
a little closer.
There we
to you.
go.
Is this better?
Yeah, we got you in it.
Nice.
All right, so you were just talking to the lounge about your last game, doing a little fun. Now we're getting into 100 Thieves versus TSM. What are your thoughts on this matchup? Two teams are kind of in the middle of the pack. You've been roughing around with them as well.
Yeah, man, I'm really excited for this matchup, especially because, Quid just came in and Ruby also just came in. So now it's more like both teams are kind of getting used to like a new player. And I think that's usually a little bit hard in the beginning. It's hard to do macro and like this kind of stuff. So I'm really excited to see like how the teams have adapted.
You've now played against every team in the LCS.
Already?
Right?
Yeah.
Who's better? They're both 3 and 5. Like not even who's going to win this game. Who do you think is better?
So we lost to 100 Thieves and we beat TSM, so 100 Thieves is better.
What about in scrims?
I'd still say I think 100 Thieves is the better team.
Okay.
But I think it's like a little bit close. I mean, I think also when TSM plays well, they play really well. Like there have been games where they're really, really solid. But I just think like overall, like 100 Thieves I think just generally speaking, like they're the stronger team.
Yeah. Have you done any night blocks against TSM? Because I heard from, I believe it was Hanser, I was talking with him when we were shooting some content, and it was on like a Wednesday. And they played an early game, like, oh yeah, by the way, we have a full block of scrims after this.
Oh, really?
So they are double blocking every non-game day and then trying to fit in a full block on game days.
Oh.
So they're playing like almost 35 plus scrims a week.
Okay, I mean, respect to them. I mean, but no, we actually have. I don't think we've actually gotten to night block them yet, but we might in the future. I mean, we were playing them this week, so it's hard to.
Right, so you wouldn't scrim them at all.
Yeah.
We'll see how they end up faring in this game. I mean, you were giving a little bit of an edge, it sounds like, over to 100 Thieves. I do want to ask you just a little bit about the jungle position. We see kind of that facilitative pick taken by Closer, the Maokai forever reliable, but the Viego carry on the opposite side. I know you were just finding that traditional Santorin success on the Sejuani. What are your thoughts of these different styles from the jungle position?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Closer is a really, really good carry jungler, so I'd way prefer if he's on, you know, the Viego, the Lee Sin, these kind of champions. Like, that's where he shines. Even though I do think, you know, Maokai Jace Kisande is a very strong top side, I just think Closer is just a way better player when he's actually playing these carry junglers. But obviously, like, when it comes to drafts, it depends what's left open, and you know, you kind of got to go with the flow. But honestly, right now, I think both top sides are really, really strong, and they just have, you know, different win conditions.
Topside matchup that we've actually seen a lot, especially recently with Renekton coming back into the fold, some differences in the meta. But it does feel like on TSM side, even though we're talking about this strength on the top side for 100 Thieves, when they are finding success, it's Wild Turtle, for instance, right? Popping off on the Jinx. How do you think that's going to fare Wild Turtle and Chime versus Doublelift and Busio, considering the strengths they have offered in different regards for these teams?
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting matchup. You know, I mean, Turtle and Double, they've played together, against each other for a very, very long time. And
10 years ago, they played against each other.
10 years?
Well, yeah, because they would have played in 2013 spring at some point, I'm sure.
Oh my God, yeah.
CLG and TSM.
Yeah, and you know, they go. Yeah, they're both really, really good AD carries, and obviously, I agree. Like, Turtle has been one of the star players in TSM, and you know, he still got it after 10 years, which is really, really impressive. Not a lot of people can say that. Same for Doublelift. But yeah, I mean, this is actually a full NA bot lane, which is something that I'm very, very excited about for both sides. So.
Oh yeah, you like the NA leanings here?
I love that. I mean, anytime it's like NA versus NA, you know, Korea versus Korea, EU versus EU, there's a little bit more on the line, you know, because now it's actually like, who's the better NA bot lane?
Yeah, and I know you joined TL right after Kane had departed TL, but it's good to see him back on the stage. He had visa issues earlier on this split, so he just got here this week. I got a chance to catch up with him. He actually seems like pretty happy right now and like excited to be here, which is cool because for basically the whole off season, ever since they came back from the Korean boot camp, he's been having to stay up in like DGen hours, like 4 a.m. for the 100 Thieves scrims, and they've been like Discord reviewing their games. So like, there's no way that's productive. And I want you to share as well, because we had to deal with COVID. Like, it's so hard to do reviews like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's little like, first of all, as a coach, I'm sure it's really, really frustrating because you don't even know which players you have their attention. Like, they might be browsing Twitter or whatever they're doing. Like, you have no idea.
Yeah.
And if someone is tilted, like, is he even listening? Like, I'm not sure. Like, hello?
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, for him, you know, it must be really, really exciting to like finally be with the team and not actually be there way too late. Like, they can still make it and do well. So we'll see how he's doing.
I feel like that's one of the things that's made it a little difficult to evaluate just how much 100 Thieves have been impacted by the late arrivals. Because it's one thing when, okay, the mid comes in, finally here, gets a week of games, but when your coach isn't there, that's a whole different environment to be playing in.
Yeah, and also just generally speaking, like when you have a player come in late, it changes the whole dynamic of the team. So like, even though you know played with your other 4 players together, it's like now you have Quid. And how does he play? And how does he communicate? And, you know, how do we play around him? Does he play different champions? All these kind of things, they matter a lot. So it's very hard to, like, instantly, you know, be a good team after replacement.
Yeah, and TSM's dealing with the same thing with Ruby right now. They played with Insanity for the first 2 weeks. They put Ruby in for the 3rd week. So far, they've played pretty tough opponents. He's been up against strong mid laners, and they're 0-2 with him. So pressure's on.
Definitely, yeah.
Pressure for both of these teams. 100 Thieves wanting to try and get another win to put themselves in the positive on the week, and TSM scrapping for it as well as we make our way into game number 4. But taking a kind of broader look at the compositions that have been brought through as we now know the entire lock-in. What are we looking at?
Yeah, well, Santorin, I want to pick your brain because something I felt like you were exceptional at when we were on Team Liquid together was figuring out what could go wrong and preventing that from happening. So basically pick a jungler and walk me through like what Closer needs to do to have a good jungle clear. Or you can do Boogie.
Yeah, I mean, let's go with Closer. So
Yeah.
this is one of these where like there's so much stuff that TSM can do early game because they have a lot of priority lanes and a lot of dangerous people level 1. So I mean, for Closer, you kind of just want to have like a solid early game. So he's probably gonna puff down because he's probably gonna have bot prio. So he's probably gonna be scared of Boogie doing free camps topside and then maybe trying to invade with move.
Right. So basically, he'd be scared of Boogie doing this and then moving down here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depending on like who gets mid prior, I guess. But usually speaking, like in these kind of matchups, like Maokai, you're just happy if like you have priority and then you just like kind of give the vision and this kind of stuff. Whereas like Viego, he kind of want to be in your face and try to make early action. So we'll see what happens, but for sure there's gonna be some bot side focus action in this game.
Yeah, they've already prepped with these 2 wards, so I believe that invade was spotted. So Closer knows they've warded that. Do you think that changes the way he's approaching his move to bot lane?
Yes, it depends like who actually gets. Oh, there's some action.
Yeah, he has to see which lanes get pushed.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, I don't know what they're. This is the hard thing about jungle is like you don't actually know who gets prior. Like for example, his mid lane might be like, hey, I have prior, but then maybe he doesn't have prior. Like you kind of have to like in the moment see what happens. So if Andy gets prior for some reason, then he's a lot more scared, obviously. But if Jace has prior, like he can just do a full clear down because he's double prior.
Yeah, exactly. Because every time you go through the draft, probably every team does this. The jungler goes through and asks each lane, like, do you win this lane? Bot lane, do you win this lane? And they're like, we think so. Or it's like, it's a hands difference.
Yeah.
And then you'll just see.
Yeah, and that's when it gets scary, when things can quickly change. So usually speaking, like sometimes you'll see junglers do paths where he's just greedy and doing a full clear. But if his laners are giving him the information, yeah, we're double prio, but suddenly both lost prio, you know? Suddenly you're getting invaded and you look like the clown, which, it's hard for jungles to like adapt.
But this looks good. I mean, bot prio, mid's even, and he actually even put, I believe, like a sapling right here. So he's just protecting this line in his own jungle. So it looks like a good early game for Closer.
That's great, yeah. And the only thing now he's covering bot because they was,
because they're so pushed.
Yeah, they literally want to like keep destroying them on the turret, and and because of that, like he's just he's just giving his own presence.
Yeah.
But I do think like in this specific case, right, like it felt like he kind of wasted a lot of time. Like he could have done his Raptors red and then come on a different timing. True. Because now what's going to happen is Viego is going to hit level 4 and then they're going to try to fight for butt crab.
Right, and then he's going to be a level down, so even if they have prior, they might lose the fight.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also very scary playing against Blitzcrank Annie in like a 4v4 early. Because if you get hit by a stun, you get hooked, you get one shot, and then suddenly Viego is taking over.
Awesome. And there you go. Can't contest the crab.
Yeah, so I think that was like a pretty big mistake. But that's also one of those things, if you're a jungler, it's like, oh, my bot lane
is contesting.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, Boogie's sitting on top of
We
ward
just get
right
it for
now.
free. Okay, I mean, I think that was... Closer's very happy.
A little bit of a heist?
Yeah.
I think Boogie could just have kept hitting the skull towards mid, and he had mid prior, and he'd probably get it. But, sometimes you're a little bit extra worried, and, in this case, I think Closer's really happy, because I think, how the first path turned out, it should have been, like, really bad for Closer.
And thinking about where, Closer is spending his attention over on the bot side. Oh, taking a pause just to see if Hanser takes a little too much damage over on top side. But one thing for sure is Chime is one of the supports that Blitz has been banned from. For instance, we're seeing these engage picks come back into the meta. You are just facing off against this pick. How much are you considering that when informing how you are paying attention to these lanes? Just a lot of that kill threat on the opposing side.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I really like how TSM's draft this early. It's actually really scary for the enemy team to play against, because if you hook any of the champs, even if the freaking Maokai, he'll still die if everyone is ready to hit him. So it's very scary for 100 Thieves to like walk in river if they don't have full control. So it's kind of like push the waves, play through the waves. So like when enemy is showing, then you can kind of walk in. But generally speaking, I mean, Chime has been playing a lot of Engage, and like he looks pretty good on it. So you gotta be careful of those hooks coming flying.
Yeah, I feel like some of the supports, I feel like supports in general are always happy when Engage comes back, right? It's the more proactive role where you can assert a bit more of the game plan for the team, but definitely some that feel more comfortable on Engage compared to others.
We basically spent like 7 years with melee supports being the only thing you're allowed to play. And then teleports from top laners got locked and suddenly enchanters were the only thing they could play. So I imagine that's pretty painful for most support players.
As a support player myself, I feel that.
I think people are still figuring it out a little bit in Summer Split though, because they moved the Unleashed TP timer back from 14 to 10. So it's like a little less lane locked, but still pretty lane locked. It's interesting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that was one of the things, like, I mean, I get why they, you know, locked the TP, because there's like, it got really messy really quickly, and you know,
really degenerate 5.
Yeah, and it's like I remember so many times where like if you're mid prior, like suddenly there's just 5 people bot, and you can't really do anything about it.
Oh, the return hook onto Busio means they will both summoners to get away. 3 members down, and the bot side puts the pressure onto 100 Thieves, but they survive. 3 summoners utilize as far. Wild Turtle trying to heal up and sidestep the action from double-elimination. Closer was there to follow up if needed, but TSM does manage to retreat.
Yeah, we'll have to see the replay. I think they might have been able to get that kill if Boogie would have landed his Viego stun onto Busio. The health would have been close, but there's first blood.
So much range from double-elimination downtown to draw it.
Yeah, those are the most painful ones where they literally 2v3 you. And yeah, for sure, if Viego, you know, if Boogie hit that W, I think they'd kill as well. But it's, you know, it's unfortunate. And yeah, now it's rough. Because if you lose a 2v3 and, you know, the jungler wasn't even there, next time when the jungler is there, it's going to be a rough game, yeah.
And the reward is very clear. The first dragon getting picked up by 100 Thieves here just below 7 minutes to begin that stacking and really build upon that prioritization of that bot lane, even though they were the ones in the player deficit.
Yeah, let's just watch this one more time, because Chime, I like the idea of the play. Lands the hook on the handshake. So let's just kind of count the damage.
Oh,
yeah, I think, because then if Kai'Sa gets the passive off and you land the stun, that's enough damage to kill.
It also looked like they're a little bit hesitant. Like, they're not instantly going. Like, Turtle walked back a little bit. Like, they're not...
Yeah.
Because I think if they just completely committed to begin with, like, they'd probably get the kill. But I also think...
They had no vision.
Yeah, I was about to say, did they see Maokai? Because...
No.
If Maokai was actually there, you know, and they commit like that, it's going to be really, really bad.
Double or triple kill or something. So that's a really risky move.
Yeah.
So 100 Thieves coming up on top in that engage, but it's nothing to be truly worried about from TSM side in terms of gold. Hanser putting some pressure onto Someday on the top side with some CS advantage for himself. Boogie's been spending a lot of time in the jungle as well to farm up to get to that carry position.
Yeah, and Santorin, this is where, like, being a caster, we get you cheat a little bit, but it's also hard because we've been talking about Closer and what he has to do the whole time, and now it's like Boogie's gank didn't work. He's got the losing bot lane. What is he hoping to have happen? Because at this point, you're in a situation where when you're behind, if the other team matches like perfectly, nothing will work. So what are you trying to do?
So this is a really tough one for TSM because they actually have a way stronger top side. So if nothing went wrong at bot lane early, they'd be completely fine just taking Herald here, right? But now it's kind of like you're gonna drop a lot on bot lane when you're doing Herald at this point.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna be zoned, and now you have to like re-enter. It's gonna be really, really tough.
And you're against a double-up team, so he's just going to kill turret.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to take his lead up to Herald.
Yeah.
He's just getting plays.
Yeah, so as you can see here, like now it's like, okay, Kai'Sa cannot play the video game anymore. And I think in sometimes in these situations, you should also, as TSM, know that this is coming.
Yeah.
So you should just try to do a swap, like put Turtle top and try to get some plates back, because now they're going to be stuck here forever.
Yeah, look at that turret. It's already so low, 83 CS to 51 down there in the bot lane. I mean, 100 Thieves running away with that lead down there.
Yeah, I actually don't think this is that bad. He dropped about 6 minions. They got the Herald, and he's still going to be able to hit 6. Because, like, if he swaps, either you're starving farm for the Renekton or the Annie, and the turret's probably completely gone.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it didn't go as bad as I thought it would. I think.
I thought they could maybe permazone him, but they didn't.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's still going to be kind of this situation where it's going to be hard to get reset timers as Kai'Sa now, because, you know, 100 Thieves can always just fight. For example, on this wave, like, they have to be really scared.
Grabs the root. Chime tried to respond with a hook of his own, but had to flash out. Nature's Grasp grabs him. The saplings and more rains enough damage down. Pulling Wild Turtle in momentarily with a handshake, and Boogie standing on by. 100 Thieves will claim the kill, even though Quid is nearby. They want to keep this pressure up.
This is a really good roam by Quid, I think, as well.
Yeah, it's really good. They just kind of secure their full... Oh, Boogie?
Okay.
Playing a little bit with fire, but I like it.
Was hanging out in the Herald path just a bit, but double-lift all the while continuing to clear out this wave on bot with a fresh wave at the ready. Someday, a little low as Hanser stands behind him. Closer and Busio gonna use the blast cone to create that distance down on the bot side, but Hanser's still putting the pressure to someday up here on the top side turrets.
Yeah, I think Hanser's just doing his best to play like a maniac because he saw 4 people bot side, so he knows he can do whatever he wants 1v1 and no one's going to help. And he's like hoping that something good happens since bot lane is pretty doomed at the moment.
Yeah, and also like if Marco actually decides to go top lane, that can also be a TSM way back, like going through bot and trying to, you know, kill someone. Because I think if either jungler goes top, it's probably pretty bad. Because right now it's like everything is kind of focused on bot lane here, and you know, if Maokai decides to go top sometime, then it's a 3v2 on bot, and they can actually come back in the game. But I really like how 100 Thieves has been playing this early game though. Like, you know, they're playing to the win condition, they're not making any mistakes, so it's been looking clean.
Yeah, even from level 1, Closer was a little bit defensive, but then didn't end up getting punished. He was still able to get the Scuttle Crab. They had the bot prio. He finished his clear. They absorbed that first gank really well, but then other than that, they've just been playing around this bot side advantage and not letting TSM get anything back. It's nice.
1.3k gold lead for 100 Thieves. So much of that on the bot side when you're looking at the carries that they consistently rely on. Doublelift is being one of them.
Yep.
You're pretty okay with a lot of gold going into his pocket, that's for sure. And I think even when you're looking at Closer, right, and you were noting how you like to see him on the carries, it's great to see him be able to facilitate in this way as well.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Closer can definitely play these tanks as well. You know, I just know from playing him a lot, like, he's really good at carries, right? But you have to kind of go to the role in the team, you know, sometimes it is going to be the tank and sometimes it's going to be the carry.
Yeah. Is Closer still like a psychopath in scrims?
We actually didn't get to scrim them that much yet. So I'm actually not sure because we also played them recently. But he does some pretty crazy stuff once in a while, but he's not as much as like in the beginning, you know?
When he was playing Nidalee and just all-inning every single bot dive level 3.
100 Thieves do close in on this dragon. The Rift Herald will be dropped mid from TSM to claim some plates before they fall in just under a couple minutes time. But speaking of crazy in scrims, I know Closer has spoken specifically about how crazy Quid can be and wanting to bring some of his most confident looks to 100 Thieves. So do you feel like when players come into the LCS, it takes time to be able to transition what they do in scrims versus on stage?
Yeah, I mean, it depends from player to player as well. You know, some people just have the confidence, whether it's scrims or on stage, play the exact same way. But there's a lot of players where like they play a lot more aggressive in scrims than way more calculated on stage. Which it kind of just comes down to like, you know, I guess like the individual player, but also kind of the team. Like, you know, is this what works for them? Like if Quid playing aggressive is like what works the best for them, then we obviously continue to do it. But also, I mean, I watched the stream a little bit. He's definitely a very aggressive guy that, you know, he wants to show that he has the better hands.
Yeah, I mean, there are some parallels. And maybe this is going back too far for some people, but your rookie split, you were very similar age to Quid, right?
Yeah.
And you were joining a team with Bjergsen, who at the time was like
the legend,
the face of the league.
Yeah.
Doublelift, in a lot of ways, is the face of the league now. Quid joining this team, like how did you approach it versus the way you approach now, and what do you think are the challenges that Quid's facing playing with such a like veteran on his team?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I was a rookie, I didn't just come with the mindset of like, hey, these guys are better, like let me learn from them. It's kind of like I kind of want to be like them, you know, like I want to be just as knowledgeable, I want to be just as good, like this kind of stuff. But like I should just kind of have the hat on of like I'm learning, you know, I'm in school, I'm learning, and I'm just taking as much information as possible. But that was like, you know, for myself, right? Like,
you also won your very first split.
Yeah, and I'll say my team was very, very strong. But then going into summer, right, I didn't know how to play tanks because I'd only played carry junglers, and that was like a big, you know, learning lesson for me, like moving forward. So it kind of depends like what kind of player you're on, what your strengths and weaknesses are.
Awesome.
I think that's one of the coolest things about looking at your career and just how you're described, the early aggression, but then in recent years, Santorin, always flexible to what the team needs, always able to play those tanks and those facilitators. So I feel like you have a lot to be proud of when looking at your development of as a player over the years.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm trying to do whatever role fits the team the best. A lot of the time is playing a tank, so that's become my job. And also, we didn't really talk about it, but it looked like Doublelift was almost 3k gold up on Turtle, which is absolutely crazy.
He's getting there. He is 2,600 gold up on Turtle. The rest of the game is actually pretty even. 1,000 gold lead for Hanser, but mythic to mythic, so it doesn't really matter that much. I kind of feel like if TSM couldn't fight on Hanser's like Gore Drinker spike, then they're not taking advantage, but they might try here.
They might look for it. Hanser just coupled in and coming up with a follow-up. Closer in the center of it all does find himself in some trouble. Threw out the ultimate right at the tail end, but it couldn't save his life. Ruby takes so much damage, outwalks the hail of arrows at the very end, but it's just one life lost. TSM grab it. It's enough to take this Rift Herald for themselves.
That was huge, right? And it's also something you talked about earlier, Santorin. With the Blitzcrank, it doesn't even matter if you hook someone like the Maokai, you can still one-shot him before the fight starts.
Yeah, no, that's a really good play by TSM. You know, like they had to pull the trigger. If they didn't do it now, I think there's like no way back pretty much. Because if they got Herald and they break mid-turret, it's really hard for them to play.
Yeah, watching this one more time, it is, I believe, a double TP. And at the time, Someday is bottom lane and would be late to the play. So just actually catching 100 Thieves in a little bit of a split fight. I don't know if Quid had the Q cooldown, but Ruby's Proto Belt might save him there from the burst of Jace Ferris. And they are able to keep the gold pretty close.
Yeah, no, that's really good for TSM. And also, I mean, it's kind of like the double TP came in and 100 Thieves was not really sure what to do, so it kind of looked like they scattered and walked different paths, so it gave TSM an opportunity.
Soul Point, so to speak, is up at the moment. So it's 1,000 gold. There will be up in a minute. 100 Thieves has a lot of control over the river. I want to try and talk a little bit about Drake's setup at the moment. Hanser, no TP, is top lane. He only has like about 10 more seconds before resetting if he wants to make it for this Drake.
100 Thieves have already surrounded, 47 seconds to go before that Drake spawns. And of course, Maokai is happy to arrive early to get the setup both with the warding and the saplings with the help of the rest of the team.
Is this contestable for TSM, do you think, Santorin?
So, I mean, if they have first setup, I think they can. But if they don't, I think it's just like kind of try to trade. So, for example, next time you keep pushing top, you can Herald mid and just try to get a lot of gold.
Right.
And then maybe fight the fourth. Because I think it's really hard for either team to face check into the enemy control. Oh, he even had the sidestep too.
So that's how that flash was taken away from double-elimination right ahead of this, something to consider. And that Rift Herald being dropped across mid, a classic play when a dragon is on the rise. So TSM should be able to finish this off.
There's some shenanigans going on over here, though.
Yeah. All right.
They have no bot push at all, but they did manage to enter through mid.
Closer initiates with the Nature's Grasp, but Chime immediately flashes, still gets caught by it alongside Hanser.
Oh, they're in a
but there's
tough spot.
one member of 100 Thieves waiting and lurking to collapse upon TSM. Ruby getting the brunt of Quid's Shock Blast, flashes over the wall, stunned up. Wild Turtle following up with a Killer Instinct, and Boogie is here to slay away. Some good Void Seekers coming in from Wild Turtle as well. But even as TSM collapse upon one, the rest of 100 Thieves are ready to follow. Chime hooking in closer. Boogie gets knocked back. An attempt with a handshake from Busio, but 100 Thieves create some space between them and TSM.
Man, what a sequence right there. We did call that they were going to drop the Rift Herald mid and try and move there. Quid thought he had the flank, but just got a little bit too close to the Renekton. And I don't know if 100 Thieves is willing to completely give this up, but it is a 5v4.
Oh yeah, I think you have to give this one up. I mean, maybe you can...
I think they do too, but they're trying.
Yeah, because double-elimination has ult.
Oh, yeah, closer over the wall in the back brush, standing by the dragon, and even a teleport coming in from 100 Thieves. They want to try and take this, and Ruby takes closer down. No jungler here for 100, so they got to back off of it. Some security from Boogie to pick it up and break the stacking of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think that was really greedy from 100 Thieves. I mean, it's kind of that situation where like, oh, it's our sole point. Like, we should get this. And in a deal world, this is our dragon. But, you know, double-elimination lost his flash earlier. Quid gets called. So trying to like actually still fight is really, really scary because double-elimination can't even like enter the fight really. He can like poke over the wall because if he walks up, he's gonna get any flash stunned and he's gonna die.
Yeah.
I think yeah, you should just give it at this point unless you wait for. I mean, maybe you can wait for Jason, maybe still fight, but it is really scary.
There's a chance they were just trying to buy time because third dragon is a lot tankier than second dragon. It gets like 4,000 bonus health. But if I had to guess, and there's no way of knowing for sure, Double, it feels like a god right now. Because he's been up 2,000 gold, and he's like, no way, guys, we can fight this. But also, look what he's doing. He looks like he's actually just standing there. Because, he, like you said, he can't enter the fight. There's Annie-stun with Flash and a Renekton that could chain CC him. So, looking at it with hindsight, absolutely no reason they would be there. But as a vocal lady carry who's up 2,000 gold, he's probably the one saying we could fight.
Yeah, no, that's true. And also, I think it's fine for Closer to look for the steal, like jump into the pit. He just has to like flash out when they actually like find him, you know? Like I think it's fine like looking for that. I think it's actually a good play. But I just think with Ruby's position, there's no way they're actually going to walk up the river. You know, Varus is never going to enter the actual fight. So I think because of Ruby's position, they should just like drop it.
Significant poke from Varus available, but not a lot of mobility, not a lot of way to get in and out of those kind of scenarios. So that means the gold lead has shifted in the opposite direction, 1.6K for TSM. They officially broke through that stacking and are able to break some of the pace of 100 Thieves. And you know that they're aware of where that gold is too, right? So when Doublelift isn't around, they can press that go button just a little harder.
Oh, for sure. And also, this is the really scary part about being against TSM's comp. If you're behind, who is face checking? You know, like anytime you walk into any situation, you're scared of Blitzcrank hooking you, you're scared of TP flanks. Generally speaking, like when you're behind this 100 Thieves comp, it's really hard to play because you want to have first setup, you want to poke them, and you want to take the fight slow. Whereas TSM, they just want to go, you know, as soon as possible.
For closers Maokai, I see a big mix of the straight demonic build versus the straight virtue build. And in my experience, this build is like painfully slow to clear the jungle. And demonic feels so good, but he skipped the demonic. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll be honest, I've done this a couple of times too, and I think it is the right thing to do because if you go demonic, you're really, really squishy. If you get like root or any stun, anything, you'll get one shot, and you need someone to face check from the the 4-man. They have Jace, Renata, Varus, so you kind of need someone to be the front line that can walk in and give space.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, it feels really bad if you're Maokai going this build, but you're kind of just hoping that you'll be the meatball and your team will carry pretty much.
And it's so tricky too because with Renekton being ahead, even though someday could face check, he can't face check because he's always in the side lanes.
Yeah.
So therefore it falls on Maokai to have to sit in front.
Exactly, yeah.
Sacrificing some joy for the hope of the team. 100 Thieves knocking down this mid turret. They see the red bar. Ruby's a lurking, Chime's a lurking. 100 Thieves are very aware though.
When did this game get so spooky for 100 Thieves? I feel like they were winning 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened, but it looked like, they're looking for a play, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of these situations where I think 100 Thieves is kind of getting away with too much. Like, they're pushing mid-tard, we have TP flank wards. Like, I think if you're TSM, you should just be willing to take a fight when they're stepping up for the mid-turret.
And even in turrets for both of these teams now with the mid cracked open and one traded on each side of the side lanes. Past 22 minutes, so I feel like we've been seeing, just in general, because of the way the meta has been, a lot of faster Barons, a lot more like baits around it as opposed to, spring split, right, where it was delayed. What do you think that 100 Thieves and TSM should be doing now that these major objectives have shifted into that portion of the game?
Yeah, so I mean, I believe Renekton probably gets push, and then, I mean, honestly, like what TSM should do, they should set up for, when is Dragon up? It's
55 seconds.
Yeah, so they're probably going to set up Baron side, but they're probably going to play for Dragon, and then try to get bot turret as well. And then after Dragon is gone, they just set up fully on top side, and they're probably going to have Renekton shift mid, and then they're going to look to start Baron with, people being in flanks and ready to fight.
Yeah, so you mean that you're going to kind of set up this side, but since they have so much mid control, they'll eventually just move to Dragon.
Yeah, and so they already actually have a ward, like they already have pretty good vision. Oh, okay, here we go.
Teleport coming in from Hanser. And
good Shirelias. Really good Shirelias by Busio.
Yeah, I also think they should have pulled that trigger a little bit longer till they start actually walking in. Like, they actually have really good wards, but they kind of, 100 Thieves wasn't really committed yet, and then they pulled the trigger a little bit early.
Yeah, a lot of times you'd like pick a line, like for how far they have to walk up. They pulled it, kind of back here.
Yeah, exactly.
When you wanted to wait too above the river.
But the idea is good. Like, I like the idea of them.
You're drawing right where the teleport was coming in from someday.
There we go.
Just giving him the landing zone.
Oh, this is interesting. Just flip it.
Yeah.
I like this.
When in doubt, flip it.
Yeah.
Already down 50%. 100 Thieves looking for when they need to make the turn. An attempt by Quid to get a blast onto Ruby, but doesn't find it. Closer roots 2 with the ultimate. Secures the Baron. 100 Thieves coming out on top. And this one, does TSM want to make anything of the fight? An attempt to do so. Ruby gets rooted on the entry, but doublelift taken out of it. Quid picking up Ruby as well. But Hanser right in the back line, still a bit low, but someday finding the fight with Wild Turtle, who finds his way onto the opposite side of the pit, along down to the Void Seeker, pick up from Chime through the wall, and someday is down, but he comes out of stasis, tries to flash away, but cannot keep his life in his own grasp. Follow up from 100 Thieves, there's only so many wearing purple, but they still keep 3, trading 2 for 3 lives on the opposite side.
We've got a banger game. Yep. So the fact that TSM had shadowed a little bit towards Drake and overtaken mid-prio gave 100 Thieves just enough of a window, and they're picking up a lot of kills on the back end.
Okay, Chime wanted to go for it. Did get the flash off of Quid, but he was marked so low, and with Closer nearby, they pick up the kill.
Yeah, that's huge for 100
That's huge.
Thieves. That, yeah. I mean, they're in a really bad position. They actually made a really good call here to go Baron. And usually speaking against Maokai, it's kind of hard to actually like walk in because you get slowed so much and Maokai ult, and so it's a really good call by 100 Thieves.
And then the fight itself, even though they were able to one-shot double-lift, get his CS bounty, or kill bounty, the rest of the fight goes pretty well, I think, because TSM ends up getting split. So, yes, they do kill Sunday over the wall, but Boogie and Hanser, like, really don't have any damage, and Turtle and Chime are out of the fight after this kill. So when this happens, Boogie's in way too deep.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think if Boogie didn't go in there, like
Hanser goes back in too?
Yeah, because I think it's like a chain reaction of people trying to help each other. But there, if Boogie didn't go in, you know, you're still gonna get the dragon, and yeah, you're not gonna be happy, but it's not the end of the world. But now you lost the dragon as well, and now it's 100 Thieves is actually really strong now. Even the Jace is like really strong as well.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, is the 3 dragons to come out of this, because the Baron ended up being almost a bit of a stall play. Like, yes, getting the gold is nice, but they lost enough people on the back end that the gold was going to somewhat equalize, because it was supposed to kind of be a Baron for dragon trade, and then you're dealing 2 dragons to 2 with a Baron buff, but now being on Soul Point gives 100 Thieves a lot of agency.
Yeah. And that was also because, like, you know, TSM TP behind and they didn't get anything when they did.
Yeah.
And that because of that, suddenly 100 Thieves had more breathing room, because else it'd be still really, really scared to do these kind of things.
Right, TSM took a couple of shots at their play, and since they missed both of their shots, then 100 Thieves was able to get back at it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Now with 30 seconds remaining on this Baron buff, they were just able to take down that top turret, though not long prior, Hanser did the same exact thing on the bottom side. So still even in terms of the outer skirt of turrets being down on both sides. And what a scrappy fight that was after that last Baron take.
Scrappy game.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the kind of games you want to watch, you know? Like, I don't want to see like a 18-minute stomp C9. So
Would you have been bummed, you know, you come in to do your first cast and it's just this slow...
yeah, it's like, oh, they're killing them again. It's like, great. This is great.
But no, we did get a decent amount of back and forth, and I mean, 100 Thieves and TSM both mostly residing on this bot side. No vision in the jungle for 100 Thieves, so seeing where TSM decide to collapse upon them, the downtown ultimate from Closer might grab some, but Hanser was rooted and blown up before it even reaches him, so 100 Thieves picking up 1 on the enemy solo laner. Have to be wary of Ruby looking for an angle, has the stun at the ready, has Tibbers too, and Boogie has fallen low. Quid trying to burst him down. Oh, the success of Quid in that engage. So with 2 lost for TSM, 100 Thieves continue to build that confidence as they venture forward here.
Feels real bad for TSM. They were trying the long flank in that one. Ruby was way behind them, and it just gave them no opportunity to actually fight. And then once they'd lost Hanser, 100 Thieves could pretty much just pick their target and go for another kill.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like TSM keeps trying to find something, but it just never works. And I also think it's good on 100 Thieves. I don't know if they actually saw the TP behind, but if they did, they're moving forward, so like move away from the TP flank. Like I think, you know, 100 Thieves have been playing actually really well this macro in the mid game, considering how bad of a situation they actually were in, you know, like 8 minutes ago even.
Yeah, and I think it's important to point out too, just like the range discrepancy between the 2 teams. Like everyone on the side of TSM is quite short range. Yes, a hook can reach you from long range, but they all need to commit for a fight to happen, whereas 100 Thieves has range support, Varus poke, Jace poke, long range engage from Maokai saplings and ultimate. So that is kind of the way it's going to play out. Like, unless TSM lands that crushing engage, 100 Thieves will slowly whittle them down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, it's going to be... Yeah, I mean, you just have to hope you hit a hook or something, or like a really good engage. If you don't hit one of those, you're probably going to lose the game at this point. You know, Jace's free items, Varus' free items. Like, now they actually have all the things they need to be able to, like, you know, crush this game pretty much.
Because at 1 to 2 items, you were seeing the poke from Quid and double lifting. Thought, oh man, not able to finish off, but there goes at least 60% of their HP bar. Now, at this point of the build, a lot of those bars just end up immediately erased for TSM, so they really have to be wary of that range that 100 Thieves have on them right now.
Once double lift gets death cap, this build is so broken.
No, it's crazy. If you get hit by ult, you're dead. And I think it's also, yeah, I mean, now it's actually like TSM has like nobody to face check as well. So if you know, now it's kind of like the same situation where now they're really scared of Varus ult. You know, like it's kind of like on the other side, it's like you're really scared of Blitzhook, but now if you get hit by this ability, you're dead. And even just Jace poke is going to do half your health, so.
That's scary. And Baron spawning once again. 20 seconds left on that next dragon as well. 100 Thieves are on Soul Point. So that puts some pressure on these teams to figure out where they want to prioritize on this map. We saw how shifty that was during the last Baron and what was sacrificed as a result.
Oh, are we going to start it?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're hoping that Chime over the wall can get a hook when 100 Thieves commits, and like maybe they can get Quitter double lift. Without that, I think it's a tough fight.
Double lift is that dragon, actually. No,
oh, that's...
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Up and up, going on in. Boogie marked low. Still some distance between the majority of 100 Thieves.
TSM doesn't know double lift isn't here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would be going in.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. That is...
Nice play.
I mean, nice, but that's one hell of a flip.
But you can see there's no warding on the bot side from TSM. 100 Thieves able to get that soul, an ocean soul for themselves. So really playing off of that intel and the fog of war for that advantage here. And that's going to be really hard, Santorin, for them to break through.
Yeah. If we have time, I'd love to see that replay of the standoff with just TSM vision. Like, how deceptive was it that double lift wasn't there with the way they approached? Because I don't think there was great ward coverage by TSM to see any of the approaches.
Yeah, because it also like went through top, so they had any control like the middle side river.
Oh, could be a hook. Oh.
Nice try.
Attempted hit onto closer, but not going to connect just yet. 100 Thieves still progressing through the jungle. And you're just talking about that, and that's when I wish I was good at drawing on the little draw illustrator thing, because I was like, yeah, they didn't have...
Want to do some drawing stuff? Here's a mouse.
My left-handed self doing right-handed drawing. Oh, well, now I was...
So this is the vision they currently see. They're starved.
Okay, yep. Wait, what do I click?
Well, you can click that for the... And then you just draw wherever you want, or you click this to draw it every single line.
Okay, I'll do a... Oh, see, 100 are all right here. And TSM are here.
All right.
And then here's 2 eyes for Smiley. As Chime, oh no, Chime's in some trouble. TSM, now it's so hard to see the fight. I'm putting it on hard mode for the play-by-play. TSM still in the crosshairs of 100 Thieves. Thank you, Jed. That's a good caster. Good caster right there. Uh-oh, Hanser marked low once again. 100 Thieves collapsing upon him. A root is granted onto Boogie, meaning no jungler in the vicinity for TSM. And 100 Thieves are taking him down one by one. Closer separate onto Ruby. Has the teleport in from 100 Thieves to be able to continue onto this approach. Ain't no Tibber's gonna help you right now. A bear hug cannot keep 100 Thieves at bay.
There's a chance they try and push to win here. They might not need the Baron. They've killed pretty much anyone who has meaningful wave clear, so 100 Thieves might be going for the end here.
Already hitting onto the inhibitor.
Yeah, hopefully they can do it better than Dignitas. Let's hope this is a clean one.
I guess we're about to find out, making sure to knock one turret down to half, eliminating Hanser upon entry. The damage is just too good from double lift and 100 Thieves bookending week 3, taking down Chime as one last consolation prize, a win for 100.
Some big smiles from Quid too there, Santorin. 7-1-4 in this Jace game. His best game so far in the LCS, and 100 Thieves is able to end the week with a win.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think TSM is going to be kicking themselves a little bit because it felt like in the mid game they actually had all the opportunity to win. But 100 Thieves played a really good macro mid game, so well played to them.
Yeah, I agree. I think double lift had a huge lead for the majority of the game. They did slip a little bit around that third dragon, but that was like the one misstep. And they completely navigated any scary moment. And I think a lot of the conversation is going to be about like how many failed engages did TSM have?
Yeah.
Which is true, but there's the other side of it of 100 Thieves successfully dodging so many of these engages, making a strong call to sneak Baron and making a gutsy call to have double lift solo Drake and bluff TSM off the Baron to secure the big objectives.
No, it's really well played to them. You know, I don't want to take anything away from 100 Thieves for sure. And honestly, I mean, both teams had opportunities to win the game. 100 Thieves were, outplaying them.
Yeah, I heard we also have the replay that we requested of the fog when double lift was taking Ocean Soul. So this is what TSM sees. They see 3 They C4, I think they should know.
Yeah.
Personally, I feel like they should know the double isn't here, and Hanser should be all-inning on this fight with Ruby going in, but we'll see.
Yeah, that it's a little bit hard because like Varus could also be shifting from mid lane, slowly coming. But I generally think if you're hitting Baron, you gotta be ready to like actually fight, you know, because they're hitting this assuming it's gonna be 5v5 anyway.
Yeah. Then another look at the final fight here. Maokai ult misses, but it's just inevitability when TSM is this split up.
Yeah. I mean, I think for a team like 100 Thieves, when you're looking to them to form a game plan as a team, week number 3, how are they going to work together with this new mid? Seeing that cohesion in that decision making, okay, let's send double-lift over to Dragon and let's try and take this Baron. Okay, let's burn this Baron down now. Is that not one of the things you want to see from a team? The strategy coming through and being together as a unit when they're developing?
No, for sure. I mean, I think it's slightly of a ballsy call, but you know, it worked out in this situation, and you can kind of bluff in these kind of situations if you have really good vision control. That's also why mid power is so important.
Yeah.
So no, I think it's a good play. I'm sure double-lift was alone like, yo, just stall them and I'll get a dragon. So that's a good call.
Well, Santorin, thank you for joining.
We'll ask him. He's right there.
Thanks for having me.
Oh yeah, he is right there. Well, Santorin, I appreciate you. For everyone, today, the LCS is closing out the month of June by celebrating Pride at the Riot Games Arena. Thanks for showing your support in-game with icons, emotes, and trails. And for those in the live audience today, be sure to stick around for the after party following Game 5 with Pride-themed food trucks, photo ops, and activities. I even am wearing a bit of extra color today in celebration. But for now, we are joining Mark and double-lift for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with double-lift, who has just secured his first 2-1 week of the split. How are you feeling?
Pretty good, actually. Yeah, even yesterday after we lost to Golden Guardians, I was like, that was like a good loss. You know, it was very close. So I'm feeling the progress of the team, and yeah, we finally have an upward trajectory for like kind of the first time, I guess, this split, even though it's only been 3 weeks. So I'm feeling very happy, satisfied.
Yeah. Heading into the second round robin, probably a 3-0 on the horizon. How are you feeling about your team looking at the kind of mush that's in the middle? It's like Team Liquid's at 5-4, Dignitas is at 5-4, there's you guys at 4-5. It feels like there's a lot of people there. Do you think you're the best of that kind of grouping?
I can't really say so. I feel like every team has their crazy strengths. Like, for example, Team Liquid are Scrim Demons, and they also are like masters of early game. But, you know, they're notorious for, like, if they get ahead, they probably throw. If they're not ahead, they'll probably throw. So, but like, they're still a scary team, you know? Like, I think every team in the group is very... It's weird. Like, is there really a difference between, like, the C9 Golden Guardians top tier to the next level below? I feel like all the top teams are, like, can beat each other right now.
Well, I was actually going to bring that up because we've seen a lot of bot lane gaps that have happened, like TL gapped EG or C9, which then gapped EG. What do you think's going on in the bot lane? Because you were also smurfing this game early on as well, and then they just got really hot for you and kept jumping on you with like Blitzcrank's hook. Like, what is it about bot lane right now?
I don't know. I think right now the matchups are so spicy. Before you just saw like people handshaking Yuumi and Lulu, and so people kind of forgot how to like go all in. And even though we played, like, for example, like Varus Renata, that lane is just like infinitely more kill potential than the stuff that we've seen for the last like 2 years of just like, I'll play Jinx, you play Phelios, and we were like handshaking this matchup. So yeah, I mean, it's really bloody bot lane, which it's fun. It's like exciting. And I think now you can finally see the differences between the players. Like before, the only thing that matters is which AD carry can farm more minions. And now it's more like holistic, I guess.
Cool. Very exciting meta then, especially for you. Did you know that you picked up player of the game for this one?
I did not know that.
Well, of course you didn't, because how would you have learned that? Yeah, you got player of the game. Congrats again. Thank you so much for the interview, double-lift. I hope to see more of you guys later on. That's going to do it for us here. We'll catch you guys for Game 5.
Thank you.
Watching. Kai'Sa. Yeah.
Just you.
Kai'Sa flash. I swap W.
I'm
kiting. Care hook. W channel.
We can kill this guy.
Yeah, kill. Kill prone. They cannot damage. Nice.
Uh-oh, Hanser marked low once again. 100 Thieves collapsing upon him. A root is granted onto Boogie, meaning no jungler in the vicinity for TSM, and 100 Thieves are taking him down one by one. Closer separate onto Ruby, has the teleport in from 100 Thieves to be able to continue onto this approach. Ain't no Tibber's gonna help you right now. A bear hug cannot keep 100 Thieves at bay.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro Series. Shall we get started then? The speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls you. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Hello and welcome back to This or That with Kobe and Jat, presented by Verizon. Ready for another episode?
Yeah, I'm ready.
There's a surprise in
You
this
were just
episode.
giving me heat for having my phone out. It's a Verizon phone, Kobe. It's fine.
Nice, nice. Good job, Sellout. Let's get to the slides. What do we got here? First one. Now that Azael has tried play-by-play, would you put me in, coach? Or, wait, put Jat in then?
Ooh.
Is this saying Jat play-by-play now?
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Put me in, coach, or I'm good. So it's like, I think what it means is we both have to answer, do we also want to play-by-play or do we not want to play-by-play?
I need some confirmation from producers.
I just gave it to you. I don't care. This is the rule now.
Because if the slide is about Azael, I would say put him in, coach.
No, put me in, coach, and it's my face. So it's like analysts. I'm right.
Okay.
I just got confirmation.
Yeah.
So what's your answer?
You in as play-by-play?
Or no, you in as play-by-play. We're talking as individuals.
I'll go in. I'm down.
Okay, put me in, coach.
I would say put me in.
So, yeah, I'm spoiling it. I want to do a skit next week or like an actual audition. We all need to do a team fight.
Yeah, and Captain Flowers is the judge.
Yeah, and then they get judged.
Yeah.
So, all of us.
I'm down.
Yeah.
Next slide.
We're doing it.
Bottom and support. Oh, so Arena is coming soon. What's the best duo for this mode? Mid jungle, bot support, bot top.
I think I know.
There's augments and everything in this game, so the duos are going to be nothing like
True.
League of Legends.
I have a hard time not seeing Tereki just running the mode. Right? I haven't even played it.
I was gonna say, have you seen? I saw some clips of some of the augments, and they're game changing.
Yeah.
Like switching positions with your teammates.
Give me one.
Laying down a Rumble ultimate that explodes wherever you go.
Give me one that beats Tereki.
I don't know. They're augments. The augments. I don't even know the names of any of them.
It's mid jungle Tereki. This one.
I haven't played it at all. I've been saying bot top.
I haven't gotten on PvE yet, but I'm definitely going to play it when it gets live. I'm really excited for this next mode. Slide number 3 on this or that with Kobe and Jat. More likely MVP, a dig player, Rich, he was Hot's Faker, or a fly player, Prince, who almost won MVP last split. I know what Raz would say, because he's a Rich hater.
It's Prince!
Prince has won 2 games, Raz.
Doesn't matter. I feel like definitely Rich for me as far as individual play, and as far as how much his team is playing better with him on it too. So I feel like I'm fully in that Dignitas hype train right now.
I mean, this is kind of, I don't necessarily know the analogy, but it's like between us, who's more likely to become president?
Ooh,
like neither of these dudes will win MVP this split, Kobe. Neither. It's gonna be this because it's more likely, but not gonna happen, right? It's just not gonna happen.
I'm gonna accept that challenge. Challenge accepted, Jat. Vote for Kobe. I'm gonna start campaigning soon.
Worst meal to eat.
Free LP for everyone.
This saucy ribs or that whole lobster tails. Who's been complaining about the catering? That's what I want to know because I feel like it's fine.
Look at this edit. Oh my God. We look like demons.
I mean, honestly, to eat during a cast.
What is all this? What is all this lobster spray? Also,
the crunching of the lobster makes it worse to do during a cast. So it's way better to eat saucy ribs because casters are like not really on camera.
Oh my God, these edits.
It's clearly this though, right?
Yeah. It is.
My logic is sound.
It is. Me and Emily, we look weird.
Go to the next one.
Also, we
solved it.
I'm looking
at yeah, what are you feeding me or something?
I'm looking at it like really intensely too. Like, Emily, you want this?
I'm going to continue asking the questions. If in Mundo Dodgeball, who is the carry? The Mundo Dodgeball player or the Dodgeball player?
Yes, it's the person who's actually trying to keep focus and hit the in-game cleavers. The other ones are distractions. That's the pilot, that's the co-pilot.
The Mundo Dodgeball player
is the pilot, and this one's
but what if your screen constantly get hit like Blabber? Does that not make the Dodgeball player?
How do you win the game, Jat? You gotta hit the cleavers, kill the Mundo. Boom.
Yeah, it's correct. This is silly. The other guy's like a supportive player. Like, it's, who's more
all right, let's go. Next one.
Who's more important, the pitcher or the catcher? Like, obviously, the guy throwing the damn pitch. Who do you trust more on a carry champ, Palulu or Vikla?
I don't really trust. My trust with Vikla was broken a long time ago.
These are hard questions.
So I'm gonna go with Palulu. I mean, Vel'Koz and Zoe are carry champions.
I mean, this is true, and I actually am upset. We'll see in this next game, because this is going to be coming up. I'm upset that Balulu has not played more Vel'Koz and Zoe.
Same.
Like,
Let me see your upset face, Jat. Show them how upset you are.
I think players get this feeling that they have to play what everyone else is playing. Just play what you're good at, man. It's worth it. Just win the game. He'll win the game if he plays those champions.
He looks ready to win the game.
Yeah, I trust him.
I'm going
on those two. That's a wrap, though, for this or that. Send us your suggestions in the comments. I have to go cast, so I'm leaving. You finish.
Me and Emily got to eat some ribs.
Yeah, apparently.
So let's get to it.
Come back to me, Jat. Come back to the caster booth. I'm lonely. How dare you leave me alone on my birthday? But I'm actually not normally that big of a birthday person, so I don't know why I'm complaining. I got my wish. Santorin coming and joining us during the last game. About to get into this one. Man, I don't know why they're hating on eating such heavy food when doing talent work. I used to do that all the time. And if somebody, I'm just putting this out in the ether, if somebody one day wanted to come and like bring me a giant lobster or something like that and plop it in front of me, I would totally eat that while casting. And I bet I could do it pretty effectively. I used to eat an entire quesarito before doing competitive speaking. Do you know what a quesarito is, Jat?
It is a quesadilla burrito.
Yes, on the
From
secret
Taco
menu.
Bell?
Well, that
It's
one.
on
That
the
would actually
menu.
be.
I've totally
Oh
ordered
no,
one
on
before.
Chipotle.
Oh, okay.
It's on the secret menu, and they get kind of mad when you ask them to make it because they have to make a quesadilla and then also a burrito, and it's a whole thing. But all I'm saying is I'm very proud of my eating abilities, and I think I can out eat anybody on this broadcast.
Really?
Yeah. Pretty sure.
It might be like a safety violation, but I feel like that's a bit we can try because I'm pretty confident I can eat a lot of food too. We'll see.
Put that to the test one day, but for now it's Immortals and FlyQuest being put to the test. They both have had rough runs in their own regards, but FlyQuest on the upswing in recent games.
They have. They've got the two biggest streaks in the LCS. I believe, I need to triple check this, but I believe Immortals is on a 6-game losing streak. FlyQuest started with a 6-game losing streak and has won the last 2. So everyone kind of unanimously predicting FlyQuest to win this one, but it has been a very rough go of it for them so far in this summer. Yes. Yeah, Immortals has lost 6 in a row. So both of them have experienced 6-game losing streaks. If FlyQuest can beat Immortals, they'll give Immortals the largest losing streak of any team in the LCS this summer.
Immortals had started strong with their wins against Dignitas and NRG, and like I think when you start a split, right, and everyone's making those really quick assumptions, and you're thinking, okay, Immortals coming in really hot, but they haven't been able to make anything happen since then, and a lot of that strength had come previously from that bot lane, the Aphelios play from Tactical, but even though he's continued playing Aphelios, it hasn't reaped the same results.
Yeah, I feel like they've been getting Aphelios in these situations where there's no way of them realistically defending Aphelios, and then Tactical is also playing really aggressively where he would need a different team composition for it to make sense. So the whole thing hasn't been clicking. Another thing I just talked to Kobe about in This or That, which was a couple minutes ago, was just Balulu and his champion choices. Yes, he's been playing Azir and Annie, which are effective picks in the meta, but he's dropped his tried and true Vel'Koz and Zoe. So he hasn't necessarily looked as exciting as he did when he joined the LCS at the end of spring.
A single game on Vel'Koz thus far this split, and it did not result in a victory. No Zoe yet either, and I know some of these picks have been mentioned as potential counters to what we have seen in the meta, but Immortals still looking for somewhat of a different look than we have seen from recent games. Kenvi was leaning towards that Viego carry from the jungle position, now going towards the facilitative way of Sejuani.
Yeah, they've done a lot of first pick Sejuani. Kenvi has definitely had a very lackluster LCS year so far. His good games have been few and far between. The Kindred is banned against him every single game. After that, he generally goes on Sejuani, and he's just unable to have a large impact on the game. I really did think when this team switched out Revenge for solo in the offseason, we'd be seeing a lot more carry choices for Kenvi, but that hasn't really manifested. What we've been getting are these like really beefy top sides where they are struggling to do the appropriate amount of damage in team fights. I like the Ivern though.
I know. Ivern coming out for Spica. He did play it recently against Dignitas, and they did not get the victory, but now off of 2 wins against Team Liquid and Energy, looking like a different team. And Spica did speak in his recent interview about one of the changes coming off of the 0-6. Okay, guys, it's getting a little dire now. What do we need to do? I am going to revert to a bit more of those jungle picks that allow me to work with my laners, give them more tools, and Ivern is somebody that offers a lot of tools.
Yeah, I got to chat with him yesterday after their win, and that was the message. He, I believe verbatim said, we just wanted to play things that are easier because they were just winning so much. He did say they were winning 90% of their scrims pre-LCS start. Now it's around 60 or 70. I don't necessarily buy 90 because he wasn't actually like, you know, Excel charting and counting up the wins, but I imagine they were winning 3 to 4 to 5 scrims every single block of 5 scrims, and that gives you a lot of almost overconfidence for when you go to the LCS stage and start to struggle. But I still actually do believe this FlyQuest team is a lot better than their record, and if they simplify things, which they're absolutely doing here, this is one of the simplest team comps they could play, I think they're going to have a good chance.
And simple is the way to go when you're trying to build team synergy. Even if it's not quite at that 90% mark, this is still a story that's kind of corroborated by other teammates, right? Vulcan talking in his interviews, like one he did with Degon, about we haven't been able to have this chemistry on stage, but I don't see that issue in scrims, and we're trying to figure out how to bring that back onto the stage. And it's kind of reminiscent of even thinking back in Spring Split when Prince would be asked, who do you want to see get Player of the Week? And he would say, I want Vikla to get it because I want him to build that confidence and be able to be that player from the mid lane that I know he can be. And it seems like that's something that's almost kind of trickled around the squad, and now they're trying to even it out and get over that hurdle by going towards simplicity.
Yeah, and Vulcan as well. This is not the start he imagined when he joined FlyQuest, especially with all the trash that he talked in spring about their previous support, Ayla, but they are on the win streak train at the moment. He's on Alistair. This is historically one of his best champions. I think it is a decent matchup into Rel, even if I think Rel is a more powerful champion. Watch for Vulcan to find some big flank engages in the mid and late game. That's usually what he is best at on this pick.
Two very proactive supports coming in with Vulcan on that comfort pick of Alistar, but the Rel that has risen in prominence for very good reason and treats in that driver's seat. But Jat, thoughts on how this draft ended up shaking up between the two teams?
I think Immortals got a very standard draft where they're not necessarily putting together any massive synergies. They picked Sejuani, but they only have one melee solo laner. They picked Rel and Xayah, but they're not comboing them with like the Samira Rel combo or the Xayah Rakan combo because Rakan was previously banned. So it's just fine. Whereas I think FlyQuest is just, it's very passive. I think a good result for FlyQuest here is be fairly even at gold in 15 minutes. And then after that, they're going to feel like they're in a very good position for the game.
FlyQuest, they are very much yearning to end this week with a 3-0 to slice in half to match that, 6 losses.
Yeah.
Cut that down a bit. 6-3 or 3-6 doesn't look nearly as gnarly as the 0-6.
Yeah, 3-6 would be totally fine, actually, after the first round robin. It would make it feel like it's very unlikely that they don't make playoffs, knowing how forgiving the LCS schedule actually is. Top 8 make playoffs. Obviously, you want to be top 6. That grants you the double elimination when we do get to that part of the season. 7 and 8 will, of course, start in the loser's bracket. But FlyQuest isn't even thinking about that at the moment. They're just kind of thinking about the next game and what's in front of them, and that's the best way that they're going to be able to get something. There's treats!
And there's a lot of Immortals in front of them right now. Spica making sure to get out of that one. Got to get out of dodge when Immortals is going for that invade.
That feels bad. That's such a classic invade. Either the Dragon Wall or the Baron Pit when you have a dash support like that.
I mean, that's one thing that Ivern can invite is the invades, not just in those early moments, but through just the laning phase in general. We'll have to see if Immortals decide to pick up on that at all. Sejuani not necessarily being one of the ones you think for that unless you have somebody to collapse with you, which is what they just executed.
Yeah, and also FlyQuest has a chance to go 3-0, which would make them the only 3-0 team in the LCS this week.
Oh.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, basically the broadcast team votes on Player of the Week every week, and I've been trying to figure it out. When everyone is 2-1, it gets really, really difficult. When there's one 3-0 team and everyone else is 2-1, it's really hard to not pick someone on the 3-0 team. So it definitely feels like if FlyQuest can win this game, even though their first 2 wins were very long games that didn't necessarily have impressive scorelines, Prince did manage to carry a lot of those games in the late game. Not carry, just perform well in late game team fights. But if he has a really strong game here, there's actually a good chance he'd pick up his 3rd Player of the Week statue this year.
That's true. That's kind of the first line of whittling things down is what are the team records for the week, who has a 3-0. I feel like, I can't recall specific examples, but there have been a couple of times where somebody on a 2-1 did get it when there is a 3-0, but it always comes down to strength of schedule. Was there some anomaly that had occurred?
Yeah.
It takes a lot to be able to overcome what the position that Prince is in right now.
Yeah, Stixay had a really good week. 15, 4, and 12. They've had some good games. Berserker, weirdly enough, amazing stats, but he had that one really bad bot lane against Team Liquid where they kind of lost the game, but 15, 2, and 15. I'm just kind of reading off stats, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting for Player of the Week. People get really up in arms about it if we get it wrong, so I want to get it right.
And there's a lot of perspective that comes into that, right? But Solo, yeah. Impact and Solo still remaining alive here on this top side, but definitely duking it out. Kenvi finds Spica. Throws down the brush and stunned up within it, so Kenvi cues away. Just lots of poke across the board. Vikla and Balulu both having to use some of their sustain here along mid.
Yeah, and look at that. Even with Spica losing Flash level 1, a really good Ivern path compared to what Kenvi's been able to accomplish. Kenvi still hasn't cleared the bot side of his jungle whatsoever. Spica's level 4. Just battling over this scuttle, but Solo also managed to get level 4. I guess he gets it, but Spica's really comfortable with the CS lead.
23 CS to 12 on the opposite side. Balulu sees Spica coming in for some of the assistance across mid just to alleviate that pressure, but Kenvi rotating through the tri-brush.
Well,
all right, yeah, okay.
What?
Jumps on to Impact, but Solo's on the exits.
I hate that. Like, what are they doing? Solo's recalling. If you're good, you're literally doing nothing with that gank other than showing that you're topside, and this allows Spica to just pop in and steal this. Like, if Kenvi doesn't go for this gank, Spica doesn't go for that red steal. So I just think a really silly play there by Immortals.
Right, it doesn't feel good when you go towards the lane and you aren't able to make the play happen, but it feels better to be able to exit without them ever knowing you were there, as opposed to saying, hey guys, I was here, I was gonna make something happen, it didn't, so now I'm gone.
Yeah, I mean, they did see him at Scuttle, but he could have still recalled immediately after Scuttle and ran out bottom. I think maybe the timing is off, maybe it's fine, but that's just the way I see it in the moment.
But nonetheless, nothing to come of it. Balulu a bit low on mana here across mid, starting to get to that reset territory. A few seconds until this first dragon spawns, so the support starting to move up to get that warding in position.
Yeah, and Impact continuing to really trade heavily in that top line. So speaking about the strength of schedule for FlyQuest, they've actually not had the easiest schedule this week. They beat Team Liquid in that first game when they were 0-6. Very few people expected them to break that losing streak then. And they beat Energy, who has had a rough go of it, but if you think back to the CLG roster of last split, like, they're really underperforming as well, and I think have a chance of turning around. So a middle of the pack schedule so far from FlyQuest. This definitely on paper, their easiest matchup of the week. This dragon fight could be big.
And Vulcan gets charmed, knocked up. Vikla comes over the wall to try and get the damage down. First blood drawn by Prince. So Immortals in some trouble here for Kenvi. Now that they don't have their mid laner and he's low enough, you don't got the jungler healthy, you can't step up to the Drake. So Spica is able to finish it off to get the first one for FlyQuest, as they also continue with over 1,000 gold lead in their pockets.
Yeah. Good job to FlyQuest. Congratulations. They have the call of Felios, who's able to pick up the first kill, and they can easily secure that dragon. I need to see that again. That looked way too easy, actually, because they're just here, and then Vulcan walks into the bush against the level 6 Flash alt Ahri and presses Q. This is weird. So 2 plays by Immortals have just looked really, like, drowsy, I want to say. Like, because the gank in the top lane and then that, but maybe they pull something off here against Vikla.
They're trying to Vikla, but he's so close to his turret and flashes as soon as Balulu goes for the entry. Vulcan in the vicinity now. So they did grab the flash from him, so a summoner to potentially revisit later on, but I agree with you, Jat. It feels like there's moments where they're not quite in sync. Solo has to be a little tepid right now as Spica doesn't quite hit him with the root, but Solo's already marked down low. Impact ready to swing away over the wall. Kazande is coming on into it. Solo still keeping himself in it. Has Kenvi here, but Kenvi is knocked up and blasted down. Impact with the kill credits.
Imagine being Kenvi and your top laner just yeets Daisy over the wall to kill you. That is unfortunate. FlyQuest really dominated this game. I feel like if this was game 1 of the split, this would look like a regular, everyday FlyQuest victory where they have good team fighting, better scaling, and a strong start to the game. We're going to watch this one more time. Spica basically just waiting for Solo to go for another trade. He does miss the Q, but then he at least forces Solo's flash in order to get the escape over the wall, and a nice flash followed by impact over the wall. Luckily, Daisy has charged up the attack. Bops can be up in the air at the end there, and allows Impact to pick up the kill.
So FlyQuest looking pretty clean. And kind of going off of your point with the strength of schedule and what FlyQuest has faced thus far, I think the earliest losses that they had were the most questionable because of the high expectations on this team. They faced 100 Thieves and TSM to start it off, but then they faced Golden Guardians, Cloud9, and Evil Geniuses in that middle chunk, which is definitely going to make it more difficult for you to shore up some of the issues you have had. Now, if they continue to streak, can pick up 3 wins this week, they're going into a week where they can follow up on that. I mean, they've got 100 Thieves as their next matchup. Yes, they face Golden Guardians next Thursday, but it's Dignitas after that. I think opponents with which can still put up a fight, but ones that they can test their limits and continue to develop these skills.
Yeah, and I also think the whole conversation around FlyQuest is, it's very noisy and very distracting, but also a little bit wrong in the fact that 6 games is a bad start, but it's also 2 weeks. It's such a short actual time frame. It is 6 best of 1s, and variance is really massive, but there's this expectation of watching LCS year over year where you're usually only playing 2 games per week, that 0-6 just feels longer than it actually is. So I do think that FlyQuest can get caught up in that. Sometimes the negative talk can create negative performance, but now we got to talk about this Rift Herald because Vulcan is just really using these rushes well to prevent Immortal's approach.
Providing that body block outside of this brush so that FlyQuest can continue on to the Rift Herald. And even with some of the downtown hits from Immortals, they managed to burn down Vulcan, who's now got his sights onto Solo. A double knock-up, and in the center of it all, Solo has fallen. Kenvi, though, reaping back the kill onto the enemy support. Balulu goes over the wall to escape it, but FlyQuest coming out of this one in search of Kenvi deep into the enemy jungle, standing upon the wards of the enemy as well, and eventually has fallen, slaughtered multiple members of Immortals, taken down, the Rift Herald secured by FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think slaughter is the right word for it. These fights don't even look close. So they're waiting a while for Solo to get here. As soon as it does, it's a 4v4, but there's no Sejuani ultimate. They kidnap the tankiest member who still gets all of his spells off, and then they are on the wrong side of the map for the actual fight. So Impact can just sit there with Dominus, beating the crap out of Immortals, and I just felt like Immortals had no actual chance of winning that fight. I think Solo knows it too. He's like, damn it, I ulted the wrong guy. Like, he ulted the wrong guy in the wrong direction, and Immortals falls even further behind in this game.
You could see it in his reaction in that moment, and further behind is Right Jet, 3.6k gold lead for FlyQuest. They still have that Rift Herald in their pocket, and with this Drake now spawned, it's an opportunity to try to set up for it, first with the warding, but also being able to drop Shelby where needed.
Yeah, Solo doing his best to try and get a plate back, but right now, I think with the TP advantage that FlyQuest has, they're just going to set up around this bottom, and like they really feel back online this game. Like, look at this ward setup already. 4 wards in the bot side jungle makes it pretty much impossible for anyone to go in the river, and because it's completely blind, they're gonna go for a play bottom. I think this is actually a little over aggressive. They could just take Dragon, but Kenvi's waiting for a 3v3.
3v3, Balulu just teleported back towards mid lane, and Vikla is making his way down if needed, but knows that his opposing mid laner has already been brought back. So FlyQuest creating the space. Daisy down also for that assistance to be able to start up this Dragon, and that warding is just so sweet.
Yeah, easy.
Congratulations to Vulcan on 3,000 assists off of this as well. 9th player of LCS of all time. I think when, pause on that thought as Solo's getting the brunt of the force of impact once more. Whew, another kill here for FlyQuest. 2 dragons to them. But as you were making the point earlier about how some of that narrative feels slightly wrong, oh my gosh.
They're just destroying them.
Yeah,
We can keep going.
They're just destroying it. They're putting in that work.
This game is over. It feels like unless disaster happens, FlyQuest wins.
Yeah. Well, and FlyQuest, I think a lot of the heat that they've gotten is in response to the narrative around the team when looking at the roster, right? You see all these stars, you see this heavy streak at the start of spring. I don't think anyone wants to see Vulcan not on a successful team. He's not just such a great support, but a great trash talker. You don't want him losing and not being able to get into the conversation. And these victories can be enough to change that sentiment on a dime.
Absolutely. I mean, Prince was second place in MVP voting in the spring split. This was, for most of spring, the best team in the league. So it does feel wrong to have them in ninth. This game, more than anything else, feels like spring split FlyQuest. You almost want to ask, like, are they back? The only disappointing thing is from like a, as they're going to get top turret here with the Rift Herald. From a raw entertainment perspective, like in the moment, it is way more fun when someone is hilariously worse than they're supposed to be. Right? Like, it is more fun for a lot of people to watch them lose than to have them like slowly demolish Immortals. Like, this is an absolute demolition. They're 5K up at 14 minutes. But in like a, nothing has felt risky this whole game. They're just winning every lane. They're setting up every fight properly. This is the FlyQuest that we expected. This is the FlyQuest we saw for Summer Spring. But honestly, we haven't even seen this FlyQuest that often where they're dominating early game. A lot of the times they were just like kind of narrowly winning the early games, but Prince would have 2 or 3 kills and then he'd end the game with like 12, even though they were ahead most of the game. This is just a stomp.
I think it brings to light also the fact that, one, when FlyQuest can be put in this advantageous situation early, you can see just how good they are. And pinpointing some of the points you're referring to where, they would get even slight leads, but wouldn't be able to make much of it. Drawing back to that interview that Vulcan did with Degon, where he said one of the biggest pain points for them was how they're unable to pivot in dire situations, that they need someone to step up. So it seems like their problem is when they are behind, when things don't go their way. So even with this game going very much in their favor, I'm sure that's something they will continue to work on, being able to improve themselves when the pressure is on from their opponent. But Immortals haven't quite put that to the test at any point during this game.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest will likely be better than 3 and 6 in the second round robin. Because they appear to be through this this slump. I know it's FlyQuest that's tearing Immortals a new one. I'm just narrating.
That's the thing. FlyQuest are doing the beating.
Yeah.
You're just talking about it here. But I know that Immortals are getting a little demoralized with FlyQuest the way they continue to.
Probably.
Have entrench upon them. Treats is waiting to make the play. Gets rooted up. Balulu teleporting in. Yeah. You got a 6th player on the team when you got Daisy just walking around.
Yeah, new Daisy is really strong. They've really beefed her up.
Yup. Especially some of the versions that you see in solo queue being particularly fun. But
so that's the weird thing about this game is like I'm not gonna say FlyQuest is back. What I will say is FlyQuest is definitely not going to go 2 and 16 or 3 and 15. I think they're definitely going to be better than they were in the first round robin. Whether or not they can reach the level that they did in the first round robin in spring is yet to be seen. And I think part of this is also just due to Immortals' decline. Like, Immortals won the first 2, and they're gonna, if they lose this, lose their 7th game in a row. So FlyQuest is doing what they need to do, and Immortals really do need to find something.
And that's exactly what they're trying to do in this moment. They want to find the Rift Herald. Treats goes for the play onto Vikla, but he just ease on out of there. Balulu still going for the lockdown, but Impact is ready to collapse. One Emperor's Divide used with a dash in from Vulcan. Vikla gets the kill onto Balulu. Tactical dishing out some damage, but with the front line eliminated for him, he can't get back into the fight. Treats completely separated. Even in Pharaoh Man see just a done horse made into glue. And suddenly, Immortals nowhere to be seen aside from Tactical with feathers a-flying.
Yeah, Immortals trying to pull this Rift Herald, but there's always this difficult situation. Like, if you're going to start an objective, you need to be willing to peel off and fight, which they try and do, but Vikla just dodges the engage, and that just makes it a free-for-all for the rest of FlyQuest to go in on them. Again, you can see Solo rips Vulcan over the wall. It does allow him to finish off Vikla, but the fight had already been lost.
Immortals, I mean, their positioning right there at the start, the way that you just noted they didn't seem prepared to be able to turn effectively. It kind of felt a little bit like that desperation wanting to grab an objective away from FlyQuest, see if they can find a way to break that control that their opponents have had this entire game, but they couldn't quite do it.
And this has really gotten out of hand. Is this worse than the Cloud9 win over EG? I want a stat request. Like, what was the 18 or 20-minute gold of that Cloud9 game? Because this is 8.4K, 9K now at 18 minutes.
Here's the test, though. I think it was like 1848 when Cloud9 were
like
up and pushing
base.
on the next. Yeah, where if they had just a single minion, they could have been able to end. So does FlyQuest make any breaking in towards the base at this point? They're going to try to do so. Knockback of Treats, teleport coming on in for the assist for FlyQuest. Solo is already marked down low, and Impact is going for the kill. When you have most of your engage and disengage already on the retreat, the rest of the team cannot step up to the plate, and FlyQuest continue to ooze with everything they got.
Prince wasn't even there. Impact was just unkillable because everyone on Immortals is just so incredibly starved for gold. I am curious how quickly FlyQuest will be able to close this one up, celebrate their 3-0 week, move on to week 4. It is also crazy that we are halfway through the regular season of the summer split. The compression due to the player walkout and the delay of the beginning of this split has really changed things. Everything has ended up being so rapid because not only are we halfway through the split, but we've only played on like a patch and a half. So you're not even seeing a huge amount of adaptation from the champion picks for half of a split.
But when you have more games happening within the context of a single patch, it puts much more emphasis on how teams have adapted to that particular patch. And I think that's what some of the players, Huhi on Golden Guardians, for instance, talking about. There's a balance between trying to adapt to the current meta while also keeping our fundamentals in check. And if you adapt quickly, great. If not, that's 3 games a week going the other way. And now things still going the way of FlyQuest, man. Still going their way for sure. When multiple members of Immortals are just watching their brethren fall, that's when you know it's tough.
The Cloud9 gold lead at 20 minutes was 9,894 gold. The FlyQuest gold lead was 11,200. This is the most sided game of the day, a bookend on the last game of the first round robin of Summer Split. FlyQuest absolutely steamrolling Immortals.
Not a single neutral objective nor turret grabbed by Immortals. They have nowhere to move on this map, and FlyQuest just get to start up this Baron. They take their kills, they take everything they've got. They're making that face at him with that 11K, now almost 13,000 gold, and should be able to make work of this Red Bull Baron buff.
Yeah, they will have about 2 minutes, about like a minute 30 if they wanted to end faster than Cloud9 did against DG. But Cloud9 also did that against the first place team. Currently, FlyQuest is looking to secure Immortals as the last place team, replacing the spot previously held by FlyQuest that they've been holding for the last couple weeks. So that will definitely feel good. Interesting as we look towards next week. Cloud9 7-2, Evil Geniuses 7-2, Golden Guardians 6-3. And I think the big surprise teams, other than FlyQuest being down to 3-6, is Dig and TL being at 5-4. So overall, it did end up equalizing a little bit once we got to the 9th game, but it felt really wild at the start of this week, the state that we were in.
And even though there are 8 teams that go into playoffs, it becomes much more dicey when you have a team like FlyQuest eating up all those losses early on, and then they start to get those wins. Because sometimes you have a split where, okay, there's one team that's clearly in the bottom. They're never going to be able to make that gap, but it's so tight when FlyQuest was at the bottom and they're looking like this, and you expect them to get more wins as they break right now at 22 minutes into this inhibitor and continue to reap their reward with this Baron buff. But yeah, that's when you start thinking, okay, we're at the bottom, and what work do we need to do to get into that top 8?
Yeah, Immortals will have a lot of thinking to do. I think they need a new approach to their draft for sure, but there's a lot in game as well. FlyQuest with the Redemption just easily absorbing this, and they might be able to break all 3 inhibitors with the remainder of this Baron buff.
They're trying to do so, that's for sure. And even moments before that, members of Immortals wanting to secure some kind of pick onto FlyQuest. You saw Treats use that Magnet Storm previously, but FlyQuest can continue moving all the way across. Impact taking the brunt of the damage from Immortals. The Feather Storm from Tactical, slinging it back in for the kill, but FlyQuest have collapsed upon the rest. Charm and more onto Vikla, who goes into stasis, knocked up upon re-entry into this fight. 2 lives lost for FlyQuest, but 4 lost for Immortals, and they're walking it into the base.
Hey, I can respect it. Immortals got some.
Yeah.
That was the goal. They're trying desperately to keep those minion waves dead, but with Prince alive and 28 seconds on this Baron buff, I think this will do it.
I think you're right, Jet. I think you're right. FlyQuest make losses a thing of the past, ending week 3 of summer with a sweet, sweet 3-0 and sending Immortals to the bottom of the standings.
Some relief for FlyQuest after week 3. After the 0-6 start, Prince was visibly distressed on stage after beating Team Liquid. The relief then was bigger. Now, it definitely feels like they're a lot calmer, a lot more on track with the calm dominance of this game. Overall, Prince deathless this entire week as FlyQuest ends week 3 as the only 3-0 team.
That is the version of FlyQuest that many abroad expected. The version of Prince that garnered so much attention in spring. MVP conversations galore in the early weeks, Jet, in the earliest of weeks. But silence around him as a player at the start of summer until now.
Yeah, I would like to exhale if you're someone internal for FlyQuest, coach, player, just knowing how loud Twitter, other players get when you struggle at the start of a split, to at least bounce back a little bit. They're not out of the woods. The 3-6 moves them into a 3-way tie for 7th with Energy and TSM. Taking one look at this final Hail Mary by Immortals. They just see Impact, they figure they'll go for him, but remember, he's got an Empowered Q and a Gore Drinker that heals him for about 600 total, but they blow everything on him, and then when Vikla goes for the big play, they're like, all right, let's get him too, maybe we got a chance. But obviously, Prince is completely untouched this entire time, so I am appreciative that Immortals went for it, got a couple moral kills, but ultimately this game was going to end with a FlyQuest victory either way.
Now, there's not much that Immortals can do in those moments, so you have to commend them for trying and trying to grab someone down with them, but FlyQuest maintaining complete control. And as you were saying, Prince had such a clear emotional reaction when they started to get the wins, and the pressure builds up so much.
It does.
I mean, think about when you gassy, and
it's really good.
Building up, and you just need a release, a little fart joke.
Honestly, I'm going to vote for Prince for Player of the Week.
Oh yeah,
I think it's fair. I think he's deathless. They went 3-0. Their competition wasn't the hardest, but only 3-0 team, and I think the pressure they're under, that's my vote. I'm not the official arbiter of this, but we'll see.
Spoilers, Jet. Spoilers.
Who are you voting for? You don't know yet?
I'm probably going to go for Prince too. But
okay.
But for now, we're joining Raz and Impact for our Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome and congratulations, Impact, on a 3-0 week. Not just this game, but the whole week. You guys made a big turnaround. What would you say is your contribution, and also just the changes that the team made to be able to come out and make a strong week happen?
Let me think. I don't know what changed because I mean, okay, last week I can feel that like we are different than screen game.
Yeah.
How we played it, like we are scared something and we don't connect each other that much, and we're not talking good we need talking about information, but sometimes kid death so looks really bad to play because some people forget how to play because doesn't hear that.
Yeah.
So we tried to fix that. Then we showed that. Yeah, I think this week.
That makes sense. I remember in my Vulcan interview, he said how, at least for himself and Spica, that the feedback was like they were talking too quickly, especially him. What about yourself? Did you change any way, not even just in game, but like out of game? Like, because you're saying confidence. Any way that you tried to like instill confidence in team about like, oh no, if you see a fight, just go for it.
I'm trying to not getting loser mindset. Like, if you think yourself is scared, or because you have an angle to go in, and if you scare this maybe like 1 second, 2 seconds, you cannot make play. So I'm trying thinking, like, just do my job best. I'm just trust myself. Yeah, that's my job, top lane.
That makes sense. And now you said top lane. I've been seeing some changes top lane. There's been a lot. You brought out Poppy. We've been seeing more tanks there, or even the Renekton pick you've always kind of gone for. And also level 1, we've been seeing more teams basically head on top lane, not for a pick, but to place a ward, just for something different. What are your thoughts on the top lane meta right now? Do you feel like there's anything different that's being done now that's been done in the past?
I think it's similar, but just different Renekton came to meta because got buffed too much.
Yeah.
I mean, now meta just, if put ward top side means like you play spicy matchup, so you need ward, of course. Like against Queen, or I'm play Jax against Renekton. Sometimes you need ward. And I don't know, just to me, it's similar. Like anyway, my jungle not coming top side, you know. Sometimes come.
You can change that.
Actually this meta one different, like bottom meta now, like doesn't need resource that much because static. So you can using jungler more top side. That's changed, I think. This
okay. It's a message for Spica. You know, a message for people out there.
Actually, he can hear that.
Okay. I guess, and my last question is more so just about the state of the league, right? This seems to be like C9's lost a game. Of course, today was a big win for them. But past that, there's Team Liquid. Dignitas is doing quite well. Golden Guardians. There seems to be a lot of teams taking games off of each other. Wanted to ask more about you, because even, I forget which player I asked, but even asking them, like, oh, like FlyQuest isn't doing well. Like, how would you think you're doing as well? I was like, no, we're going to take them seriously, because obviously you guys do really well in scrims and you guys are doing well right now. Where would you place yourselves right now in the league? Because you guys felt like you could have gone to the finals. Obviously right now, it's kind of weird, the difference between scrims and on stage. What's your take on your guys' gameplay?
I mean, our scrim win percent like 90%. I think people already know, but that doesn't matter, I think.
Yeah.
Scrim can be picked. I think it's up to our stage, right? How we play the stage, like first week, second week, is really bad. So I cannot say that we are a strong team now, but I trust my teammate. We're gonna go into final. So I don't know. Let's see. You know.
I like that. Any message for the fans out there?
I know you guys said that when you guys see that 0-6, that time kind of depression to me too. But I trust my teammate, and I hope we're gonna doing better. We're gonna keep doing that play better. So trust us.
Trust us. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Impact. That's a strong message. Again, congratulations on the win. And we'll send this one back to the analyst lounge. Head over there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Raz, of all people, should know what the analyst lounge is called. Thank you, Raz. Great to hear from Impact. Sorry.
I was going to say, you almost got it right. It's LCS lounge.
Let's pull up the Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. I think the big thing stand out to me, we already talked about FlyQuest's resurgence, but I do want to point out fastest kill Prince in the bot lane at 5:35, which I was not expecting. Also, speaking of another team that's looked significantly better, and we talked to the 100 Thieves guys about this on the couch, is Quid actually getting adjusted to the team. He's looked so much better this week.
Yeah, they talked about him having the fastest or the highest CS at 14. So, of course, you're going to pick up your mythic item pretty quickly when you're CSing that well. So, good bounce back by Quid. Fastest kill in the bot lane threw me for a second because I'm like, I've been watching bot lanes get absolutely gapped. This can't be right. But it's the junglers keep stealing them. So, Pioshik on Wukong, the Kindred game for Blabber, like, they were the ones actually getting the kill. So, even though it was like the bot laners setting it up with good trades, it did take them a little bit longer to get involved.
Yeah, so that's a message to the junglers out there. Let your bot laners get those kills. A reminder that Samsung is partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS, and you can earn bonus points each week for drafting the fastest performers. Congrats to those who earned bonus points this week. Plus, use code SSD990LCS through August 20th to get 10% off of a 990 Pro 1 and 2 terabyte SSDs. So yeah, I mean, I think the big thing to point out for this week is obviously FlyQuest resurgence, right? Like, we ended the day with that. This was a deceptively important game for both teams, considering they're both trying to kind of claw their way into our 18 playoff. And FlyQuest ended the week 3-0.
Yeah, I think we ran the statistics at the start of the week. I'm curious to see the update on those now that they have gone 3-0 and put a team below them in the standings. They are one step closer to making playoffs. I think 100 Thieves as well. Their first positive win rate weekend at 4-5 now.
Yep.
I think Team Liquid coming back down to earth a little bit there at 5-4. Dignitas at 5-4 makes the middle of the pack very interesting to me.
Yeah, and then at the top, obviously, we had the absolute shellacking that was C9 versus EG. Let's take a look at today's player of the games.
Poggers.
Yeah, obviously, Blabber for the Kindred. You absolutely cannot let him have that. River, Santorin, Double Lift, and Impact.
Very good showing out of Rivers Viego. That one was pretty impressive. Santorin, the past 2 games have been very good.
Yeah.
I don't know if he got Pog for that Poppy game yesterday, but that one was also very good. I've been impressed with him, given that he was one of the members people were really wanting to step up. Once we saw Rich playing a little bit better, Tomo's been good, Jensen and him are all vibing, and they're actually in potential to be one of the top half league teams.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see who is on top of the leaderboard. I bet there's like a ton of people tied. Yeah, I was gonna say 10 players tied at 2 players of the game. But at the top, leading the pack, Blabber, and then JoJo, the 2 top teams in the league. And obviously, C9, I think, really came out, wanted to win, and absolutely destroyed EG today.
Yeah, the fact that they took down their toughest competition in such a definitive way was very impressive. Also, the fact that people were gearing up. I was on the JoJo MVP train, and then Blabber's like, hold on. Let's remember who is a multi-time MVP winner here. So very, very good game out of him. I saw a lot of people rallying behind him in the Reddit thread.
Yeah, and here we see all of the players tied at 2. I think Double Lift has actually been playing really, really well, even in 100 Thieves losses that they had previously. Yep. And to the point of Dignitas, their Pogs are actually spread pretty evenly. You have Tomo and Rich both picking up 2 as well. A team that has unexpectedly been doing really well. And your MasterCard Player of the Week is Prince. Did Jat rig the vote? We'll never know. His KDA for this week is 10-0-12, which is really impressive. 2/3 of his team's kills he has participated in, and his damage is at 30%. I think, again, the big thing for me for FlyQuest just generally is like, we knew how well this team could perform, and I was wondering once they got that first loss off their back, how they were going to, whether that was just going to shed everything and they'd be able to play a lot more loosely. I think they have. And Prince has performed really well in all their wins.
The first 2 games were very scrappy. The fact that he didn't die this week, I did not track that, but that's really cool to see that in these very back and forth games, he hadn't died, and then this last one was a stomp. And a lot of it was actually impacted in the leads going, but he has been very reliable for them in those kind of dicey games. The fact that he didn't drop and won a lot of team fights for them. No surprise to see him there. I will say the 3-0, just auto pick someone from 3-0. Stixay should have been 3-0. He should have won that Tristana game, but his team inted him, all right? And then his 2 Aphelios games were incredible. I'm just saying, wake up, sheeple.
Guess who voted for Stixay for Player of the Week? Next week's schedule, let's see what's on the docket. The GG C9 matchup stands out to me just because I feel like, obviously, Golden Guardians haven't looked the most formidable even in some of their wins. I think they themselves would say that they are very shaky, but I have been waiting to see if they can kind of find anything to try to take down C9, because C9 has seemed like this unstoppable force to them, both domestically and when they face each other at MSI. So I'm very curious about that matchup.
I have my eyes on 100 Thieves, actually. It's a tough but winnable schedule because, you have a 3-0 FlyQuest who is not as bad as their 3-6 record, I think. Team Liquid is top half of the league, and EG is obviously up there. So it's a hard week for 100 Thieves, but they've been gaining momentum, and they're a team that people are very reactionary on. After their first win, everyone's like, they're so good. Then they started struggling a little bit more. I said they sucked. Now they're good again, so it's just been back and forth with them.
Yep, and C9, because of their win over Evil Genius's LG today, take the top of the standings. Well, technically, they're tied, but they do currently own the head-to-head. Golden Guardians in sole possession of 3rd place at 6-3. Dignitas and Team Liquid Honda tied for 4th at 5-4. 100 Thieves at 4-5 in 6th place. FlyQuest, Energy, and TSM all at 3-6. And then Immortals Progressive taking the 10th place spot. And that is it from us. We will be back next Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 Pacific. I'm not spelling out Wednesday. Raz is throwing stuff at us. That's it. How did I I missed that? I'm not getting picked.
C9 looking for the dive. Give her the bottom lane. They find a lot of burst into Unforgiven. They'll get him first. Ayla's now down below 100. C9 juggling the aggro beautifully again. Armeo also pops. Blabber gets traded for it, but it's a 3-for-1 here in the bottom lane. Cloud9 has already broken into the base of EG on the bottom side. Jojo nearly killed, gets away, but just barely. Fudge keeping it going, goes all out, finds one, finds a knock-up on the two. It's Cassante, and he ain't taking any sort of answer other than hell yeah. C9 going straight for the base. They want to make this fight happen. They go all out. A little bit more damage is going to finish off the enemy jungler, but now Harry's going to be picked off instead. Stixay grabbing the kill, and River stays alive. Now they're going to turn it right back onto Miyoshik. Team Liquid is washed away.
They could get a pick, maybe.
They're looking for it now, but the Golden Guardians have already found the back line. Yon tries to flash away to stay alive. Meanwhile, Miyoshik and Harry looking for the kill onto Stixay, who kites him out of the turret. Shut down over to Licorice. Stixay outplays in the 1v2. Summit now isolated. River is dominating. Cassante is gone, and Miyoshik's about to be mopped up next. Oh, Ignar wanted to make a play, but instead the engage coming in from Dignitas. Palafox is already found. Ignar's gone too. Dig found their moment, but can they finish the fight? Tomo is free firing, and he fangs contracts too. Dokla cannot get away. FBI cannot get away. There's no hope left for Energy, and Dignitas get a clean ace.
Uh-oh, Hanser marked low once again. 100 Thieves collapsing upon him. A root is granted onto Boogie, meaning no jungler in the vicinity for TSM, and 100 Thieves are taking him down one by one. Closer separate onto Ruby, has the teleport in from 100 Thieves to be able to continue onto this approach. Ain't no Tibber's gonna help you right now. A bear hug cannot keep 100 Thieves at bay. Impact taking the brunt of the damage from Immortals. The Featherstorm from Tactical, slinging it back in for the kill. The FlyQuest have collapsed upon the rest. Charm and more onto Vikla, who goes into stasis, knocked up upon re-entry into this fight. 2 lives lost for FlyQuest, but 4 lost for Immortals, and they're walking it into the base.
Yesterday with the TriCast, today you get your own TriCast.
Yeah! This is my special birthday present. I've never gotten to cast with Santorin. Can I get a birthday picture of a TriCast?
Of course.
Yeah, let's do it.